One Light and the First Generation. Lin Ye was originally a good young man in the 21st century, but in a dream, he found himself turned into a ray of light, shuttling through the darkness, without the concept of space or time, but he clearly realized that he was in a dream. He is the only light in this darkness. I don't know how much time has passed, I only know that it has been a long time, until the moment when I woke up from the dream. He suddenly realized. Everything has changed. Sirius Island. Located in a mysterious sea area, it is a guild sanctuary that only members of the Fairy Tale Guild can enter. There is a powerful magic power hidden on the periphery of the island and on the ground, so it is difficult to be discovered by the outside world. On the top of the island, there is a giant tree, and below it is a forest with 2 layers and one large area. There is the final resting place of Mavis Vermilion, the first president of Fairy Tale. Except for the past presidents of Fairy Tale, no one knows that although the first president Mavis has passed away, her will always exists in Sirius Island in the form of a spiritual body. This day, it was night, the silver crescent moon was like a sickle hook, hanging high in the dark sky, only the faint moonlight fell faintly, the only light provided to Sirius Island. Hula! The waves churned and beat on the reef. On the edge of the coast, a petite two-dimensional Loyoli is walking barefoot. She has long golden curly hair, a pair of small wings, green eyes, and a cloak. She looks like a fairy. She is Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale. To be precise, she is the spiritual body of Mavis. What's going on? What is calling me? Little Loli talked to herself while walking. Her little feet stepped on the sand, leaving a row of long footprints. On weekdays, she stays in the forest, sleeping 90% of the time, and only wakes up to watch the fun when something like the Fairy Tale Guild's S-level exam occurs, but soon before, she felt something calling her on the island. It was a very warm atmosphere. Hey! Not long after, little Loli let out an exclamation, her green eyes lit up, and she stared closely at the distant coast, where a ray of light bloomed, completely suppressing the faint moonlight. What a strong light elemental breath! Feeling the breath of the light, a big smile appeared on Mavis' cute little face, and the pace of her feet accelerated a lot. She knew that the light was what called her. Not long after, Mavis came to the light, and clearly saw the owner of the light. This is... Mavis was taken aback for a moment, and what was wrapped in the light was an infant child. This child seemed to have just been born, but somehow it appeared on Sirius Island. After Mavis appeared, the child, a pair of shiny black eyes, stared at her intently, full of aura, which made Mavis feel a deep love in his heart at the first sight. What a kawaii kid! With such a strong light element, I will definitely become the most powerful light magister in the future. Although I don't know why you appear here, but stay with me on the island from now on, and I will teach you well. From now on, you will be called. Mavis stared at the dark eyes of the child, then looked at the dark night sky, and said with a smile, Yet. You will be called Ye from now on. Yet. Vivalia mio. Mavis smiled happily. I don't know if it was because she was satisfied with the name she chose, or because she was happy that she would not be bored anymore when she had company in the future. In short, this was the happiest day since she fell asleep. With a light tap of her right hand, a golden light flew out and landed on the little arm of the child, that is, Yet, and a golden logo emerged, which was the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild. Obviously, from this moment on, there was still in the night when she was a baby, she was labeled as Fairy Tale. Afterwards, Mavis returned to the depths of the woods with Yet, who was still a baby, but what she didn't know was that the child who seemed to be born just now had an adult soul deep in his heart, but that the soul has been in a daze since the moment it saw her. This person is naturally our protagonist Lin Yet. Of course, the name of him now should be Yet. Vivalia Mayu. Night is very depressed. I dreamed that I turned into light, and I flew aimlessly in the darkness for an unknown amount of time. When I woke up, I found that I had turned into a baby. After being poisoned by countless online novels in the 21st century, he naturally understands that he should become a member of the Wonkian traveling party, but his mood is quite complicated. Is he excited? It seems not. Are you afraid? It doesn't seem to be the case. He doesn't know what kind of mood he should have for the matter that he has traveled through. In the end, he still chose to comfort himself with the same thoughts as all the traversers. If it comes, it will be safe. Now that he has traveled through time, the first thing he wants to find out is what kind of world he is in, the prehistoric mythical world? Fantasy martial arts world? It's still an urban supernatural world? However, no matter what kind of world he is in, what he is most frustrated with now is that his situation is like an abandoned baby, alone on this coast, and may be swallowed by the waves at any time. But fortunately, although he was on the coast, and it was midnight, but he didn't feel the slightest coldness. The light, just like the light in a dream, was full of warmth and protected him. Fortunately, fate didn't play with him too much. Soon, he saw the world's first human being, the petite, fair-haired lowly. And this blonde lowly was so familiar to him, because in the 21st century, besides being poisoned by countless novels, what also poisoned him was the damn anime. And this blonde-haired lowly, if other worlds have the same lowly as hers, then it must be the first President Mavis. Then, the world he travels through is about to emerge fairy tale. And at that time, what Xin most wanted to say was, labor and management don't seem to have finished watching fairy tale. To be continued. Too mysterious ball of light. In this world we live in, there is a magic factor in everything in the world, and the magic power of the magisters comes from this, and by controlling the magic power in your body, you can cast powerful magic one by one. On Sirius Island, in the dense forest, the girl's crisp voice sounded like a trickle, slowly, very pleasant. Under a big tree hugged by two people, the petite blonde lowly is facing a cute black-haired young lady in front of him, carefully telling the source of magic. The power beyond common sense is all born in common sense. Magic, it is not a miraculous power at all. It is the combination of the chi flowing in our body and the wavelength of chi flowing in nature that can appear in front of us. It requires the use of mental strength and concentration. Hejiang's own soul is injected into it. This is magic. Magic comes from the heart, so, use your heart to comprehend the world, and meditate with your heart. I believe you will definitely become a powerful magister. Mavis looked at Ye with anticipation in his eyes. Okay, I will. Ye Chongzhong nodded, his immature face was very serious, and he could finally start learning magic. Fairy tale is the most powerful and mysterious force in the world. The world has a greater right to speak. Ye sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to feel the energy of nature according to the meditation method described by Mavis. What Mavis just said is exactly what Makarov, the third-generation chairman of Fairy Tale, said when he appeared on the stage. It's just that although he was half an anime fan in his previous life, how could he remember everything in the anime? So now, listening to Mavis's narration with my own ears, I realize that this feeling is completely different from watching anime. At this time, it has been 5 years since Mavis picked up Ye from the beach, that is to say, after waiting for 5 years, Ye finally waited for Mavis to teach him magic. If he is really just a 5-year-old child, then naturally it is nothing, but he has the soul of an adult. During these 5 years, he stayed on Sirius Island, although he was accompanied by the blonde little lowly that countless otaku dream of. But in free time, it still seems monotonous and boring. Little did they know that when the night did not appear, Mavis was always asleep on the island. Of course, there are reasons why she is only a mental body now, but there is also a reason that she is too lonely, so she spends time by sleeping. It wasn't until Ye appeared and called her out that her life on Sirius Island became more colorful. In the past 5 years, Ye has become her most important partner, or family. In fact, it stands to reason that as long as Ye can remember, he can start learning magic, but Mavis discovered that there is a huge magical power hidden in Yezioxio's body, so powerful that his body can't bear it. Therefore, only when Ye is older can she formally practice magic. Even after 5 years, she can barely reach the minimum standard in Mavis's heart. If Ye didn't ask for it, she might delay this time for another 2 years. Sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, according to the method described by Mavis, Ye quickly felt that he had entered a state of emptiness. Flowing air. During meditation, the night seems to be in an ethereal environment, surrounded by all kinds of light spots, which are the various elements contained in the world. Red, on behalf of the fire element. Blue, on behalf of the water element. Cyan represents the wind element. Of course, there are also some alternative elements that are not natural elements. What can be clearly seen is that among the light spots around the night, there are very few light spots of other colors, or in other words, all of these colors are blocked by one color, which is the unique golden color. Compared with this golden color, many other colors can be said to be the difference between the light of fireflies and the sun, moon, and galaxy. And this golden color represents the light element, which is faintly known as the strongest element in the world. Outside world. Mavis looked at the golden light spots that were constantly gathering towards the night around him, felt the strong breath of light in it, and couldn't help but smiled knowingly. Sure enough, Ye is a born magister of light, and such a huge light element. This is the first time I have seen it. I am really looking forward to the night when I grow up. I am afraid it will be the strongest light magister in history. Mavis's words are full of pride and arrogance. After all, Ye was raised by him alone, and he is his most important family member. Ye becomes strong, and she is naturally proud. Mavis has so much experience in his life, even she said that Ye is the most talented light magister she has ever seen, which shows how talented Ye is. I don't know what Mavis thought about Ye yet, but at this time, he found that his consciousness had entered a fantasy space. This is. Ye Shen's black pupils widened, as if seeing something beyond imagination. In front of the night, there is a huge golden ball of light, which is as dazzling as a round of the sun, and there is a steady stream of light elements coming out of it, making the night feel warm and friendly. This fantasy space is Ye's sea of consciousness, and yet also manifests it in the form of consciousness, but what Ye did not expect is that in his sea of consciousness, there is such a ball of light, and the power contained in it light magic power. Even if Ye has never been in contact with other magic sources, he can know how huge the magic power is inside, just like the abyss and the sea, endless. If I can control the magic in it. As he said, a fiery light burst out from Ye's black pupils. Isn't that equivalent to carrying a permanent magic source? Imagine that when you meet an opponent who is as powerful as yourself, the opponent's magic power is always being consumed, while your own magic power is always at the peak stage. The final result can be imagined. Moreover, the role of this golden ball of light definitely has an unimaginable role, but the night is not yet understood, and it needs to be developed step by step in the future. To be continued. 3. Magic shape of light. What is the function of the mysterious ball of light that exists in the night consciousness is still unknown, and all of these need to be dug out one by one after the night. Outside world. I don't know how long it has passed, Mavis's attention is always focused on Ye's body, and he dare not separate himself for a moment. His green eyes are burning with anticipation. Finally, at that moment, a golden light shines. Under Ye's body, a halo of light emerged, condensing into a golden magic circle. On the magic circle, brilliance shone brightly. Finally, a beam of light shot up into the sky, completely covering Ye's small body. In the end, it broke through the clouds and went straight to the blue sky. Mavis's eyes lit up, and she was overjoyed. Ye was able to comprehend her own magic so quickly. Still underestimated. The golden beam of light reaching the sky slowly faded away, and Ye woke up from her meditation, her eyes opened, and her immature face was filled with happiness. Is this the feeling of magic? I am also a magister now. Ye put his hands in front of him, a golden light emerged from his palms, and his eyes were full of joy. Although he knew that he would come into this world, he would come into contact with magic sooner or later and become a magister, but when it really came to this time, Ye still couldn't help being excited. Light. Seeing the golden light flashing on his palm, Ye felt mixed feelings. The scene in the dream before crossing couldn't help but come to mind. At this moment, he seemed to be the same as in the dream, his body seemed to be able to turn into light, but now he can't stand it. Comprehend the profound meaning of light, so the feeling is not so strong. Afterwards, Ye looked up at Mavis, expressing his inner joy to the latter. Mavis, I succeeded. Mavis narrowed his eyes, took a step forward, stroked Ye's dark hair, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Yet, you will definitely become the best magister. Ye nodded earnestly, but he didn't feel much rejection in his heart when he was patted and killed by a lowly who seemed not much older than himself. Since you have comprehended your own magic, yet, practice with me from now on. Mavis taught carefully. What Ye comprehends is the magic of light, but this is only the first step. To truly become a powerful magister, one needs to develop one's own light magic with heart. For example, the magic of fire is also fire, but the magic used by each fire magister is completely different. This is due to their different understanding of fire, and their final strength will also be different. The same is true for light magic. Many magisters, after awakening to magic, rely on themselves to develop it step by step. It is a process from scratch, which is extremely difficult. In addition to exploring by yourself, you can also learn from the magic scrolls left by the ancients, or ask some powerful senior magicians for advice, which will make you more effective on the road of magic. Ye is lucky, because while he possesses an extremely terrifying magic talent, he also has a mentor, Mavis, who can be said to be an encyclopedia of magic, to teach him personally. Those 100 years of experience are not just for fun, and Mavis she herself is an incomparably powerful magical genius, and the 3 super magics of fairy tale were created by her. It can be said without any suspense that in the entire kingdom of Fiora, there is no magister with more experience than Mavis. And light magic is precisely one of the magics that Mavis is good at, so it can be said that she is the most suitable person to teach Ye. Time flies, passing by little by little. Ever since he comprehended magic, Ye's days on Sirius Island have become more fulfilling. Apart from playing with Mavis every day and sleeping properly, the rest of the time has been devoted to his magic practice. And his strength is naturally growing little by little. From the D-level magister when he first comprehended magic, to C-level and B-level, it is A-level, and even stronger. You must know that in some small or medium-sized guilds, A-level magisters already belong to the pillar level. Of course, in some truly large guilds, such as Fairy Tale, A-level magisters are not so unique, and truly represent whether a large guild is strong or not depends more on the number of S-level magisters. But to say that during this period of practice, what made Ye gain the most was not the increase in magic power, because that was all he expected, and what he valued the most was the mysterious ball of light in his sea of consciousness. Through more and more contacts, he also began to gradually dissect some of its functions. First of all, just as he guessed at first, as his strength becomes stronger, he can gradually control the energy of light elements in part of the light sphere. The stronger his strength, the more he can control. But even so, the energy he can control now is very small compared to the overall light sphere. In addition, when he is in the process of meditating and practicing, let his consciousness enter and immerse in this light sphere, his understanding of light magic will be greatly improved, allowing him to comprehend various light magic more easily. Apart from the above 2 points, this mysterious ball of light definitely has abilities that Ye could not have imagined, but he hasn't been able to discover it yet, so he can only pin his hopes on the future. The fact that Ye's strength has improved so quickly is not only the increase in the magic power in his body, but also the light magics he has mastered, which are his own light magics. With the guidance of a light magic genius mentor like Mavis, coupled with Yi's own talent, he can often learn from one another when Mavis teaches, and through the powerful light magic that Mavis shuttles to him, after spending some time on Yi, soon he created his own light magic. In fact, this magic is not unique to a certain extent, because its type has been mastered by many magisters in this world, but the elements they master are different. That's styling magic. In the original book, Grey, the ice mage of fairy tale, uses the modeling magic of ice, and what Yi comprehends is naturally the modeling magic of light. Modeling magic does not belong to the top level of magic in this world. It may be inferior to some ancient magic and lost magic, but it has to be said to be an extremely powerful magic. What it needs is a magister of powerful and unconstrained imagination. Under normal circumstances, it is much easier for a magister with rich imagination to get started with modeling magic. To be continued. For 777 years. Light. The head of the elements. Using light to cast shape magic has something in common with ice, water, fire, etc. to cast shape magic, but there are also more differences. At least from Yi's point of view, his light shape definitely does not belong to those ancient magic and magic. Lost magic, not to mention, he will, not just the shape of light. Sirius Island. In the forest in the center of the island. Whirring whirring. Between the big and thick trees, the sound of howling wind resounded, and one after another blue shadows were constantly dancing among them. In front of these blue shadows, a golden light passed by, and in just a moment, this golden light then it crossed a distance of several feet and landed on a tree trunk, revealing its figure. The black hair tips slightly covered the eyebrows, the facial features were exquisite, with sharp edges and corners, and a pair of jet black eyes were as deep as the sea, free of any impurities, clean and thorough, just one glance, and they couldn't help but feel good about them. This person is Yi who practiced on the island, and it has been 12 years since Yi traveled to this world, and this year, according to Mavis's narration, is 777 years. It was that most significant year in fairy tale. Yi, who was 12 years old, could vaguely see the shadow of his childhood, but from the kawi little Zhengtai back then, he became an extremely handsome young man today, except for his strength. Yi can be in this world with this face alone. The world is very popular. Yi was wearing a moon-white robe, and was staring at the countless blue shadows rushing forward with a calm face at the moment. Those blue shadows were King Feng wolves, one of the monsters on Sirius Island. Wolves live in packs, and with such a large number of Qing Feng wolves, it can be said that they came out of the nest, and every Qing Feng wolf's eyes are red. Obviously this is a group of angry wolves. And the culprit who caused all this was naturally the knight standing on the tree trunk with a calm face. Ho ho ho! At this time, I saw the Qing Feng wolves coming not far from the knight. Perhaps because they saw the knight, these Qing Feng wolves suddenly became excited, the red and fierce light in their eyes became more fierce, and they howled one by one. Immediately afterwards, they suddenly opened their huge mouths, and cyan magic circles emerged from their mouths, and they spewed out a series of cyan wind blades. This is the innate magic of the Qing Feng wolf. With so many cyan wind blades falling, the forest in this area might be destroyed, but the target of these wind blades, Yi, remained calm. Arrow of light. Yi tapped his finger lightly, and a golden magic circle appeared on his fingertips, and then he saw golden magic arrows appear out of thin air in the air in front of him, and shot out quickly. Bang 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 bang. The golden arrows easily pierced through the wind blades, and shot at the group of Qing Feng wolves at the same speed. However, when the golden arrows were about to harvest the lives of the Qing Feng wolves, Yi yelled softly, "Stop! Shout out!" The golden arrows immediately stopped an inch in front of each Qing Feng wolf's forehead, which also allowed these Qing Feng wolves to retain their precious lives. Scatter! There was another soft shout, and the golden arrow immediately dissipated into the air, as if it had never appeared before. Go away! Staring at the Qing Feng wolves in front of them, there was a flash of light in Yan's pupils, and there was a cry, and immediately those Qing Feng wolves were frightened by the news, and turned and fled one by one. The speed was even better than before. The fierce look before. Hey, it's getting more and more boring. Looking at the fleeing wolves, leaning his back against the big tree, he murmured to himself in a dispirited manner. Obviously the group of Qing Feng wolves did not arouse his interest at all. Forget it, let's go back and find Mavis. Ye stretched his arms, stretched his waist, and thought, Yi. On Yi's back, a golden magic circle emerged, and two gorgeous wings made of light stretched out, shaking violently to both sides. Ye immediately flew up from the tree trunk, turning into a golden streamer, and flew straight towards the giant tree in the center of the island. Ye, you're back. Looking at the night falling from the sky, Mavis smiled and said, Mavis. A smile also appeared on Yi's face, and he fell directly in front of Mavis, but unlike before, Ye is no longer the little Zhengtai before, and his height has surpassed Mavis, who still looks like a little lowly. Mavis, are there any more powerful creatures on this island? Those Qing Feng wolves are simply vulnerable. Thinking of what happened today, Ye shrugged and said, You have beaten all the creatures on my island, and there are no more powerful creatures. You are the most powerful. Mavis looked at Ye with a smile, but his eyes became more and more satisfied. At first, the creatures on the island could sharpen Ye, but as Ye's strength grew, these creatures became weaker. After all, this Sirius Island is Fairy Tales Guild sanctuary, and even her final resting place. The island has a pleasant scenery, so naturally it won't be the kind of place where powerful monsters live. Sirius Island is too small. Ye shouldn't stay here with me as a lonely soul, but should go outside to see the wonderful world. Mavis thought to himself, looking at Ye with doting eyes and a hint of reluctance. She grew up watching Ye completely, and for the past 12 years, Ye has been by her side every day. It can be said that in the past 12 years, the night has brought her countless joys, and it was the happiest time she had on Sirius Island. Although Ye never mentioned it to her, she could feel that Ye longed for the outside world, and the reason why she didn't tell her was probably because Ye also hated her. Night. Mavis spoke suddenly. What's up? Do you want to learn more powerful magic? Of course I want to. Then I'll teach you tomorrow. Mavis squinted his eyes and looked at Ye with a smile on his face. That magic should be the most suitable super magic for Ye. Okay. Ye didn't feel that Mavis's tone had changed from the past, but he was extremely looking forward to the magic Mavis said. You must know that most of the magic that Ye now masters is studied bit by bit. Mavis has always been guiding is the main thing, but this time he specifically said that he would teach him more powerful magic. How could Ye not look forward to it? More powerful magic? What will it be? I really look forward to it. To be continued. Ask for collection. 5 Fairy and number 039, S. Brilliance. The next day. At dawn, the warm sun shone on the entire Sirius Island, covering the entire forest with a layer of golden gauze. Early in the morning, at the very end of the forest, Ye's figure appeared here. Didn't Mavis say that he will teach me stronger magic today? Ye looked around, but did not see Mavis, and couldn't help but wondered to himself. That is. Suddenly, Ye's gaze froze, staring ahead, slightly startled. In these years, he has stepped on every inch of Sirius Island, and this place is no exception, and this place is the most important place in the entire Sirius Island, because this is where Mavis's cemetery is located. However, this time, Ye found something different from before. Because the cemetery has never changed, there is actually a light shining at this moment. Ye walked up. Mavis asked him to come here to find her, but there was no one. The memory of the previous life animation appeared in Ye's mind. Could it be that the magic that Mavis wants to teach me is? Ye Xin had vaguely guessed what kind of magic he was about to learn, and came to the cemetery with excitement, with the shining light reflected in his black pupils. Even though Yedang lay cross-legged on the ground, he entered a state of meditation. The light from the cemetery shone on Yi's body, as if merging with it. Not far from the cemetery, under a big tree, Mavis appeared here, his green eyes fixed on the black-haired boy cross-legged next to the cemetery, smiling. "Yet, my child, let the brilliance bloom in your hands. That will become the strongest sword in your hands." In Mavis's cemetery, there is a wool that belongs to her alone, which hides the second of Fairy Tale's 3 super magics, Fairy's Light and Fairy Ball. At this moment, while Ye was meditating, the light on the cemetery suddenly rose sharply. In the cemetery, a mysterious and unpredictable fluctuation appeared, which resonated with the magic aura on Ye. The next moment, the light of inheritance enveloped Ye. Ye's eyes burst open suddenly, an array of light shot out. Ripples appeared in the air, and Ye suddenly opened his mouth and chanted softly, "Gather! The river of light that guides the fairies." Suddenly, in the blue sky, the wind and clouds converged, and the light of the sun, moon, and stars gathered at the same time, like a vast nebula, illuminating everything. The chanting continued, "Light up! To destroy the evil minions." In the sky, the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars condensed together and penetrated the heavens and the earth, forming a matchless merciless light that connected with the magic chanting night below. Bloom! Fairy brilliance! With the last loud shout, the light of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky has been condensed to the extreme at this moment, and the magic power of light from Ye is also continuously transmitted to it, and the fit is incomparable. Just as Mavis thought, Ye can be said to be the person who is most suitable to use this magic and is most compatible with it. Looking at the already extremely terrifying ruthless light in the sky, Mavis nodded in satisfaction. It should have reached the extreme. Not only Mavis, but even Ye himself thought that this was the ultimate brilliance that he could mobilize the goblins so far, but at this moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, first shocked, then turned into thick surprise. Because he actually discovered that the golden ball of light in his sea of consciousness was actually sending the magical power of light to the ruthless light in the sky at this moment. In an instant, the ruthless light in the sky surged again, spreading out like an overwhelming sky, covering half of Sirius Island. You must know that among the 3 major magics of Fairy Tale, the brilliance of the fairy belongs to the super obliteration magic, and it is the most powerful single target damage among the 3 major magics. By collecting and condensing the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, it forms a monster that will never allow the enemy to survive. The ruthless light can destroy all enemies to a certain extent. The powerful foundation of the brilliance of the goblin lies in the collection of the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Magic is only a medium, which can convert the magic power in the magister's body into the light of the sun, moon, and stars. Yet, as the purest magister of light, compared with other magisters, using the brilliance of the goblin is already unique. But even he himself didn't expect that when using the brilliance of the goblin, the golden light ball in his consciousness would resonate. Endless is no exaggeration to describe. If the light magic power in the golden light ball can be continuously conveyed to the light of the sun, moon, and stars, Ye can't imagine how strong this fairy brilliance, which belongs to super magic, will be. Gigantic? Let alone how powerful it is, it all depends on Ye Future's control over the golden ball of light. Even Ye, who knew that there was a golden ball of light in his body, was shocked, and Mavis, who knew nothing about all this, was even more shocked. Looking at the ruthless light that seemed to be connected to the sky, Mavis's cute little face seemed to be frozen, and it took a long time before he recovered, and he muttered to himself, "Is it the first time? Has it reached this level? If so, maybe. Perhaps, even I, the creator of magic, will not be able to use this magic as much as Night in the future." After the shock, Mavis was even more proud. Ye was her child, and the former was able to use the magic she created to such an almost miraculous level. Shouldn't she be even happier? And at this moment, the majestic light in the sky shrank suddenly, and finally turned into a beam of light, gathering on Ye's right arm, carving out a brilliant pattern. And this pattern also represents the brilliance of the super magic goblin, which is passed on to this young man. Yet, who had received the inheritance, didn't look happy at the moment. The only feeling he felt now was dizziness and stars in his eyes. Sure enough. Has the magic power been consumed too much? A faint wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Ye completely passed out. Such a mighty output of magic power had already overloaded his body. Mavis's figure suddenly appeared beside Ye, looking at Ye, who had fallen into a coma, but the corners of his mouth were still slightly raised. Mavis whispered to himself, "Ye, it's really, it's worrying. I just don't know how Ye would feel if he knew Mavis' evaluation of him at this time. I'm afraid he couldn't help but jump." To be continued. Ask for favorites. 6. Makarov. Sitting on the lawn at night, holding some weeds in his mouth, squinting his eyes, bathing in the sun, he feels very comfortable. Maybe it is because he is a light magister. For the relaxing way of basking in the sun, he is very comfortable. I like it very much. Since inheriting glory of the fairy, the time for night practice has been reduced a lot, and more is to relax and accompany Mavis. Of course, this is not because Ye is slacking off, but that he has reached a very high benchmark in terms of magic power and magic comprehension. It needs a deeper understanding of the origin of magic. There are many ways to understand the origin of magic, and the most common way is actual combat training. Only in constant battles can you understand your own shortcomings, integrate your understanding, break through the bottleneck step by step, and become stronger. In the entire history of magic, there is not a single powerful magister who was cultivated blindly, and all of them grew up in battle after battle. It's a pity that living on Sirius Island since he was a child, Ye didn't have such conditions at all. After all, the creatures on the island were all hammered by him on the ground. Completely crushing battles are not considered actual combat training, only the battle of blood and fire will be effective. Not only that, apart from this reason, there is another aspect, that is, the knight can vaguely detect Mavis's hidden reluctance when he is looking at him during this time, although Mavis has hidden it well, but the number of times too much, still captured by the knight. This kind of emotion appeared on Mavis, yet is not a fool, so he naturally knows what it means. That's why Ye put aside his practice time, and spent most of the day with Mavis, and often told some funny jokes to make the latter happy. As for now, Yiren is basking in the sun here, but where is Mavis? This needs to be specially mentioned. Today is a special day, it is the day for the Fairy Tale Guild's S-level Magister evaluation. This year, the new generation of Magisters like Natsu Green Urza have just joined Fairy Tale not long ago, and even the 3 Myra sisters will not join until next year, so although the current Fairy Tale is also a large guild, in terms of strength, it has not yet joined Fairy Tale. As strong as it was at the beginning of the story. Before that, Fairy Tale had never had any potential Magisters, and naturally there were no Magisters who had reached the level of S-level assessment, so Fairy Tale had never brought anyone here on this day in previous years. But this year is different. In the Fairy Tale Guild, among the younger generation, someone has already taken the lead in growing up. 3 generations, long time no see. Under a big tree, Mavis smiled and said to a little old man who was shorter than her. This little old man has a white beard. He wears a red shirt inside and a small beige windbreaker on the outside. With his pocket height, it is quite funny, but don't underestimate this little old man just because of this. He was rated as one of the 10 wizard saints, the 3rd generation of Fairy Tale, and the current president, Makarov Driar, is a very powerful mage. 1st generation. Makarov was very excited. Although as the chairman of the 3rd generation of Fairy Tale, he knew that the 1st generation had a spiritual body that had always existed on Sirius Island, but he had been to Sirius Island many times, but he had never seen it before. He couldn't find it at all. But I didn't expect that this time he brought the guild members to the S-class Magister test, but when he landed on the island, he received the sound transmission of the 1st generation. He was so excited. 3 generations, you have really worked hard these years, and the guild has become more and more prosperous under your hands. Mavis smiled and opened his mouth. Through the layers of forest, he saw 2 figures on the edge of the coast. Those were the guild members who came with Makarov. One of them was known to the 1st generation. As for the other, it is the protagonist of this S-level exam. Haha, don't dare to act, dare not act. He said so, but Makarov's mouth was about to smile crookedly. Obviously, he was very happy to be praised by the 1st generation, but he was not too complacent. He calmed down quickly and asked, "The 1st generation, I don't know if you called me this time, do you have something to order?" "Well, it's a bit troublesome," Mavis said. Makarov immediately promised, "If you have anything to say, just say it, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse." Actually, it's not a big deal. Thinking of what he was going to say, Mavis' tone became much more cheerful. "It's a little guy, I hope you can take him to fairy tale for 3 generations. Little guy? Makarov wondered, besides the 1st generation, are there other people on Sirius Island? Yes, that little guy, he is my most proud disciple, my child, and my most precious family." Speaking of the knight, Mavis couldn't help but narrow his eyes, like a curved line crescent. "Oh? It turned out to be your disciple in the 1st generation." Makarov was amazed. As the leader of Fairy Tale, he knew better than anyone else who created this guild. Mavis, the first leader known as the Fairy Army Teacher, was a legend. He was able to become her disciple, and the 1st generation had great respect for him. His evaluation is unequivocal. "I think that little guy must be extremely good." Since this is the request of the 1st generation, and it can also provide powerful fresh blood for the guild, Makarov naturally has no reason to refuse. "This matter is left to me, the 1st generation, that little guy. Don't worry about this." Mavis smiled, and she looked at the coast again. "That blonde boy is the guy who took the S-level exam this time." "Yes, that is my grandson, Laxus." Makarov, who said this, was just like Mavis, who mentioned the knight, with pride on his face, although he never showed it in front of Laxus, but in front of outsiders, he inevitably wants to show off. That is his grandson, Makarov's most proud grandson. This ostentatious appearance fell into the eyes of Mavis, just like an old child. At the age of only 16, he already possesses the strength of S-level, which is indeed worthy of showing off by Makarov. This is what the little old man has been most worried about. To be continued. Ask for collection, ask for flowers. 7 temporarily changed S-level exams. Coastal edge. Where did this old man go? Let us wait here. Laxus said impatiently, extremely displeased with Makarov's behavior of leaving the 2 of them here alone. At this time, Laxus is only 16 years old, and he looks like a teenager, not as burly and domineering as he showed after the beginning of the plot. He has short blonde hair, a lightning-shaped scar on his right eye, and a golden ear on his ear. Headphones with lots of classical music in rock style. Beside Laxus, with him was a tall man with a big orange back, a small beard, and a dark green windbreaker. This person is the strongest man in Fairy Tale except for the chairman Makarov Gear Darth Clive. He is a genuine veteran S-class magister with unfathomable strength. The president must have something to deal with. Gear Das said very casually. Humph. Laxus cast a glance at Gear Darth, and did not speak again. He knew whether he could successfully become an S-level magister this time, and the biggest obstacle in his way was this Gear Darth. One of the requirements for becoming an S-level magister is to complete a test that is already an S-level magister. Of course, in the original regulations, the examiner can choose a non-S-level magister as a partner to take the test together, but Laxus, who has always been aloof, rejected this request. Moreover, in the guild, there was no member who could look up to him enough to be his partner. Inside the forest. What? Makarov suddenly cried out. It wasn't that he lost his composure, but that what Mavis said just now really surprised him. First generation, are you sure? Of course. Mavis narrowed his eyes and nodded affirmatively. Since you are so confident in the first generation, then the S-level exam of Laxus this time is just like what the first generation said. Makarov took a deep breath and said slowly. That little guy is really curious. Then I'll go and inform Laxus to prepare. Makarov said. Trouble you, Sanday. Mavis said. Makarov nodded, and then jumped several times in the forest, rushing towards the coast extremely fast. That agile old man really is. It's time for me to inform Yat. I believe Ye will be very happy when he finds out. Watching Makarov leave, Mavis couldn't help thinking, and his body immediately disappeared into the forest. Lawn. Night. Mavis' voice suddenly sounded. Mavis. Ye suddenly jumped up from the ground, spitting out the weeds in his mouth. Mavis walked up to Ye and said with a smile, Ye, I have some good news for you, you must really want to hear it. What good news? Ye curiously said. Haven't you always disliked that the creatures on the island are too weak? Mavis said. That's right. Ye nodded. The creatures on the island are indeed too weak for him now. Could it be that what Mavis wants to say is? And when he heard what Mavis said next, Ye's eyes became brighter and brighter, and there was still a hot flame burning in the black pupils. Coastal Edge. President, you are back. Old man, you still know how to come back. The figure of Makarov appeared in the field of vision of Laxus and Gir Das, and the two spoke at the same time. What Gir Das said was quite satisfactory, but what Laxus said made Makarov feel bad. This impolite grandson, thanks to the fact that he praised him in front of the first generation just now, is really, I don't understand. Respect the old and love the young. Kindness. Makarov nodded in a muffled voice, and then said loudly, Laxus, the S-level exam has officially started. You start directly from Route A. There will be many checkpoints on the road. As long as you can pass them all, you can become an official S-level exam. Super Magister. I see, what a long-winded old man. Laxus ignored Makarov and walked directly along the A route, but from his tone, it can be heard that he is very excited at this time. Even the aloof Laxus can't resist the S-level Magister temptation. This Laxus, really? Facing Laxus with such a bad personality, Makarov, as a grandfather, didn't know what to say. And Gir Das on the side was also a little helpless about this scene. He shrugged and said, President, then I will prepare for it too. He needs to wait for Laxus to come to the final checkpoint. Gir Darth, wait. Makarov stopped Gir Das, who turned his head in confusion. President, do you have anything else to explain? It's not that I want to release the water. Gir Das thought gloomily, he is not very good at this, and the character of the president is definitely not the kind of person who helps his grandson open the back door. What Makarov wanted to say was naturally not what Gir Das thought, and he said, you will come with me later, so you don't have to go to the checkpoint. Yes, I will, Nanny. President, I didn't understand what you said. Gir Das looked confused. He didn't go to the checkpoint. Could it be possible to let Laxus pass directly? This is too much water. I already have other arrangements there, just watch the battle with me. Makarov said. Gir Das scratched his head. Among the people who came this time, he didn't see the fourth person, but since Makarov said so, he followed obediently. Well, save the trouble, yes, President. At the end of Route A is a natural cave, and those checkpoints along the way are naturally not worth mentioning to Laxus, who already has S-level strength. And in that natural cave, a slender black-haired boy appeared here, with a touch of heat in his black pupils, looking at the closed cave entrance in the distance, waiting quietly. Boom boom boom. The violent golden thunder bombarded the entrance of the cave, and the magic wall blocking the entrance collapsed immediately, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. With a haughty smile on the corner of his mouth, the blond boy walked out facing the dust with big strides. "Dear Darth, come and fight with me." To be continued. Ask for collection, ask for flowers. 8. Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Inside the cave. The black-haired boy had been waiting for a long time. Through the smoke and dust, he saw the blond boy striding towards here, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Laxus, finally here." The black-haired boy on Sirius Island is naturally the knight. What Mavis and Makarov said, in addition to taking yet a fairy tale, there is also the matter of the S-level exam. She replaced Gear Das, which was originally the last level of the S-level exam, with Yet. This is also the reason why Makarov was surprised, because he had already learned from the mouth of the first generation that this little guy was only 12 years old, and the 12-year-old confronted the 16-year-old Laxus. In Makarov's view, it's out of the question. Although he knew that this little guy was a disciple of Mavis and had been taught by Mavis since he was a child, so he must have something extraordinary, but he must know that, as his grandson of Makarov, Laxus inherited his huge magical power from birth. He even had a dragon crystal implanted in his body, and his magical power far surpassed that of his peers, let alone facing someone who was 4 years younger than him. However, after seeing the confident appearance of the first generation, Makarov finally agreed to this request. Perhaps, that little guy really has something beyond his knowledge. Not far from the cave, Makarov and Gear Das condensed a magical light mirror in front of them. The scene inside was the scene of Laxus blasting the cave. Obviously, the two were paying attention to Laxus' actions all the time. "It's coming, that little guy, I'm finally seeing you," Makarov thought to himself. Who will be Laxus' opponent? Gear Das on the side was also thinking silently. And in the dark, Mavis is also paying attention to the scene in the cave. To be precise, this should be Yi's first fight with humans. "Dear Darth, come and compete with me." With the arrogant voice of Laxus, he himself gradually came to the cave. "Hey? Why is there a brat here?" Laxus saw the knight in the middle of the cave at a glance, frowned involuntarily, and then shouted, "Hey, brat, where is Gear Darth?" "Sorry, there is no Gear Das you mentioned here, only me." "Yes," said. Laxus frowned deeper, and said, "What do you mean? Could it be that my last opponent is you, a brat? Although you may not be able to accept it, then you are right." Ye shrugged and said, "I am indeed your last opponent. As long as you win against me, you can become an S-level magister. If you lose, then sorry, a loser cannot become an S-class magister." "What are you kidding? How could I lose to a brat like you?" Laxus said impatiently. The only thing he wants to do now is to have a fight with Gear Das, instead of playing tricks with this little devil in front of him, so he doesn't want to stay here for a moment. He turns around and leaves. He was going to find the old man and ask him what he was doing. Looking at Laxus, Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed through the slits of his eyes. Anyone who was called out one by one would feel uncomfortable. He was very upset about this blonde rebellious boy. What he wants to do most now is to push him to the ground and beat him up hard, to let him know not to judge people by their appearance. Perhaps the little devil in your mouth is actually a little stronger than you imagined. Yi's voice sounded softly in the cave. Laxus sneered when he heard it. Could it be stronger? That's just a bigger ant, and an ant is just an ant after all. No matter how strong it is, it's useless. He didn't really understand what Ye wanted to express. If Laxus couldn't understand Yi's words, then his next words were even more incomprehensible to him. "Hello, may I ask, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" Kicked by the speed of light? It does not make sense. Just when Laxus was wondering, a faint golden light appeared on the right foot of the knight behind him, and then disappeared in the same place the next moment. What? Laxus' pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong sense of crisis arose spontaneously in his heart, and his fighting instinct made him raise his right hand subconsciously. Bump! Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Laxus. His right foot carrying the golden light was kicking his raised right hand at this moment. Although his instinctive reaction was already extremely fast, he was still a step slower when faced with the kick that was as fast as night light. A huge force struck, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the wall of the cave. Boom! Countless gravels scattered down. Outside the cave, Gear Das, who was watching everything that happened in the cave, suddenly raised his eyes and burst into circles. What a powerful little brat! Like Laxus, when he first saw Yat, Gear Das was also full of doubts, not understanding why the president would arrange such a brat to replace him as Laxus' opponent. But before he could inquire, Yat in the cave had already answered his doubts. He, a brat, relied on his strength. Because Makarov was already prepared, he was far less surprised than Gear Das, but he secretly said in his heart, as expected of a disciple taught by the first generation, if he is arranged to fight Laxus, he may have S-level strength. 12-year-old S-class, this is really. Thinking of Urza and Gray in the guild, and Natsu who was abducted by him not long ago, plus this little guy who was even more against the sky, Makarov's eyes couldn't help but light up, as if he had seen his own family. A scene where the guild will thrive in the future. Compared with these two, Mavis is much calmer. After all, this is what she expected. Whoosh! In the cave, several golden thunderbolts suddenly shot out from the wall that Laxus smashed into. Ya figure moved and dodged easily. At this time, Laxus also came out from the wall. His clothes were a little broken, and thunder appeared faintly behind his eyes. He stared at the night where the golden light was still shining on his right foot, and said in a deep voice, "It turns out that he is a man with some strength. Brat, if this is the case, then I will defeat you first, and then go to Gear Das." After saying that, layers of arcs emerged from Laxus' body, and golden magic power rose up. To be continued. Please collect it. The collection is so miserable. Is there really no one to watch? QAQ. 9 Absolute Defense. Golden arcs danced on Laxus' body, his eyes shook slightly, and he was also a little surprised. Compared with those little ghosts in the guild who were taken in by the old man, this kid seemed to be much stronger. Even though the kick just now was kicked without his knowledge, the power has reached at least A-level strength, and what is even more frightening is the speed, which is almost without warning. Crossing the distance between the two, this is beyond the reach of ordinary magisters. However, if it's just this level, it's not enough to be his Laxus opponent. Ya narrowed his eyes slightly. From Laxus' words, he could hear that although the latter temporarily recognized his opponent, there was still an annoying contempt in his tone. Obviously, he was still underestimated. That being the case, then fight until you pay attention. Call. The golden light shone on the right foot, and Yi's figure disappeared again. Light speed kick. Appeared in front of Laxus again without warning, and kicked out with the same force. Speed equals power. With absolute speed, his strength cannot be weak. This point has been revealed from the kick just now. Damn it, I can't react at all. Although Laxus has concentrated his attention this time and is ready to face the speed of light kick, the only thing he can do in front of the almost teleporting speed that night is to defend and resist. Even the defense seems extremely tough, let alone offensive. For Laxus, who always advocates taking the initiative to attack, this is undoubtedly aggrieved. Bump bump. In the screen, Yi's figure was accompanied by golden light, moving at high speed again and again. In just a few seconds, Laxus was kicked by the speed of light no less than 10 times, and during this period, Laxus couldn't even catch the former figure. Boom! With another blow, Laxus flew upside down again, crashing into the wall. Little brat, you completely pissed me off. Laxus' voice containing endless anger came out, and a tyrannical golden thunderbolt flew out of the wall, and then Laxus' figure appeared, with tiger eyes glaring at the night, whoever encountered such a situation of being beaten all the time but unable to fight back, will become very angry, not to mention owning a powerful Laxus, even more so. Don't think that you can become invincible by relying on speed, thunder, and raging waves. The berserk golden thunder rose from Laxus, forming a thundercloud that enveloped half of the cave. Obviously, Laxus is not an elm-brained man. He knows that Ye can only suppress himself in a large area with absolute speed. Attacks are effective against it. Rumble. Countless golden thunderbolts, carrying the angry emotions of Laxus, raged down from the thunderclouds, and the thunder snakes danced wildly, completely surrounding the night. Ah! To this, Ye just smiled slightly, thinking that I only have speed. Wall of light. Almost instantly, in front of Ye, a light wall made entirely of light elements rose up. For any kind of modeling magic, apart from the strength of the caster's own magic power, the most important aspect of modeling magic is the speed of modeling. The faster the modeling speed, the more profound the comprehension of modeling magic, and the easier it is to deal with the enemy. And Ye's light modeling has reached an extremely high level, almost instant modeling, which is a state that Gray and every modeling magister in the original book are eager to achieve. Boom boom boom. The violent thunder surged down and smashed fiercely on the wall of light. However, in the face of thunder magic, which belongs to the top level of attack in elemental magic, this wall of light, which is as thin as a cicada's wing, only swayed a layer. Fine corrugation, but no signs of rupture. What? Laxus' pupils widened suddenly. He couldn't believe what he saw. His lightning magic couldn't even break through the opponent's barrier. He took a long breath, looked at the knight standing behind the light wall, who was not affected by his own thunder at all. His eyes became serious and serious, obviously, for this little ghost he didn't quite see before, he now also have to pay attention to it. What the latter said before came to his mind at this moment: maybe the little devil you talk about is actually a little stronger than you imagined. From the looks of it now, it's more than a little bit stronger. The speed at which the opponent has crushed him, as well as the defensive light wall that can easily withstand his thunder and raging waves, is enough for him to use all his strength to deal with it. Both speed and defense are super, but I don't know if this little devil is as good as his speed and defense in terms of attack. If so, then he, Laxus, who always has eyes above the top, has to feel it. To the strong pressure. After all, this is just a little ghost. After a while, the golden thunder in the thunder cloud finally poured out, and slowly disappeared into the cave, and the light wall, still exuding a faint golden light, guarded Ye's body intact, and waited until the order from Ye's heart was issued. Dissipate. Yezhong looked at Laxus, smiled and said, "Yes, very powerful lightning magic." This sentence was originally a compliment, but it fell into Laxus' ears, but it made him feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. What is this, being ridiculed by an 11 or 12-year-old kid? Don't mention Laxus. The two Makarov who were watching the battle through the light mirror outside the cave, after hearing Ye's words, the corners of their mouths twitched at the same time, and the same thought emerged in their hearts: what a black-bellied brat. To be continued. It's been so many days, and the collection is only in double digits. The mentality has collapsed. I beg you old irons to collect it. 10 complete victory. Regardless of whether Ye's words were meant to be mocking or not, Laxus had no time to pay attention, but looked at Ye solemnly, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your name." Obviously, the strength of the latter made Laxus understand that it is no longer appropriate to call the other party a kid. Although Laxus has become rebellious due to a big change in personality, there is one thing he has never changed, but it is for the strong. Recognition. As long as your strength can be recognized by him, then his attitude will naturally change. Ah! Start paying attention to me. Ye smiled lightly and replied, "Yeah, Vermilion." Kindness. Laxus nodded, and then said, "Remember my name, Laxus. Driar, the real battle is next." Whoosh! Laxus threw off his coat directly, revealing the black vest inside. It can be clearly seen that the muscles on his body were obviously swollen under the stimulation of lightning, and the lightning in his pupils also appeared to be more tyrannical. Even the black pupils were dyed a layer of gold. Finally planning to use dragon-slaying magic. Yet Xin secretly said. Because the Dragon Slayer crystal was implanted in his body since he was a child, apart from the already powerful lightning magic, Laxus also mastered the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic known as the Ancient Magic. Hula! Laxus stomped his feet, the ground under his feet shattered, and his body turned into golden lightning and rushed up. Although the speed of lightning is much lower than that of light, it is also a well-deserved leader among all elements. The lightning turned Laxus flashed in front of Ye in an instant, his figure was revealed, his right arm was filled with violent lightning, and he roared, Thunder Dragon's collapsing fist. But he was fast, Ye was faster than him, the golden light flashed, and his figure disappeared in place. Laxus' explosive punch directly bombarded the wall behind him. With a bang, a hole with a diameter of several meters appeared on that wall. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus, who used the dragon-slaying magic, had an extremely keen sense of smell. He roared out after almost hitting the air with his punch. Before Lian Yi's figure was seen, he turned his head and spewed out the dragon's roar. And in the next moment, Yi's figure happened to appear at the other end of the cave, and that position happened to be on the path of the dragon's roar. Laxus' dragon's roar was actually predicting Yi's position, and also he really hit the mark. However, according to the speed shown before yet, as long as the roar has not hit him, then he can dodge in time. However, unexpectedly, Ye did not choose to dodge this time, but faced the dragon's roar head-on. At the same time, he raised his right hand slightly, pointed out with one finger, and a golden magic circle emerged between his fingers. Laser! Call out! The golden laser light shot out, colliding with the Thunder Dragon's roar. Zi la la la! The roar containing the magical power of the dragon, after encountering the laser light, was actually penetrated directly, was cut from the middle, turned into magic power and dissipated everywhere, and the laser light still existed, and in an instant it shot in front of Laxus, and the latter turned into lightning, so he narrowly avoided it. And that laser light directly penetrated the wall behind him, and the speed did not decrease at all, and it shot out of the cave without dissipating for a long time. Laxus regained his body, took a deep breath, and was shocked in his heart. The attack this night was not weaker than his speed and defense at all. Attack, speed, and defense are all top-notch. Now Laxus really wants to ask Ye how he cultivated. This is too perverted. This is the power of light. Light, not only has the strongest speed, the most inseparable defense, but also has an extremely powerful penetrating power, which is almost perfect. The power of the head of the elements is undoubtedly evident. Up to now, the only way to do it is to use that trick. Laxus thought heavily, this is the strongest ultimate move he can use so far, if that move can't defeat yet, then his S-level exam is over this time. Boom! With a sudden step on his feet, the ground under his feet was completely shattered, and the surging magic power roared out from his body, like a thunder and lightning king sun. The surrounding air was faintly vibrating, and the stone wall of the cave it is also not noted that stone chips were shaken off. Such terrifying magic power is already the entirety of the current Laxus. Obviously, the latter intends to fight with his back and pour all the results of this battle into this last move. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. The vast golden magic power condensed a Thunder Dragon phantom behind Laxus, and finally turned into a huge square sky painting halberd above it, and Laxus' face also turned pale when the square sky painting halberd was condensed some. Laxus, who is obviously only 16 years old, can't use this trick as casually as in the original book. Ye stared at Fang Tian's painted halberd above Laxus' head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a vast sea of magical power also emerged from his body. Shape of light spear of judgment. The golden spear instantly condensed and formed above Yi's head, and the dazzling golden light exuded a mighty aura, sacred and inviolable. "Drink! Go!" Two deep voices sounded at the same time, and in an instant, Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji and the Spear of Judgment flew out at the same time, pointing directly at each other. Boom! There was a violent collision, terrifying waves of air escaped, and the sound of explosions resounded throughout the world. It was at this moment that this natural cave began to collapse. Outside the cave, both Makarov and Gear Das stared at the light mirror in front of them with wide eyes, wanting to know the final answer, but the next moment, the light mirror shattered directly. Obviously, the violent collision in the cave broke the mirror magic. Walk! Without hesitation, the two rushed directly to the location of the cave. To be continued. Ask for favorites. 11 Leave. When the two came to the cave, they found that the original natural cave had completely collapsed at this time, and it was full of scars, and the appearance of the original cave could not be seen at all. The eyes of the two quickly swept over, and the pupils shrank immediately. On a broken boulder, the black-haired boy stood proudly. The moon-white robe on his body was not messed up after a battle, and it was still as bright as ever. This black-haired boy is naturally Yet. And not far from him, Laxus knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground around his feet was powdery, the black vest on his body was even more damaged, and the original vast magic power was gone, like a dying ordinary person generally. Bump! At this moment, a gust of wind blew past, blowing Laxus' golden hair, and Laxus also exhausted his last bit of strength at this moment, completely lying on the ground, but at the last moment of falling, his eyes reluctantly turned to the night sky. He glanced at his body, and there was unwillingness in his eyes. He lost, to a boy who was several years younger than him. With unwilling emotions, Laxus finally completely lost consciousness. On the side, neither Makarov nor Gear Das went to help Laxus up immediately, but stared at Ye in a daze. Both of them had a lot of thoughts in their minds, and finally sighed, "What a monster! Brat!" And from the moment Laxus fell, it also represented the official end of this S-level exam, and the final result was naturally that Laxus failed to advance to S-level. In fact, in Makarov's original plan, this time he planned to let Gear Das completely defeat Laxus and make Laxus fail to advance, because although Laxus is powerful, he is too arrogant and never competes with other members of the guild. People contact, completely independent, this is not the result he wants. Therefore, he wants Gear Das to break down his arrogance, let him know that there are people stronger than him in the guild, and next year, let Laxus smoothly advance to the S-class Magister. However, what Makarov didn't know was that in the original book, even if Gear Das defeated Laxus in this exam as he said, the arrogance in the latter's heart remained undiminished. Si is much older than him. In the guild, except for Gear Das, no matter whether it is the older generation of Magisters or the new generation of Magisters such as Urzanatsu, they are all too weak in his eyes, and even make him arrogantly think that being with this mentally handicapped it is a shame to be in the same guild. This thought has not faded from his heart until the beginning of the plot, which is why the final guild civil war broke out. However, it is different now. Although Laxus' opponent this time was changed from Gear Das to Ye, the final outcome was the same, and unlike Gear Das, Ye was 4 years younger than Laxus. Being defeated by someone 4 years younger than him was enough to shatter Laxus' arrogance. This, perhaps, was an unexpected surprise that even Makarov never thought of. "Mavis, wait for me, I will definitely be back." Standing on the boat, tears flickered in Yehe's eyes. This was the first time he had tears since he came to this world 12 years ago. Just looking at the increasingly smaller Sirius Island in his field of vision, the mood is getting lower and lower. Just like Mavis regards him as the most important family member, in his heart, Mavis is also his closest and irreplaceable person. At this moment, he was really uncomfortable. On Sirius Island, on the edge of the coast, Mavis stood there quietly, looking into the distance, without turning her eyes. Even though the ship had only a small black spot, her eyes did not move at all. Moreover, the position she is standing now happens to be the place where she picked up the knight 12 years ago. That scene seems to be just yesterday, but who would have thought that it has been 12 years in a hurry? His wings gradually grew, he left her embrace, and flew to the sky that belonged to him. On the elf-like face, there was a gentle smile as always, and he murmured softly, "Goodbye, yet. Hey, why are you also on the boat?" The knight that was still in trance was suddenly forcibly interrupted by a surprised shout. This kind of moment was interrupted. Ye felt unavoidably upset, frowned slightly, turned to look at Laxus who didn't know when to come beside him, and snorted, "I want you to take care of it, you're defeated." After finishing speaking, he stopped paying attention to Laxus and went to the cabin inside. "You." Laxus was short of breath, but he was helpless, because he was indeed the opponent's defeated opponent. You must know that at this time, his upper body was still wrapped in a large circle of bandages, and he looked extremely miserable. All of this was thanks to him. The dazzling spear, he still remembers it vividly. Because all the magic power in his body was exhausted and he was seriously injured, he was in a coma until just now, so he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Yeze on the boat. But he is not an idiot. This ship belongs exclusively to their guild. Since Ye appeared here, it is likely that he will become a member of the guild. After all, he is very clear about Makarov's habits. Even Natsu, that kind of weak chicken, must be abducted. There is no reason to let this monster stay overnight. That's right, in Laxus' heart, Ye has already been acquainted with monsters. What he didn't know was that Makarov didn't take the initiative to abduct Ye this time, but when Ye came to this world, Mavis had already labeled her as Fairy Tale. After all, it was the guild she created. Whether it's public or private, she doesn't intend to let Ye join other guilds. With such strong people joining, the guild won't be so boring after all. Laxus raised the corners of his lips and said in his heart, feeling the pain that still remained in his heart, he couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, "However, today I must avenge my revenge." To be continued. 12 Fairy Tale. Kingdom of Fiori. Located on the continent of Ishgar, it is a permanently neutral country with a population of 17 million. This is a kingdom of magic. Magic has become a part of the lives of the residents of the kingdom. Not only are there magic shops where you can buy and sell magic, some people even make a living from magic. And those who have magic and can use magic are collectively referred to as magisters. Most of the magisters will choose to join the guild where the magisters gather, because here they can accept and solve the tasks entrusted by the client to maintain operation. This is also true, in the entire kingdom, there are countless guilds, large and small, and Fairy Tale is one of the more famous guilds. After 3 days of sea voyage and 1 day of land shuttle, Makarov and his party finally returned to the hometown of Fairy Tale, Magnolia, a bustling city. Walking on the street, listening to the hustle and bustle of pedestrians and the exaggerated praise of his guild by the old man beside him, Ye rolled his eyes helplessly. Hearing what he said, he almost made Fairy Tale the #1 in the country. "I have a guild, how about my own guild? Don't you have any clues in your mind?" Indeed, a few years later, the Fairy Tale of the Goblins will have the strongest guild strength in the country, but it is by no means now. The current guild can be regarded as a children's shelter at best. Finally, after the group of 4 came to the center of the city, the most magnificent building in the city came into view. "Did you see? This is Fairy Tale, how about it, how about it?" Makarov yelled triumphantly. Gear Das on the side also laughed at this time and said, although what the president said along the way was a bit exaggerated, it is indeed a very good guild. Laxus did not speak, but he also had very strong feelings for Fairy Tale, but this feeling was somewhat distorted to a certain extent. It has to be said that, as the Dragon Slayer Magister, Laxus' body strength is much stronger than that of ordinary Magisters. Even if he suffered from such an injury, it is very exaggerated that he healed up that night. The function is indeed a bit powerful. And in the past few days, the relationship between Laxus and Ye has been much more harmonious than it was at the beginning. To Ye's surprise, Laxus is not as difficult to communicate as in the original book. However, he soon realized that the reason why he was able to get along so happily with Laxus was probably because of his strength. If it was Natsu or Grey, Laxus would not be a bird to him. Fairy Tale, the guild created by Mavis. Standing at the gate of the guild, Ye stared at the whole building, and the memory that had become somewhat blurred after 12 years emerged in his mind. It is the most central place in the whole animation, Fairy Tale. Let's go. Makarov took the lead and walked in front, swaggering open the door of the guild, and the four of them entered the guild together. Yo, President, you are back. The one who spoke was Mao, one of the veterans in the guild, and his voice immediately caught the attention of the other members, who immediately became excited and shouted. Master! Is Laxus already an S-class magister? You see, it's burning, Laxus, come and fight me. The quiet guild suddenly became lively, and all the familiar characters fell into Ye's eyes. Of course, they were all just kids at this time, and it would take some time before they grew up. Natsu. Dragneel Fire Dragon Slayer magic, sakura-colored hair, hanging eyes, and a white plaid scarf presented by his father, Fire Dragon King Igneel, around his neck. He perfectly inherited the character of the protagonist Single Cell in Japanese manga, straightforward, no scheming but sometimes a little offline. Grey. Full postathe magic of ice modeling, a handsome little boy with inexplicable exhibitionism, jet black short hair, drooping eyes, and the necklace hanging on his chest is a stone named Rave. Kana. Alberona card magic, a girl who is extremely addicted to alcohol. It is said that 30% of the Fairy Tale Guild's alcohol consumption in a year fell into her stomach, and the purpose of her joining the guild is in order to find her biological father, that is, Gear Das, this powerful and romantic uncle. In the original book, Mavis granted the right to use Glory of the Fairy. Finally, of course we must not forget her Lady Queen. Urza. Scarlet dress-up magic knight, who will be called Fairy Queen in the future. She is powerful and beautiful, with long crimson hair. Of course, she is just an extreme girl now. Insecure little girl who needs to hide herself under armor. Except for the above characters, the rest of the veterans will not be introduced one by one, basically dispensable. What a bunch of annoying brats. Laxus frowned, looking at the noisy guild. He was extremely dissatisfied, and he didn't even have the desire to stay any longer. I'm leaving first. Laxus greeted Ye, then turned and left coldly. Even Makarov didn't have a word. Regarding this, Makarov was also very helpless, while Ye shrugged and said that he was used to it. He has no resistance to this noisy environment. Although because of his strength, compared with his previous life, his attitude towards some things is very flat, but after all, he was just an ordinary person, not as cold as the protagonists in other time-traveling novels, and his personality is relatively easygoing. Of course, like most men, he also likes beautiful women, especially this is a two-dimensional top girl who only existed in fantasy in the previous life, hehe. As for the Fairy Tale Guild, whether it was because of some influence from his previous life or because of Mavis, there was no reason for him to feel disgusted and resist it. Since Mavis created this guild, then this guild will be guarded by him, just like he wants to guard Mavis. But at this moment, a loud shout sounded suddenly, accompanied by that fist that was burning with flames. Laxus, don't run, I'm going to knock you down, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. To be continued. 13. Seeing the Queen for the first time. Laxus, don't run, I'm going to knock you down, Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. If you are so rash, you don't need to think about who said it. It's just, Natsu, I understand that you want to challenge Laxus, but what do you mean when you punched me in the face? Seeing the fire fist getting bigger and bigger in his pupils, Ye smiled helplessly, and swung out his fist. With the sound of touch, it hit Natsu's lower abdomen with precision. Natsu's body arched, his eyes protruded, and the fire fist that was less than an inch away from the knight was immediately poured with a basin of water, and it went out with a zi, and the next moment, his eyes were full of gold stars, and his head was blue. Yan fell headlong on the floor of the guild. In an instant, the noisy guild immediately became quiet. Whether it was the kids or the veterans, they all stared at Ye dumbfounded. In fact, except for a few people, most of the people in the guild didn't even see Ye following Makarov. Natsu was actually punched. The most surprising thing is Natsu's rival Gray, because almost every day he and Natsu have several fights for various reasons, but every time they can't tell the winner. Ye can beat Natsu with one punch, which means he can beat him with one punch. It's over. Another Urza appeared. How will we live in the future? Gray held his head, as if the end of the world was coming. Not only him, but also Natsu, who was already in a coma, all defined the girl named Urza as the most terrifying creature in the world. One Urza had already made his life in the guild so uncomfortable, and now there was another one. Gray suddenly felt that the whole world had lost its color, and there was no love in life. As for Urza himself, his eyes were also locked on Yi's body, his dark eyes were shaking, and he was eager to try. President, I don't know who this little brother is. Wakaba spit out eye circles, glanced at Yat, and asked in a daze. This is our guild's new partner, Yat, say hello to everyone. Makarov said. My name is Yavivalaya Mayu. It's the first time we meet. Please take care of me. Ye Zhong introduced himself in a well-regulated manner. After finishing speaking, he glanced at Natsu lying on the floor with a dead dog appearance, blinked his eyes, and said with a smile, if I said that I just knocked him unconscious just now, would you believe me? The guild fell into silence again. This black-bellied brat. The corners of Makarov's mouth twitched violently. Ha ha ha, President, this new member is really interesting. That's right. President, where did you abduct this again? I can already see a bright future for our guild. Young, how nice. After the silence, the guild burst into laughter again. All kinds of jokes came from the mouths of those old birds, and no one paid attention to Natsu lying on the ground like a dead dog, feeling distressed. And at this moment, the blush that was particularly conspicuous in the guild came towards the knight. Hello, my name is Urza. Scarlet, we will be partners from now on. Urza extended her tender little hand and said friendlily. Hello. Nice to meet you. The future, His Royal Highness. Ye smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and held Urza together. The cold feeling was very comfortable. Of course, the second half of the sentence was Yeze, I said it in my heart. Very good, Yet, come and compete with me. Urza's conversation suddenly changed, his expression was solemn, and with a turn of the magic power in his hand, a sharp long sword appeared pointing at the knight. It became a situation where there was a disagreement and the sword was drawn. Hee, although we are only meeting each other for the first time, I can feel your enthusiasm. Yedu glanced at the long sword that was pointing at him that was shining with cold light, and immediately smiled. Forget about fighting, if you want to invite me to dinner, then I don't mind. After hearing this, Urza's face changed suddenly, and his hand holding the sword tightened a little, and he said, Why, are you looking down on me, Your Excellency? All right, now I don't even call you by name, I just call you Your Excellency. Ye smiled helplessly, spread his hands together and said, Okay, since you insist on this, then come on. It'll be soon anyway. Quickly. Urza frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, but the sharpness in his eyes became sharper. Okay, Urza, Ye just arrived in the guild and is not yet familiar with the members of the guild. Put aside the battle with him for now. I have something to say now. Makarov's words sounded suddenly, but Urza and him, the battle that has not yet started during the night has temporarily come to an end. Look, it's not that I won't fight with you, it's that the president won't let you. Yezipai said with a smile, and directly threw the pot at Makarov's head, making Makarov's face look pale. It went dark immediately. Humph! Urza snorted softly, then turned around and sat down in a seat, apparently not in a duel with Yet, which made Our Lady Queen's mood not so beautiful. Ye smiled indifferently, walked to a seat opposite Urza and sat down, and Grey happened to be beside him. At this time, Grey had almost come out of his gloomy mood. When he saw Ye coming, he immediately showed a very friendly smile, and stretched out his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Grey. Modeling Magister, we will be partners from now on." "Hello." To this, Ye just said something lightly, without the enthusiasm when he talked to Urza just now. He just glanced at Grey's outstretched hand, and then said lightly, "By the way, in a word, I don't have the habit of shaking hands with boys, so sorry." To be continued. Ask for collection. 14 Shocking Guilt. The very friendly smile on Grey's face froze instantly, and the outstretched hand was also stiff in the air, extremely embarrassing. If the scene of shooting Natsu the previous night was not still fresh in his memory, he would have been horrified and couldn't help but freeze. Magic covered Yi's face, it was too irritating. However, considering the strength of the latter, no matter how angry he was, he had to endure it. Grey withdrew his hand, turned his head away, and turned the back of his head to Yet. His still handsome face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As for Urza at the side, she was also taken aback for a moment, and then her pretty face blushed slightly, as if remembering the scene where she shook hands with Ye before. Pfft! Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. But at this moment, there was an unscrupulous laugh, and Kana, who was holding a wine barrel that was a little bigger than his own head, was pouring into his mouth, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of wine, and then lying on the table, he almost laughed out loud. Kana's laughter was like a lead, and immediately ignited the entire guild again. "Haha, little Kana is so right, this is really fun, I like this new partner more and more. Grey, Yuchen doesn't like a little boy like you, he likes a pretty little girl like Urza, ha ha ha. Interesting and interesting, Yet, take down Urza, I like you." All kinds of outspoken ridicule came from the mouths of veterans in the guild, and it was not a big deal to watch the excitement, especially Gear Das, a romantic uncle, was most interested in this kind of thing. He was the one who shouted the last sentence of taking down Urza. To this, Ye could only say, "This must be done." "All right. Be quiet." Makarov roared, and the guild became quiet again. After finishing speaking, Makarov picked up Natsu, who was lying on the ground, threw him directly into the crowd, and was picked up by Gear Das with one hand, and then said, "About this S-level Magister exam." Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened and their attention was attracted. This time the S-level Magister exam, Laxus, the promotion failed. Makarov announced. Nanny. Many people in the guild couldn't believe it. Laxus has shown his strength many times, and that strength is definitely much stronger than any of them. Many of them believe that Laxus will definitely be able to advance to the S-level Magister this time. "Haha, sure enough, Dad is still too strong," said a guild member who knew a lot about the S-level exam. When the others heard the words, they all reacted one by one, and looked at Gear Das one after another. Yes. Laxus is going to advance to the S rank, and the opponent he faces is Gear Das. In this way, the failure of Laxus seems to be a bit of a past. No. Facing everyone's gaze, Gear Das shook his head and said, "I just acted as a tourist for this exam. Laxus' final opponent is someone else." "Anyone else?" Everyone fell into bewilderment. Didn't it mean that only members of your own guild can participate in the S-level exam? That's right. And to be able to defeat Laxus, I'm afraid only some veteran powerhouses can do it. Father, who is Laxus' final opponent? That's right, only members of your own guild can participate in the S-level upgrade test. Makarov said at this moment, and the ones who fought against Laxus are indeed members of our guild. From our guild. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that their guild still has hidden powerhouses that they don't know about? President, don't be so secretive, let that person come out. We are all curious. That's right. We all belong to the same guild, so there's nothing we can't see. Makarov showed a wry smile, and said, you have already met that person, and he came back with us today. Already seen it? A large group of people suddenly fell into a short circuit. Have you seen it? Came back with the president? No, isn't it right there? Girdas pouted. At this time, if everyone doesn't understand, then they are fools. Apparently, this person is Knight. How is this possible? Unbelievable voices resounded, and everyone's eyes were full of disbelief, looking at the black-haired boy who was obviously about the same age as Grey Natsu. It was really hard for them to believe that such a little kid actually defeated Laxus, who they thought had S-level strength. The most shocking thing is Grey. Now he is completely messed up, his world has lost its color again, and even his mind has gone blank, because a creature more terrifying than Urza appeared, and the creature doesn't seem all that friendly to him. Oh, by karma! Is this the end of the world? Besides Urza, she was also deeply shocked, because in her impression, Laxus was a strong man she could not defeat for the time being. Since Ye could defeat him, wouldn't it mean that Ye's strength far surpassed her? After the shock, Urza looked at Ye with fiery eyes, and she couldn't wait to draw her sword. Ye did not feel unaccustomed to the gazes of the crowd, but rather enjoyed them. He suddenly let out a long sigh and said, are you talking about that yellow-haired boy Laxus? His strength is not bad, I also took a little effort to beat him to the ground. Bump! As soon as the words fell, the guild was in a panic. I know you are amazing, but there is no need to pretend like this. If it weren't for the fact that the crowd still had their sanity, they would probably be besieging Ye. To be continued. Ask for collection. 15 Ye's plan to buy a house. According to fairy tales past practice, whenever a newcomer joins, a happy party will be held in the guild to express their welcome to the new partner, and this time is no exception. The party lasted for half a day. During this half day, everyone in the guild was filled with happy smiles, and relying on this little time, Ye became more familiar with each member of the guild. This kind of familiarity is completely different from the familiarity you know when watching anime, but the familiarity you experience firsthand. After all, no matter how familiar you are with anime, it is impossible to have that kind of immersive real experience. On the contrary, the members of the guild also have a certain understanding of Ye, and this understanding can be summed up as, this is a powerful, but particularly black-bellied boy. Especially in Grey, when we met at the party again, Natsu wakes up and clamors to challenge Ye, and after being punched unconscious by Ye again, he directly defines this black-haired boy who is the same age as himself as the most beautiful boy in his heart. A terrifying creature, even more dangerous than Urza. The next day. Inside the guild. Standing in front of the task board, Ye looked up at the task lists on it, but from his slightly furrowed brows, it could be seen that there were no tasks that satisfied him too much. Yejiang, you've been thinking about work since the first day you joined the guild. You're really hard-working. A crisp voice came from the side, accompanied by a faint smell of wine. Turning his head in the night, he saw Kana standing next to him, with a trace of drunken red in his eyes, and he didn't know how many barrels of wine he had drunk. He nodded and smiled. Yes, I saw it last night. I found a good place to live, but now I have nothing to do, and I can only do tasks to earn money. That Yuchin is not as good as forming a team with us. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. My card magic is also very powerful. Kana said with bright eyes, and at the same time, she thought happily that if she formed a team with Ye, do the task, and then the money for the drinks will be settled. Ye saw through Kana's little thought at a glance, and said while laughing in his heart, of course I don't mind if you form a team, but the rewards for the above tasks are too small. Even if you do them all, it's far away from buying that house. There is too much difference in the money. So I am a little sad now. Nanny. Kana's eyes suddenly bulged, looked up at the task board, and then said in horror, there is a task with a maximum of 300,000J on it. Yuchan, what is the house you want to buy? It's the empty house at the southernmost part of the town. Yes said. That house. The corner of Kana's mouth twitched, trying to search for this memory in his mind. The house at the southernmost part of the town should be. You don't mean to buy that villa? Kana opened his mouth wide, his chin was almost on the ground. The southernmost house in the town is not the largest villa in the whole town. Because the price is too high, it has been vacant there all the time. If she remembers correctly, the price of the house should be 1 billion. That's right, that building. Yi's tone remained flat, as if he didn't notice Kana's horror at all. Kana was speechless. The appetite of this new partner is really not ordinary. The bounties for these missions are too few, but there must be a lot. Ye murmured to himself, and at the same time quietly looked towards the second floor of the guild. Only S-level magisters can set foot on the second floor of the guild, because there are all S-level and above tasks in the guild, and S-level tasks often represent death, and the difficulty factor is no longer what ordinary magisters can bear. It started, so in order to prevent magisters below S-level from accepting S-level tasks without authorization, the guild has the term second floor. Promise. At this moment, another voice sounded beside him. A whirring sound came through the air. Ye raised his right hand, and immediately 3 mission sheets fell into his hands. Huo, I said why there is not a single valuable task on the task board, so you took it away in advance. Ye looked at the task list in his hand, smiled immediately, and then looked at Zhang going mischievously. Laxus, who came here, said jokingly. 3 task lists, all A and level crusade missions, 2 missions to crusade against monsters and 1 task to deal with the Dark Guild. The crusade mission is the most difficult of all missions, but it also has the highest reward task. The bounties for these 3 tasks reached 2 million, 3 million, and 5 million respectively. How about it, are you interested in joining us? Laxus stepped forward and said. These missions were specially collected by him. Originally, he planned to go there alone, but after Ye arrived, he had the idea of forming a team. You must know this idea, before Ye came, but he don't even think about it. Since you have said so, let's go together. Ye Zhang accepted the task list in his hand and smiled. After finishing speaking, Ye remembered Kana at the side, and said to him, Kana, didn't you just say that you want to form a team together? Now that the mission is over, let's go. Ah! Since Laxus appeared, Kana has been in a dazed state. Now that Ting Ye said this, he immediately waved his hand and said slowly, no need, no need. As soon as the words fell, he ran away as if he had to leave. What are you kidding? It was a crusade mission, and he was still teaming up with Laxus. Kana felt that he couldn't die just for some wine money. Yet, you should try not to get in touch with these weak people in the future, it will only make your strength deteriorate. Laxus frowned, and when he talked about the weak, there was an imperceptible flash of disgust in his eyes. Well, which strong person in this world is not transformed from a weak person? Besides, if there is no such thing as a weak person in your mouth, how can there be such a thing as a strong person? Laxus. Ye shrugged, said indifferently. After hearing Yi's words, Laxus fell into silence, but he didn't know how much he had listened to. To be continued. Ask for collection. 16 Urza and number 039, S challenge. Old man, I have accepted these missions. Ye directly threw the 3 crusade mission lists to Makarov, who was sitting at the bar counter. Makarov opened his half-closed eyes, just glanced at them casually, and then threw them back. Be careful point. However, after seeing Laxus standing beside Ye, the corners of Makarov's mouth raised slightly, and then he narrowed his eyes again. Night. But just when the two of Ye were about to leave the guild, they were stopped by a crimson figure. Seeing the person coming, a smile appeared on the corner of Ye's mouth, and he said, "Urza, do you want to treat me to dinner? But I may not have time now, please treat me when I come back after receiving the bounty." After finishing speaking, Ye directly bypassed Urza and walked forward on his own. However, Urza's figure was fast, and he stopped in front of Ye once again. A sharp magic sword appeared in his hand, and he said solemnly, "Ye, please continue our unfinished battle yesterday." Before Xiao Ye had a fight with Laxus before, Urza planned to fight Ye, but after knowing it, the idea became even more eager. Looking at Urza's firm eyes, Ye knew that if this fight was not fought, the mission would be impossible. "Since you've already mentioned this, I can't refuse," Ye said. "Thank you." Urza's eyes became firmer, holding the magic sword in his hand, he immediately walked to the street outside. "Sorry, it's okay to delay a little time." Ye turned to look at Laxus beside him, and said helplessly, "Let's make a quick decision." Laxus replied very coldly, and then directly and quickly came to the roof of the guild, occupying a favorable terrain to watch the battle. Urza duels with the knight. This news immediately caused a sensation in the guild. Almost all members put down their work and came to the street quickly, not wanting to miss this wonderful duel. You know, since Urza came to the guild, he has always shown a very strong side, even those old-timers in the guild have to sigh for themselves many times. Not to mention the knight. Although he only joined the guild for one day, his victory over Laxus is enough to explain everything, but seeing is believing, and without seeing it with their own eyes, they inevitably feel unrealistic. Now it is finally time to see him make a move. Needless to say, the crowd can be said to be more excited than one. The streets outside the guild soon cleared up, only Ye and Urza stood facing each other 10 meters apart. Urza's expression was very serious, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. He only listened to him concentrating. "Urza. Scarlet, magic is dressing magic. Knight, please advise." Changing clothes, the armor of the chaos of the sky wheel. A powerful magic power enveloped Urza, and the light dissipated. Urza's attire changed from a simple armor to a steel armor, with 4 steel wings spread out on the back, and the crimson hair slightly covered the right side of the body. Eyes, compared to before, even more heroic. There was a smile on the corner of Ye's mouth, and he said lightly, "Ye. Vermilion, the magic is the modeling magic of light, please advise." "Nanny. Modeling magic." As soon as Ye finished speaking, there was a surprise from the crowd. It was the same user of modeling magic, Gray. Many other members of the guild also showed curiosity. It was the first time they had heard of Ye's magic. They did not expect that it had the same origin as Gray's magic. However, Gray's attribute is ice, while Ye's is light. "Gray, take a good look at this battle, Ye has a lot to learn from you." Suddenly, Makarov's voice came from Gray's ear. Gray was startled, and immediately saw Makarov, who appeared beside him at an unknown time, and seeing the smile on the latter's face, he immediately nodded emphatically, looking seriously at Ye's position, but compared to just now, he has changed from watching the excitement to the most serious attitude. "Tianlun dazzling sword, go!" Urza jumped up, the steel wings behind him trembled violently, powerful magic power spread out, and magic long swords appeared in the air, standing in the air one after another. After a while, it was already there are dozens of long swords condensed out. With Urza's loud shout, all the long swords turned into sword lights all over the sky, shooting towards the knight. Where the sword light passed, a sword mark was faintly left in the air. Sword lights were reflected in Ye's pupils. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, in an instant, a light wall made of light was formed. Ding ding ding! All the sword light in the sky was blocked by the light wall, and even the ripples did not startle, only the crisp sound of the golden and iron bells was left. What a strong defense! Urza was slightly startled, but he wasn't too surprised. Based on Yi's record of defeating Laxus, it wasn't surprising that he blocked his dazzling sword light. As for Gray, who was watching Yi's every move carefully, his pupils shrank sharply at the moment the wall of light appeared, and a huge wave arose in his heart, because he hadn't seen any trace of Yi's magic just now, and he couldn't, that is to say, Yi's modeling magic has reached the level of being instant. And this realm is exactly what he and even his teacher Ulu have been pursuing all his life. Now he finally understands why the president asked him to observe this battle carefully. Indeed, Yi's instant modeling alone has surpassed himself by too many, and even bluntly said that Yi's modeling magic, it is not an exaggeration to be his teacher. Of course, even if he is willing to be a teacher, it depends on whether Ye is willing to teach. After all, Ye was not even willing to shake hands with him before. To be continued. Ask for collection. 17 instant kill with one move. Come and not reciprocate. Blocking the dazzling sword light, the light wall was also removed. He smiled slightly and said softly, "Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light?" What? Just like when Laxus first heard this sentence, Urza also fell into a momentary confusion. When she realized it, Yi's figure had appeared in front of her, and even Urza could clearly see Yi's slender eyelash. Light speed kick. There is a golden light shining on the sole of the foot, and the kick is so fast that it doesn't even leave a trace. Although he couldn't bear to attack such a beautiful little loli as Urza, but considering the latter's stubborn temperament, Yeze kicked Urza's armor after a lot of effort. It's just that even if Ye has kept his hand, it's not something that Urza, who can't even become an S-level magister, can resist. This kind of absolute speed is such a bug. When facing an enemy whose strength is not as good as his own, just relying on his speed can make the opponent have no ability to fight back and easily defeat him. Tsitsizi. After being kicked away by Ye, Urza flew backwards, and the steel boots left a trace of more than 10 meters on the ground, and finally stopped with Urza's muffled groan. "Urza-chan, you lost." Urza, who stopped, immediately heard Yi's soft voice, and then saw Ye standing in front of her without her noticing, looking at him with a smile. "How come?" Urza clenched his teeth, unable to believe that he couldn't even catch the opponent's move. Of course, she still has the ability to fight now, but she knows that at Yi's speed of coming and going without a trace, she has no possibility of winning at all. At least the moment Ye appeared in front of her just now, Ye was enough to fight again. "Beat myself several times. Come again." Urza showed unwillingness and refused to admit defeat. Change clothes, black feather armor. In an instant, Urza's body was once again shining with the light of changing clothes, and Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. At the moment of changing clothes, Urza seemed to be without clothes. Of course, because of the package with the light of changing clothes, so others can't see it at all. However, being so close, and as the most talented light magister, to a certain extent, Ye can ignore any light, including the light of changing clothes, so at that moment, he seemed all-seen. It's a pity that the current Urza hasn't grown into what it was at the beginning of the plot, otherwise Yeke would be a feast for the eyes, but it's not bad now, after all, this is the queen's delicate body. And while Ye was still reminiscing about the scene just now, Urza's change of clothes was over. Her crimson hair was tied into a ponytail, her body was completely black armor, and there was a pair of bat-like wings on her back. This is Urza's fastest of all current armors, black feather armor. Enough. But at this moment, there was a cold snort in the air. Everyone looked at the reputation, only to see Laxus standing on the roof of the guild looking coldly at Urza below, and said coldly, "There is no need to go on with this boring duel. If it wasn't for Yi's subordinates just now, if you are merciful, you are already down now." Urza looked at Ye with wide eyes. "Laxus, you don't treat beauties like this." After finishing speaking, Ye looked at Urza again, and then said softly, "There's no need to care about this, we are partners now. Have you ever seen a heavy hand between partners?" Partner. This word slammed into Urza's heart in an instant, causing her mood to fluctuate sharply, and the hand holding the magic sword became tighter. At the same time, her view of Ye also showed some subtle changes. And at this time, Ye said again, "Of course, partners are different. Like Grey Natsu and Macau, who are rough and thick, there is no need to be merciful, just knock them unconscious." "Nanny! Ye, you bastard!" The guild members who watched the battle were originally slightly moved or relieved when they heard Ye's first words, but as soon as the latter words came out, they all became furious. "What about the promised partner? It's so heartless." Grey burst into tears. "What partner? You clearly value sex over friends, you little bastard!" Macau scolded with a smile. But on the roof of the guild, after hearing Ye's words, Laxus fell into silence again. Urza was also amused by the contrast between Ye's words, and the dissatisfaction in his heart caused by Ye's release of water disappeared immediately, but thinking that he had lost so badly, he immediately turned his face aside, not to show Ye Hao's face. What a queen of Tsundere! Ye thought silently in his heart. "Okay, the duel you want is over, I should go to the task to earn money to buy a house. Laxus, let's go." Ye greeted Laxus. But before leaving, Ye suddenly leaned into Urza's ear, said something in a low voice, and then left with a big laugh. Standing where she was, Urza was still thinking about what Ye said to herself just now, but at the next moment, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she cursed in her heart, "Ye, you bastard!" As for what Ye said, it was, "Urza, you look so good when you change clothes. I look forward to watching it next time." Urza raised his small fist and swung it fiercely in the air, saying bitterly in his heart, "There will never be a next time." To be continued. Ask for collection. 18 Fighting. Rustle. This is a dark and silent forest, with the wind blowing from time to time and the leaves rustling. Bump bump. In the depths of the forest, there were violent fighting sounds. Rage Volt. Just at this moment, a shout resounded, and the golden arc illuminated the surrounding darkness. The blond boy with earphones waved his hand, and the overwhelming golden arc fell from the sky, rushing into the crowd in front of him like a wild snake, and immediately, everyone who was struck by the arc twitched. "I can't move my body." The shape of light, 8 feet Kyan Guyu. After the blond boy made a shot, behind him, the black-haired boy jumped up, with wings completely made of light spread out on his back, his body suspended in the air, and a golden magic circle formed. Countless endless light bullets rushed out, covering the sky and covering the ground, enveloping the crowd below. The black-haired boy fell from the sky, stood beside the blond boy, and said with a smile, "Okay, it's all done." These two teenagers are naturally Ye and Laxus, who set out to do the mission. In front of the two, there were ruins and ruins everywhere, and it was a mess, but from these ruins, it could be vaguely seen that it should have been a big building, but under the violent magic attacks of Ye and Laxus, it turned into a big building. It became what it is now. This is the address of the Dark Guild, the Pupil of Silence, and it is also one of Ye's mission goals this time. But at this time, under Ye's large-scale magical attack, the entire members of the Pupil of Silence were almost wiped out, and only the president and the vice president were still alive. It's just lingering, and the final outcome is no different from their members. Unexpectedly, there are 2 S-level magisters in an unknown dark guild. It seems that there has been a big mistake in the intelligence of this mission. Looking at the 2 dying magisters beaten by the 2, Laxus said coldly. He hummed and said, "The Pupil of Silence is one of the few independent dark guilds in the dark guilds that are not affiliated with the 3 major guilds of the Pakistan Ramel Alliance. In the original mission information, the president of the Silent Eye should only be an A+ level magister, but the strength that the latter has exploded has completely reached the category of S level. Not only that, even the vice chairman, he is also a magister who has just entered the S rank. 2 S-level magisters sit in command. Such a guild already belongs to a larger guild, but to remove such a guild with 2 S-level magisters in charge, the task level far exceeds A+, which belongs to the real S-level quest. Fortunately, Laxus and Yet, who have S-level strength, will take over this task. If it is replaced by another A-level Magister, I am afraid that I will have to explain it here. However, accidents like this during missions are not uncommon among the major guilds, but those that are as serious as this time and directly turn into an S-level danger are very few. However, Yet, your strength is really unexpected and perverted. Laxus threw out a bolt of lightning and completely knocked down the two Magisters, then turned to look at Yet and sighed. The reason why Ye was able to destroy the Pupil of Silence so easily this time was that Ye could be said to be the complete main force, and the magic strength Ye displayed was a bit stronger than when he PK with him back then. What's more, Laxus couldn't even guess where the bottom line of Ye's strength was. With endless modeling magic and boundless magical power, Laxus was completely blown away from head to toe. Haha, it's just so-so. Ye said with a haha, but even though he said so, he didn't hide his pride at all, and Laxus looked helpless. Although there was a bit of an accident in this mission, the harvest was more than expected. Ye said. Although this kind of crusade mission is highly dangerous, it is also the most rewarding. Apart from the bounty that the original employer must give, this dark guild itself has a lot of wealth. It's impossible to hand it in at the night party. He is a man who wants to buy a big house. Because most of the main force this time was shot by Ye, the proud Laxus did not want to take advantage of Ye when it came to the distribution of mission rewards. A total of 5 million bounties were given, and Ye took the majority and got 3 million. And the remaining 2 million belonged to Laxus. The next two missions belong to completely opposite places. Yet, let's split up. Laxus said while holding two mission sheets. In fact, after seeing Ye's outstanding combat strength, Laxus felt that when he acted together with Yet, he would at best be a striker, because Ye's attack speed was too fast, and it was not his Laxus style, so it was also one of the reasons why he decided to split up. Okay. Ye naturally had no objection to this. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "It's just that I want the 3 million one. The remaining two tasks belong to the crusade against monsters, one is 2 million and the other is 3 million. I'll give it to you if you want it, what a miser." Laxus said angrily as he threw one of the task sheets to Queen Yet. Ye collected the task list, and said with a sassy smile, "You don't understand, money is something outside your body, and what I like most is something outside your body." Regarding Ye's nonsensical remarks, Laxus just curled his lips, expressing that he did not want to speak. The two stayed in the town for another half a day before heading south and north to their destinations separately. To be continued. As for some of the protagonists' magic, such as that of the yellow monkey in Pirates, as long as those can be counted as shapes, I will include them in the shape of light. I hope you don't mind. 19. The Three Myra Sisters. Southern part of the Kingdom of Fiori. Moro Town is a quaint town located among extinct volcanoes. On the extinct volcano, there is a plant of fire tongue flower, which is also a unique specialty of Moro Town. It is a must for making some kind of fire magic potion. It is sold to those magic pharmacists by picking fire tongue flower all the year round. The residents of the town are fairly well-to-do. Of course, although these are extinct volcanoes, there will be no volcanic eruption, but some lava creatures have also been born. The strength of these lava creatures is generally not high, but for ordinary people, they are still extremely dangerous sexual. So many times, the residents of the town would hire some mercenaries or magisters to help protect them, but they didn't encounter too much danger. But a few days ago, on one of the volcanoes, an unusually ferocious lava monster appeared for some reason. The townspeople who encountered this lava monster had accidents. Even the mercenaries they hired and magisters are no match for the lava murderer. Because flame tongue flower is of great interest to Moro Town, they naturally cannot give up, but because of this lava monster, they finally had to issue tasks to some regular guilds in the kingdom. However, during this period, several magisters came to take on this task one after another. However, although the strength of these magisters is much stronger than that of the mercenary magisters who served as the original guards, they are invincible in the face of this lava monster. The exception failed, and even one of the magisters died directly under the palm of the lava giant by accident. As a result, the townspeople knew that this giant lava monster was not something that low-level magisters could deal with. In the end, considering the interests of Huo Tonghua and the safety of the townspeople, under the leadership of the mayor, let's raise 3 million together and distribute the tasks to those large guilds. Presumably, no matter how powerful this lava monster is, it cannot be the opponent of the high-level magisters of those large guilds. And not long ago, they received a notification that the mission they released had been taken over by the magister of the Fairy Tale Guild, and they would arrive soon. The townspeople couldn't help being overjoyed at this news. Although it cost them a lot of money, as long as they can get rid of this giant lava beast, it's all worth it. But, everyone was dumbfounded when the fairy tale magister who took the task arrived. It was a young boy with black hair. For such a boy who looked only 12 or 13 years old, even if the latter was from for large guilds, but they still couldn't believe that he would be the opponent of the terrifying lava behemoth. Regarding this, the black-haired boy just smiled, left a bold statement of "get the reward after the task is completed," and went up the mountain alone. One of the Dead and Alive mountains. On the mountainside, on the steep path, 3 figures were heading up the mountain. "Sister Myra, let's go back, it's too dangerous." The 3 figures all had silver white hair, and walking among the 3 was a petite and cute little loli with short hair. At this moment, little loli looked worried. With a charming expression, he said to the girl walking in the front, "That's right, Sister Myra, how could we be the opponents of that lava monster? I heard from the people in the town that that monster is as big as a hill, it's too scary." The boy who walked at the end spoke. It is not difficult to hear that there is a deep fear in his tone. On the other hand, the girl in front didn't show any worry or fear at all. With a confident expression on her face, she assured her siblings behind her, "Don't worry. Sister, I'm a genius magister, how could I not be able to deal with a lava monster, and that lava monster matches Elfman's attributes very well, and your strength will definitely increase after receiving it." But the short-haired little loli was still a little worried, but thinking that her sister would never change what she had decided once, she shrank back what she said later. And the little boy Elfman didn't say anything, maybe deep down in his heart, he was very eager to become stronger. The group of 3 continued to rush up the mountain while chatting, but they didn't notice that there was still a figure following them not far behind them. Of course, the word following is not very pleasant, and perhaps it is more appropriate to use the word snapping. This person is naturally Ye, who accepted this task. Myra Jane. The 3 sisters didn't find Ye, but it didn't mean Ye didn't find them, but he didn't expect that he would be so lucky to meet these 3 sisters before they joined the guild. The 3 sisters headed by them, dressed as little sisters, could not be Myra Jane, who is one of the 2 female S-class magisters along with Urza in the original book, and her younger sister Lysina and younger brother Elfman are naturally following her. Looking at their appearance, they should also be dealing with that lava beast. Interesting. Ye murmured to himself, but the pace of his feet did not quicken because of this, and he kept following the 3 of them at an appropriate distance. Boom! About the time for tea, before the 3 of Myra reached the top of the mountain, they heard a loud bang suddenly from the mountain, and then a huge boulder the size of several people smashed towards the 3 of them. "It's the lava monster." Myra Jane reacted very quickly, dodged, and directly pulled Lysina and Elfman to avoid the attack of the boulder. All 3 of them looked towards the direction of the top of the mountain, and then they were pleasantly surprised, horrified, to find that a giant whose body was completely made of stone was holding a huge boulder in his hands, and a pair of eyes that seemed to have magma flowing in it were looking at him. He glared at the 3 of them angrily, and at the next moment, with a wave of his thick arm, the boulder in his hand slammed down on the 3 of them again. "Take over." Marajana's body suddenly erupted with a powerful dark magic power, and her appearance changed from a little girl to a witch's image. She punched out and smashed the boulder directly. To be continued. Ask for collection. 20 Desperation, Dawn. Boom. The boulder was crushed with one palm, and the image of Myra Jane, who received the energy of the witch's soul, changed drastically from the little girl just now to the body of a witch, with huge dark magic power surging around her. The demon Myra Jane stomped his feet, the ground under his feet shattered, and he rushed up. Dark madness. The black magic circle was condensed in his hands, and one after another dark energy gushed out from the magic circle, forming dark claws from all directions, and slammed towards the lava giant. Roar! The dark claws beat the lava giant's huge body unscrupulously, and the dark energy invaded down, making the latter roar up to the sky, glaring at Myra Jane, who was about the size of an ant in his eyes, and beat the ground madly with his thick arms. Immediately, the rocks of the mountain shattered, and the extinct volcano shook violently, shaking the ground, as if the volcano was about to erupt in the next moment. And those broken rocks, without exception, all smashed towards Marajana's direction. Snort! Facing the large number of rocks, Myra Jane didn't show any panic on his face. Instead, there was a hint of contempt on the corner of his mouth. Black magic circles emerged on the palms of both hands, and black energy balls full of dark magic power kept flowing from the magic circle. Out of the array. Bump bump. All the dark energy balls bombarded the smashed rocks, shattering all the rocks directly, and smashed towards the giant lava beast unabated. Roar! Facing the bombardment of so many dark energy balls, the lava giant's stone body continued to explode, and his mouth also let out a miserable roar. Obviously, although the body is made of stone, the lava giant still has the strength to face the attack. Pain arises. One move to solve you, super cruel flash. Seeing that her attack took effect, Marajana's eyes glowed with joy, but she soon turned violent again, roaring all over her body, turning into an afterimage, rushing to the giant lava beast, pressing down with her hands. Before that, a larger black magic circle was formed in the palm of the hand. Laugh! Terrifying energy erupted from his palm, and a destructive dark flash shot out towards the lava giant's chest. Under this terrifying flash, the entire chest of the lava giant exploded completely, and even his huge body flew backwards like a cannonball, and finally smashed hard into the rock. It's done. Myra Jane stood on a boulder, overlooking the lava giant below, with a look of joy on his face. At this time, half of the huge body of the lava giant had been cracked. Myra Jane hurriedly greeted his younger brother who was hiding in the distance watching the battle. Elfman, come here, I have knocked down the lava monster, hurry up and receive it. Needless to say Myra Jane, Lysina, and Elfman, who have been watching her sister's battle, have already run over. The two of them were extremely worried from the beginning to the end. They didn't smile until the lava giant was taken down by Marajana's big move just now. Sister Myra, you are really amazing. As the two ran, they did not hesitate to praise their sister. As for the praise of her younger siblings, Myra Jane still enjoys it even though she has heard it countless times. But in the next moment, when Myra Jane was still in the praise of her younger siblings, she suddenly heard a very panicked and frightened voice, Sister Myra Jane, get out of here. What? Myra Jane was taken aback for a moment, and immediately felt a huge wave of magic coming from behind her. She hurriedly turned around to look, but suddenly saw that the giant lava monster that she had knocked down had stood up again at some point. Together, they appeared behind her silently, and their thick arms were slapping her fiercely at this moment. Damn it, how could this happen? Marajana's expression changed drastically, and by the time she realized it, the arm had already dropped. In desperation, Myra Jane could only frantically stimulate the magic power in her body in a hurry to form a simple dark barrier around her, but the barrier was broken in just an instant, and then the giant arm was smashed on the ground. Onto his witch body. Sister Myra. Seeing this scene, Lysina and Elfman were so frightened that their souls were dying, their eyes were red, and they shouted. "Damn it, it has already been knocked down, how could it?" Mirajana's body rolled down from the air and squatted on the ground. Her right hand tightly covered her left arm, and there was bright red blood flowing out of it. It was obvious that the blow just now had injured her, and her combat power was greatly weakened. Zi la la la. The lava giant waved its thick arms wildly, and then saw that there was magma flowing out of its broken body, quickly repairing his body that was originally shattered by Myra Jane, but compared to the original appearance, the restored body presents a dark red color. Seeing this scene, Mirajana's pupils shrank deeply, and it was the first time in her life that a feeling of regret arose in her heart. "Sister Myra, are you okay?" When the voices of her younger brother and sister came, the feeling of regret in her heart was even worse. Immediately, her expression changed, and she shouted urgently, "You two, go away." At this time, both Lysina and Elfman used receiving magic and came to Sister Myra. Lysina's slender arms turned into a pair of blue bird wings, while Elfman's arms turned into the arms of a beast. Although both of them were terrified, they still stood firmly in front of Myra Jane. Regarding this, Myra Jane was anxious but at the same time deeply moved. Boom! At this time, the dark red lava giant had already locked the three of them firmly. Then, it opened its huge mouth, and a blood-red magic circle appeared on the bloody mouth. Afterwards, the raging magma roared. Out! Over! Seeing this, Myra Jane felt desperate. Looking at her younger brother and sister who wanted to protect her, there was a line of tears shed silently in her eyes. But at the critical juncture, her dilated pupils shrank suddenly, and in front of them, a wall of light rose out of nowhere, like the dawn in a desperate situation, casting the desperate magma blocked. To be continued. Ask for collection. 21 Amazon Cloud Sword. This is. Myra Jane stared blankly at the almost miraculous scene in front of her, and her mind was shaken. Not only her, Lysina and Elfman were also stunned in place, their eyes widened, and the 4 characters of disbelief were written on their 2 small faces. A golden wall of light towered in front of the 3 of them, as if separating the spaces on both sides from it. Hot and turbulent magma spewed on the light wall crazily. The 3 guarded closely. It wasn't until the magma in the lava giant's mouth was completely exhausted that the wall of light disappeared, and the air became clear. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, the wall of light seemed to have never appeared at all. Survived. Both Lysina and Elfman blinked their eyes, then grinned happily, ecstatically, "Sister Myra, we are not dead." After the initial stupefaction, Myra Jane also showed a smile when she heard the words of her younger brother and sister. The next moment, a black light appeared on his body, but it took back the soul of Satan and changed back to the original appearance of the little sister. At the same time, her eyes he kept glancing around, as if looking for something. Finally, on a rock wall to the west, she saw a black-haired boy in a moon-white robe. Could it be him? Myra Jane whispered to herself, a little confused in her heart, but on the nearby mountain, there was no one else except this black-haired boy. And soon, the black-haired boy told her the answer with his actions. "I saw a pair of golden wings appearing on the back of the boy, and then the whole person turned into a ball of golden light, rushing up from the rock wall, and in just an instant, appeared above the lava giant. The speed was so fast that Myra Jane even the trajectory of its movement could not be seen clearly." At this time, Lysina and Elfman also found the boy appearing above the lava giant. The smiles on both of their faces stopped at this moment, and then they heard Lysina say softly, "Miss Myra, look, there is a person flying over there." I saw it." Myra Jane said softly, "Let's not talk, just watch quietly, that person should be our savior." Savior? Lysina and Elfman were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then immediately realized that they remembered the wall of light that had blocked the magma for them just now, so they turned their eyes to the boy in the sky again with bright eyes. "This boy is naturally yet Ye stands high above the sky, overlooking the lava giant below. From the appearance of the lava giant to the fight with Myra Jane, Ye has been hiding in the dark to watch the battle. At first, when he saw the lava giant being knocked down by Myra Jane, he subconsciously thought the battle was over. For this reason, he felt a little sad, because according to the regulations of accepting tasks in the major guilds, since the lava giant was not defeated by him, then this task is not counted as completed by him, that is to say, the high bounty flew before his eyes. What he didn't expect was that the lava giant actually gave him a big surprise and completed a shocking reversal. When he rescued the 3 Myra sisters, he also reminded himself in his heart that he would never underestimate any enemy, just a lava giant, and such an accident could happen, let alone some people living on the mainland. I don't know how long the old monster. According to the situation just now, this lava giant has a very strong self-recovery ability. As long as it is not destroyed all at once, then he has a great possibility of recovering immediately. It is really a tricky ability. Yezakson, after appraising the lava giant's ability, he muttered softly. However, this ability can be said to be tricky in front of others, but it is not too much trouble in front of Yet. Because he fully possesses the strength to kill him with one blow. The shape of light Amazono cloud sword. Ye's slender palm protruded, and rich light elements gathered, moving at high speed in his hand, and finally formed a lightsaber made entirely of light. Light possesses the strongest penetrating power, and the Amazono sword, which is purely made of light, is not an exaggeration to say that it is the sharpest sword in the world. And at this time, the lava giant also discovered the night in the sky. A pair of huge pupils glared at the latter, and immediately let out a roar, and opened its bloody mouth wide, still with the same formula. Billowing magma spurted out from its mouth, spinning at high speed in the air and rushing towards the night. Cut! In response, Ye just uttered a light slap, held up the Tiankanjiun sword with both hands, a golden light burst out from his pupils, and then he slashed down with the sword. Clang! The crisp and clear sound of sword chant echoed from the sky and the earth, and then I saw that the golden sword light penetrated the sky and the earth, exuding endless sharpness, as if even this space was going to be cut by it. At the moment when the golden sword light appeared, Myra Jane, who was concentrating on observing Ye's every move, was shocked suddenly, and a feeling of heart palpitations rose from the bottom of her heart. Facing this sword, he couldn't resist it. Brush! Almost instantly, the golden sword light cut through the roaring magma, and slashed towards the lava giant unabated. Although the lava giant is huge and powerful, it also determines that his speed is not sharp enough. Even if he feels the sense of crisis contained in the sword light, he cannot dodge quickly. Finally, the golden sword light pierced through the lava giant's body. Brush! It can be clearly seen that from the center of the top of the lava giant's head, there is a golden light bursting out, and then it presents a straight line, extending downwards, and finally the golden light completely dissipates, and the body of the lava giant actually emerges from the golden light. Divided into 2 halves, and fell down on both sides. With one sword, one is divided into 2. To be continued. Ask for collection. 22 Heal. Seeing that the lava giant, which he had tried his best and failed to defeat, was sliced open like a bubble by a sword in the hands of the black-haired boy, Myra Jane couldn't help opening his mouth wide, with mixed feelings in his heart. The self-proclaimed magic genius, she was thinking bitterly at this moment, am I really worthy of being a genius in front of this person? However, Myra was Myra. She quickly collected her emotions, looked at Ye's figure with burning eyes, clenched her fists tightly, her eyes became extremely firm. She grew up so big, she had never given up before. Sister Myra, that person is here. At this time, Listena's voice suddenly sounded. Myra Jane was startled, his eyes turned, and then he saw Ye jumping towards them after disposing of the lava giant's body. Big brother, you are amazing. As soon as he landed, he wanted to pretend to be a cold night, but Listena's cute voice suddenly sounded in his ears. the lines on his face softened immediately, and he smiled and said, "You guys are all right. It's okay." Little lowly Listeners shook her head, and then said immediately, "But Sister Myra was injured, and there was a lot of blood on her hands." Although it was only the first time we met, little lowly didn't recognize him at all. On the other hand, Elfman on the side seemed very reserved after the night came. Big difference. However, it seems that whether it is Myra Jane or Elfman, the reason why there are such big personality changes before and after the original book is because of the mistake of the Beastmaster mission, which led to the death of Lysina, and the personality changed drastically. I hope that my arrival can change everything. Yet Xin thought silently as she looked at Lysina, who was smiling cutely at her. Then, Yezhong turned his attention to Myra Jane, who took the blow from the lava giant head-on. At this time, both magic power and physical strength were exhausted, especially her left arm, which suffered a lot of trauma. Ye stepped forward and gently took Mirajana's left hand. Myra Jane was startled, and just about to struggle, she heard Ye's voice, "Don't move." The voice was like a spell, causing Myra Jane to stop struggling immediately, but from her shaking eyes from time to time, it could be seen that she, who had never been so close to the opposite sex, seemed extremely unnatural at this time. Especially because of practicing the magic of light, Ye's body will always emit a kind and warm aura naturally. Anyone who comes into contact with this aura, even if they are not enemies, will involuntarily have a good impression of him. Holy Light Healing Technique. On the palm of Ye's right hand, light emerged and gently fell on Mirajana's injured arm. Different from the dazzling powerful light magic that Ye had used in the past, the current light is extremely soft and presents a milky white color. This is the rare healing magic among the light magic that Ye learned. It was forced by Mavis on Sirius Island when Ye learned it, because Ye himself loves those powerful combat magics more. He was not that keen on magic, but under the strong request of Mavis, he still learned some basic auxiliary holy light magic. And this was the first time Yeze used it since he learned the holy light magic. After all, he has lived on Sirius Island for the past 12 years, and there is no possibility of injury, so naturally he has not used these magics. You must know that among all magics, the healing ability of the light system is also in the forefront, comparable to that of the wood and water systems. I am afraid that only those of the special auxiliary system can be stronger than it, such as Wendy's dragon magic. Therefore, under this soft light, the wound on Mirajana's right arm began to heal almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and healed completely in an instant without leaving even a scar. So amazing! Lysina and Elfman looked at this scene from the sidelines, and they were so surprised. Lysina's eyes were filled with care, and she turned into a super little girl, and kept saying, "Big brother is really amazing." At this moment, in Lysina's heart, Yetta has a sense of omnipotence. And Myra Jane, who was the person involved, was also a little surprised, with slight ripples in her beautiful eyes. She thought for a long time, and then whispered, "Thank you." Hearing this, Ye smiled. It was not an easy task to get Myra Jane, who had an extremely bad personality in this period, to say thank you. Even in Ye's view, it was even more difficult than dealing with 100 lava giants like the one just now. This can be regarded as completing a difficult achievement. Do you have anything else to do? If not, let's go down the mountain together. Yes, Yao said to the three of them. No, we went to the mountain this time to deal with this lava monster, but we didn't expect. Speaking of this, Myra Jane couldn't help being a little startled. After all, if it wasn't for Yet, he would have been waiting for someone. It just fell here. Thinking of this, Mirajana's gratitude to Ye increased even more, but her character prevented her from expressing it. However, the lava giant was already dead under Ye's hands. That is to say, Elfman couldn't take it down, but she didn't feel sorry for it either. It was enough for her. The four of them went on the road together. Along the way, Lysina's cheerful voice and silver bell-like laughter could be heard from time to time. Myra Jane and Ye also talked from time to time. As for Elfman, a timid little boy, some don't exist anymore. To be continued. Ask for collection. 23 Join. Moro Town. After returning to the town, Ye first went to the mayor to hand in the task. After getting the 3 million high bounty, seeing that the sky had darkened, he generously invited the three sisters Myra to the local area restaurant for shared dinners. Inside the restaurant, it turns out that Big Brother is the magister of the regular guild. It's really amazing. Little lowly Lysina ate the delicious dessert that Ye specially ordered for her, and then said in surprise. Now the little girl's admiration for Ye is almost more than that of her elder sister. One of every 3 sentences praises him, which makes Ye feel happy and a little embarrassed at the same time. She feels more and more for this little lowly. Favorite. A mission has 3 million, this is really. Marajana's focus is obviously different from Lysina's. What she pays attention to is the 3 million high bounty that Ye received after completing the task. You must know that the 3 of them are still Lone Rangers now, and there is no such thing as receiving tasks, so the combined assets of the 3 of them seem to be quite shabby, and they can barely meet the usual food and clothing. Therefore, after seeing that Ye can get such a generous bounty after completing a task, the idea of joining the guild also arises in her heart. She thinks that with her strength, even if she can't easily complete this difficult task like Ye crusade missions, but for some other missions, she is still very confident. At least, the lives of younger brothers and sisters will be much easier in the future. At this moment, Elfman, who was not as constrained as before, suddenly asked, "Are all the magisters in the guild as powerful as you? How can this be?" Before Ye could speak, Myra Jane spoke first. Although Myra Jane did not join the guild, she had met some guild magisters several times. Those magisters were much older than her, but their strength was weaker than her by more than a chip. This also caused Myra Jane to be a little disinterested in the magisters of those guilds, until this time. But in her opinion, Ye's existence is definitely an exception. A big exception. Big Brother must be the most powerful in the guild. Lysina said loudly with a firm tone. Hearing this, Ye was once again amused by Lysina's innocence and cuteness. He touched the latter's smooth silver-white short hair with a smile, and said, "The members of the guild are naturally strong and weak, but everyone gets along with them. Like family, it is a warm and safe place. Wow, I'm so envious." Lysina supported her chin with her small hands, then looked at Ye with hopeful eyes, and said softly, "Then Big Brother, can we join your guild?" Hearing this, Myra Jane also looked over, with a trace of longing deep in her pupils. "Although I don't know the strength of the major guilds in the kingdom, but a guild with powerful members like Ye must be a very powerful guild." Moreover, Myra Jane was also touched by what Ye said about the way they get along with the guild. Ye glanced at the 3 sisters, grinned, and said, "Of course. Magnolia. In front of Fairy Tale. Big Brother, is this your guild? It's so big." Lysina raised her head and looked up at the huge building, while Elfman and Myra Jane kept looking at it, especially from the way Myra Jane nodded repeatedly. It could be seen that the latter was very satisfied with the first impression of this guild. "Yes." Ye nodded, and then led the 3 of them forward. "Let's go, tell the president, you will be a member of Fairy Tale from now on." "N." All 3 nodded. "Old man, I'm back." Pushing open the door of the guild, Ye shouted loudly, announcing his return. Ye's voice immediately attracted the members of the guild who were drinking and chatting, and everyone had smiles on their faces. "Welcome home, Knight. It seems that Ye has successfully completed the mission. It is a crusade mission. It is really enviable, young people nowadays. Now Ye should be a rich man, but you must buy me a drink. But you came back a bit late overnight, but Laxus came back 2 days ago." Hearing the greetings from everyone in the guild, Ye also felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Because I was delayed on the road, I came back a few days late." According to Ye Yuan's speed, in fact, he should have been able to come back a few days ago, but because he brought the 3 Myra sisters with him, the speed is naturally much slower, and they can be said to be traveling in mountains and rivers along the way. Those who came back naturally increased the return time a lot. As for Laxus, you don't even need to think about it at night. With the latter's personality, he must have come back straight without any delay along the way. Yet, the 3 brats following you are. At this moment, someone finally noticed the 3 Myra sisters following Yet. Humph! Myra Jane snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with being ignored for so long, while Lysina and Elfman looked shyly at everyone in the guild curiously. They are coming to join our guild. Ye smiled, and said directly to Makarov, President, I have already agreed, you won't let me lose face. Well. Makarov touched his chin. In fact, he had already noticed the 3 sisters Myra when Ye entered the door, especially Myra. With his strength, he could naturally sense Myra's strength. Although he couldn't compare with Yet, but at least at the same level as Urza, obviously this is another little genius. As for Lysina and Elfman, their strengths are remarkable, nothing too outstanding. Makarov looked at the 3 of them pretendingly, then nodded and said, since it was recommended by you, let them join. As he spoke, he looked at the 3 of Myra, showing a funny but kind smile, welcome to Fairy Tale. To be continued. Ask for collection. 24 Urza and Myra Jane. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Hearing this, the 3 of them, including Myra Jane, all had smiles on their faces. Both of their parents passed away when the 3 were very young, and the 3 sisters depended on each other since they were young. With strong magical talent, he took his younger siblings through the most difficult time. It's just that the 3 of them have always lived a wandering life without a fixed place. Although none of the 3 mentioned it, deep in their hearts, they all have a sense of longing for home, longing for the belonging of home feel. And at this moment, they felt it. Congratulations, we will be partners from now on. The 3 turned around and saw Ye smiling at them. And all 3 of them nodded heavily. Okay, go and engrave the guild crest first. Ye said. After hearing this, the 3 of them took the heraldic engraving handed over by Makarov, and helped each other engrave the fairy tale article. Others in the guild also extended a warm welcome to the 3 of them at this time. Of course, some teasing of Ye was indispensable, especially Gear Das, who was the first to contact Ye and also loved to make trouble. Yet, Urza hasn't seen you get it done yet, so you brought back 2 little beauties. You really have a big appetite. But, I like it and I support you. Hearing Gear Das's unrestrained words, there was a black line on Ye's forehead. It's fine to say this kind of thing in private, but how embarrassing it is to say it like this. No, our little Lysina Loli also recognized that one of the 2 little beauties that Uncle Gear Das mentioned was herself, and her pink face suddenly turned red, which was really cute. As for Myra Jane, she was still admiring the silver-white fairy tale coat of arms engraved on her body, but after hearing what Gear Das said, her attention was directly diverted there, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and then she looked at Ye, asked, who is Urza? Ye smiled and said, haha, he is also a partner of our guild, and his age and strength are quite similar to yours. The age of strength is similar to mine. Myra Jane frowned even deeper, rolled her dark eyes, and immediately turned her head away with a cold snort. Ye was stunned by this series of movements, not understanding what the former was expressing. And some old fritters in the guild couldn't help laughing. What they like to watch most is the funny stories among the younger generation in the guild, which will remind them of the stories of their youth. At this time, Macau suddenly said, speaking of which, when Laxus came back 2 days ago, he brought back a little ghost. I didn't expect Ye to be even more powerful, and he brought 3 back directly, and 2 little beauties, so in terms of this the ability to kidnap is better than Ye. It's the green-haired kid. Wakaba continued, but that kid is much more difficult to get along with than Natsu and the others. Except for Laxus, everyone ignores them. The current kid is really weirder than the other. A green-haired kid? When he heard Macau say that Laxus also brought someone back, he was still a little surprised, but he was relieved when he heard that it was a green-haired kid. That kid should be freed. Justine, who used dark text magic. In other words, Laxus' personal guards, the Thunder Gods, were slowly formed from this time. After learning that Ye came back, except for Urza who was doing the task, the little ghosts such as Natsu and Grey rushed back. When they came back, it was naturally the same. Natsu spouted flames and clamored to fight Ye. However, what was different from the past was that this time before Ye made his move, someone had already made the first move. The person who made the shot was Myra Jane, who had just joined the guild. And the final result, of course, needless to say, one move. This time, the people in the guild were shocked again. They stared at Myra Jane, who was dressed as a young lady with wide-eyed eyes, and they were silently dumbfounded. This is another little monster. Grey was on the verge of crying. He always thought that his talent was not bad. But after Urza and Ye's blows, now there is another Myra Jane. He is completely in tears. How will he live in the guild in the future? A few days later, Urza, who successfully completed the task, returned to the guild. As soon as she returned to the guild, Urza just knew that there was a newcomer joining the guild. Before she knew who the newcomer was, she found that the newcomer dressed as a young lady approached her first, and the first sentence was to challenge herself. Although there are still many doubts in his heart, Urza will naturally not refuse the challenge of a newcomer. So, following the battle between Urza and Ye, another duel between guild members started. Of course, the challenge like Natsu's meeting every day is not counted. But this time, compared to the previous fight between Urza and Ye, it was much more exciting. After all, there was a big difference in strength between the two last time, so it ended quickly. Although it was equally exciting, it was not enjoyable enough. However, Urza and Myra Jane, as the two female S-level mages of the future fairy tale, their strengths can be said to be extremely close. One is the endless dressing magic, and the other is the reception magic with the satanic body. When fighting, it is naturally the tip of the needle for Maimeng. Everyone who watched it was hooked, especially Natsu, who was so excited to watch. All kinds of fangs and claws spewed fire. But the final result was beyond everyone's expectations, because there was no winner in this duel. Both of them broke out the strongest blow at the same time, and then passed out from the exhaustion of magic power, so there was a dramatic draw in the ending. To be continued. Ask for collection. 25 Son of Light. The battle between Urza and Myra Jane can be said to be the most exciting battle among the younger generation that everyone has seen. After all, the battle between Ye and Laxus took place on Sirius Island. Except for Gear Das and Makarov, everyone else have not seen. After this battle, everyone looked at Myra Jane differently. They no longer looked at her from the eyes of a newcomer, but put her and Urza in the same position. Those who are inferior to Urza, as long as they grow up, they must be S-level powerhouses. Especially in terms of personality, Myra Jane is even worse than Urza. Just by the dress of the little girl, you can see her demeanor of a bad girl, and she is completely different from Lysina, who is cute and cute, the two extremes. Apart from their hair color and appearance, it is impossible to tell that the two are actually sisters. As for Urza's character, it is relatively cute, and after joining Fairy Tale, the former's queen attributes have begun to be revealed little by little. Among the younger generation, compared to Laxus's attitude towards guild members regardless of the disregard and knight's whims, Urza's approach is very different. Like Ye, in Urza's eyes, Fairy Tale is her home, and the members of the guild are her family, and in her perception, family members should live in harmony and there should be no quarrels or fights. Therefore, in the guild, Urza would subconsciously intervene in the unfriendly fights among other members of the guild, and over time, he assumed the role of the disciplinary committee member in the guild. This also led to Natsu and Grey, who disliked each other the most and fought the most in the guild, became more and more afraid of Urza, and even in their eyes, Urza was no different from a monster in a humanoid coat. If the situation in the guild was like this before Myra Jane joined the guild, then after Myra Jane joined, the situation changed completely. Because the current Urza has no time to manage the guild at all, the situation between her and Myra Jane is basically a replica of Natsu and Grey, or even worse. Therefore, since then, words like flat girl and violent girl have often been heard in the guild, and then the sound of extremely fierce fighting came out. For this, other members of the guild expressed their helplessness. They dare not control these two people. Of course, on top of the two, there was another person who could suppress them, and that was Yet. Especially Myra Jane. In the entire guild, the only thing that can make Myra Jane obey is Yet, and as long as Myra Jane is stopped, Urza will naturally have nothing to do. However, according to Yi's black-bellied and slightly vile character, how could he interfere with such things that would not destroy the harmony of the guild? Mostly, he would watch the excitement from the sidelines, and sometimes fan the wind to light the fire. Watching tigers fight across the mountain, and there are still 2 tigresses. And in this atmosphere, the 777 year, which has a strong touch in the fairy tale world, came to an end quietly. 778, a new year, is also a new beginning. In this year, if you want to say that the craziest person in the guild is Yet. Because during this year, almost all the crusade tasks in the guild were taken away by the former as soon as they were issued, and they were completed with extremely fast efficiency. Therefore, in the entire kingdom of Fiori, countless monsters and dark guilds were destroyed in Yi's hands, and Yi's reputation spread at a terrifying speed, whether it was ordinary citizens in the kingdom or people from all walks of life. The large regular guilds and even the dark guilds all know that in fairy tale, there is a very young but super monstrous mage of light. When Ye performed the task, many people who watched Ye use magic from a distance, saw the radiant scene, immediately respected him like a god, and quietly called him the Son of Light. And this name, with the passage of time, has become more and more resounding. What's more, in the Naparamel Alliance, the 3 major dark guilds issued an order at the same time, informing the subordinate guilds that anyone who encounters Son of Light and Ye must avoid their sharp edge and stay away. Because if you don't do that, except for the 3 dark guilds themselves, the rest of the dark guilds will have only one ending when they meet Yet, and that is destruction. And as Yi's reputation became more and more famous, it was naturally driven by the reputation of the Fairy Tale Guild. This year, many people joined the guild, and the most powerful and unique one was a boy named Mistogan in a black robe, with 7 magic wands behind his back, and always covering his face. Because Mistogan will use a very powerful sleep magic to make most of the guild fall asleep every time he takes a task, so only a few people in the entire guild have seen the former's true colors, which also makes Mistogan the most powerful in the guild. Mysterious member. Of course, only Yet, the traveler, knows that this Mistogan is a pseudonym at all, and his real name should be Jalal, a prince from another world Edelaz, whose purpose is to stop the super subspace magic soul. It is worth mentioning that, like the original book, Natsu picked up the egg of the Transcendent who is also the other world Edelaz, and under Yi's guidance, he hatched the blue kitten Happy in the egg by himself. So far, all important members of Fairy Tale have been in place before the plot begins. To be continued. Ask for collection, please collect, please collect. 26 Crazy Mission. Let's not mention the outside world's views on Yet. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Yi's behavior of monopolizing all the crusade tasks caused dissatisfaction among many people, and Urza and Myra Jane were the first to bear the brunt. Both of them are at the stage of the most rapid increase in strength at this time, and their strength has increased a lot in the past year. Naturally, there is a greater demand for task difficulty, and tasks below S level can attract their attention. That is, those crusade missions. And all these crusade missions went into Yi's pocket, so there was no place for them. In this regard, the two can only find Ye to protest, but these tasks are the foundation of Ye buying a house, how can they hand them over easily? It's just that the two women are too annoying. Even because of this, the two of them didn't quarrel for several days. Although it sounds good to be pestered by two two-dimensional beautiful girls, it is not a problem to follow around 24 hours a day, so Ye chose a compromise method, which is to be in front of him. Take them with you when you go to work. Sometimes I bring Urza, sometimes I bring Myra Jane, and occasionally when the mood is good, I bring the two together. On the way to do the task, from time to time, I can tease two little beauties. It is not a fun thing. I often make the two little beauties blush and heartbeat. The more times, the mutual feelings will naturally heat up. To a certain extent, once it explodes, it is absolutely unstoppable. During the mission, for those monsters or dark guilds, as long as Urza or Myra Jane is present, most of the night will let the two women fight, and only in real danger will the other party take action, because dealing with these is not easy for him. It's easy, but it's not a small experience for the two girls now. Of course, in the guild, apart from Urza and Myra Jane, there are also two boys who are also haunting Yat, Natsu and Gray, who have also consciously reached the strength to accept the crusade mission, but, for these two, Ye has always been two slaps in the past. No matter how cool you are, don't stay there. Originally, Urza and Urza would have to share a lot of money to join. The phenomenon of taking two girls to do missions continued until this year's S-level Magister examination was over. This year's S-level exam, only two people took part, that is Laxus and Yat. In fact, it stands to reason that he could have been officially announced as an S-level Magister last night, but Ye was not officially joining Fairy Tail at that time, and Ye himself didn't care too much about this form of S-level, so he kept delaying with. But this year, Ye cared about it. As for the reason, naturally, those S-level missions on the second floor of the guild. The A-level tasks are still too simple for him, and there are only so many A-level tasks. Even if he takes them all, the number is extremely limited, and Urza and Myra Jane were added in the middle, which is even more insufficient. The strength of Yet and Laxus has already reached the level of S-level, so this year's S-level examination is at best a formality, and both of them have naturally become S-level Magisters. This was also the only year in which two S-level Magisters were born. Although it was inconsistent with the S-level exam rules, no one said much. After the S-level exam, Laxus took the lead to return to the guild, but Yet only came back after staying alone on Sirius Island for half a month. Except for Makarov, the president, no one knows what Ye did during the half-month stay on Sirius Island. No matter how Urza and Myra Jane asked, Ye just smiled and didn't say anything. Popular. After being promoted to S-level, those mission knights downstairs will naturally look down on him. Now he started to take all the S-level missions on the second floor, and started the journey of crazy missions again. Not only Knight, but Laxus as well. Compared with the previous missions, the S-level missions have completely risen to a higher level, because these missions not only require the strength to reach the S-level, but also require a certain amount of wisdom in many cases, otherwise they will encounter extra troubles and even fail in the end. And when accepting these missions, sometimes Laxus would invite Ye to join him, and Ye was naturally extremely happy about this. Of course, it was still the old rule that he took the majority of the bounty. But overnight, he discovered that when Laxus was doing missions, he would occasionally bring three little guys by his side. These three were Laxus' personal guards, the thunder gods Felid, Evergreen, and Big Slow. As in the impression, although the three of them are still young, they are faithful to what Laxus says and are extremely loyal. They already have the prototype of the thunder gods after the plot begins. Every S-level task has a very generous reward. Of course, these rewards are not only a lot of money, but also some precious items that are even priceless and cannot be bought with money. For example, in a mission, Ye was lucky enough to obtain the Virgo key among the zodiac keys most desired by the celestial spirit Magister. I remember that this key was obtained by Lucy and Natsu when they defeated the Baron with a bad taste in the plot. To be continued. Ask for collection, please collect, please collect. 27 Luxury. Perhaps it was stimulated by Yi's frequent and frantic tasks. No matter whether it was the old generation or the new generation in the guild, they became full of energy. It became much quieter. This kind of situation usually only appears during the time period of the S-level exam. In this regard, Makarov, as the president, was deeply surprised, but even more gratified. And with Yi doing so many tasks so frequently, what it brought about was that his wealth skyrocketed at an extremely terrifying speed. Even Yi himself was taken aback when he checked his funds every once in a while. Jumped, and exclaimed, "So I'm already so rich." As for how rich Yi is, it can be seen from Yi's behavior. This behavior is naturally one of Yi's goals for doing such a crazy task, to buy a house. Today, Magnolia, the most southern. Here is the most prosperous area in the whole city. In front of the gate of a villa with a size of several miles, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler in a black suit and with a mustache handed over a stack of documents to the black man. He put it in the boy's hand, and said respectfully, "Master Yi, from today onwards, you are the owner of this villa. Thank you, come back and say hello to your master for me." Yi smiled and took the file. This villa is the property of the Genetia family, the top consortium family in the Kingdom of Fiori. Yi had contact with the patriarch of the Genetia family during one of the missions. There has been no small kindness to each other. As one of the top consortiums in the country, the patriarch of the Genesia family naturally has a wealth of experience. Their consortium has also contacted many magisters from regular guilds. Many of these magisters have S-level existences. In the history of Nicaea, Yedu was the most talented magister he knew, and his strength at a young age was stronger than those of the older S-class he had seen before. For this kind of figure who is destined to be the top of the magic world in the future, the shrewd patriarch of Genetia naturally chooses to make friends. Just like the $1 billion villa that Yi bought right now, a very favorable discount was directly given. You must know that this is 1 billion yuan, and each discount is a considerable fortune. Of course, if the latter could know the height he could really reach in the future, he might not even offer a discount, and just give away this $1 billion villa. As for the other party's overtures, Yi happily took over. Although his temper is a bit black-bellied, he is also the kind of person who treats me with the same courtesy, and I treat others with the same courtesy. Naturally, I offended him. People, he will never let the other party feel better. Wow! It's so big! Hearing the news that Yi bought the largest villa in the south of the city, all the members of the guild came to hear the news. When they entered the villa under the leadership of Yi, they were immediately stunned by the magnificent building inside, and they all opened their mouths wide. Amazed. As soon as you enter the gate, there is a beautiful small garden with a circular musical fountain in the center of the garden. Further forward is the main building hall of the villa. When the door of the hall is pushed open, the large living room in silver and white tones catches everyone's eyes. "Hello, young master." On both sides of the living room, a row of beautiful girls in maid outfits smiled and bowed respectfully to Yi. Everything is fine. Yi acted like a leader and waved to the maids on both sides. In fact, Yi's mood is far from the calmness on the surface, and he even feels that he is about to float up. Even among the so-called upper-class people in the previous life, this kind of luxury is rarely so luxurious. There is also a maid welcome. I didn't dare to think about it before. The tasks of these 2 years have not been done in vain. Yi couldn't help thinking this way. As for the people from the guild, after being stunned and shocked, they immediately rushed in and began to visit the huge villa. Corruption, it's really too corrupt. Macau looked at the handicraft that he might not be able to buy in his lifetime of work, and burst into tears. I really want to be so corrupt. Wakaba on the side nodded frantically in sympathy. Wow, it's so comfortable here. Natsu yelled and jumped into the swimming pool in the villa. Plop. Immediately afterwards, at some point, Gray took off his clothes again, leaving only a pair of underpants on, and also jumped into the swimming pool, and pushed down Natsu, who had stepped into the pool first. Immediately, the two people who were not pleasing to the eye once again wrestled together in the swimming pool. Although it feels a bit unbelievable, I have to say, it's indeed night. Kana held a goblet of red wine in her hand, and it was rare that she didn't drink by pouring. In her mind, the scene of Ye saying that she wanted to buy this house was still vaguely yesterday. It was so delicious. In one of the rooms, Urza was holding a beautifully shaped strawberry cake in his hands, with love eyes in his eyes, took a small bite with a small spoon, and ate it into his mouth. Suddenly, his whole heart was sweetened, and the queen mode disappeared completely. Happy like a child, Myra Jane took Lysina and Elfman to visit the various spacious and gorgeous rooms in the villa one by one. Looking at the soft bed that was much more comfortable than the house he rented outside, after stopping in one of the rooms on the second floor, with a certain look in his eyes, he said, "It's decided, this room will be mine from now on." Lysina Ye said crisply at the side, "I really want to live with brother Ye too." Only Elfman stood aside stupidly, his eyes were a little empty, he was already a little dazzled by the splendor of the villa. To be continued. Ask for collection, please collect, please collect. 28 Tenant. In front of the living room door. When the friends visited their villa, Ye seemed to think of something and came to the maids. "Hello, young master." Seeing Ye, the maids immediately bowed and shouted respectfully with smiles on their faces. "Don't be too restrictive." Ye smiled at everyone, and heard that all the maids were immediately impressed by this young but amazingly accomplished black-haired boy in front of them. You must know that in the world of fairy tale, in the eyes of many upper-class people, maids are not. It is an object that is driven at will, has no status, and is beaten and scolded at will. Ye smiled, and then took out something from her bosom, which was a golden key. Holding the key, he stretched it in the air in front of him, and whispered softly, "Open the door of Virgo, Virgo." Immediately, a golden magic circle rose from the ground, and then a girl in a maid outfit appeared, with sakura-colored hair, light blue eyes, and iron chain bracelets on her hands. Celestial Spirit Virgo of Virgo in the second house. Yeben was very interested in celestial spirit magic and the mysterious celestial spirit world, so when he first got the celestial spirit key, he learned about celestial spirit magic and signed an agreement with it. It is relatively easy to get started with some magic. "Master, are you trying to train me?" Once he appeared, Virgo looked at Ye respectfully, and said the very trembling words in a serious manner. Even though it was not the first time Ye heard it, he still couldn't help it. He touched his nose, feeling a little helpless. Ye pointed to the maids beside him, and said, "Virgo, you will be the housekeeper of this villa from now on, and all these maids will be assigned and managed by you." "Yes, master," Virgo replied obediently. "N." Ye nodded, very satisfied with this well-behaved celestial spirit. He suddenly thought, if he remembers correctly, it seems that the new member Loki who joined the guild is also the celestial spirit of the zodiac, and he is also the strongest Leo. Do you want to find time to get in touch with him? But at this time, Lysina's crisp voice came from beside him before he could think about it at night. "Brother Ye." After hearing this, Ye showed a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, then turned around, and Lysina's petite body immediately jumped up, and Ye picked her up very skillfully, and said with a smile, "How is the visit? Do you like it here?" "Well, it's really beautiful." Lysina nodded her head frantically, then blinked her bright eyes, and said coquettishly, "Brother Ye, can Lysina live in here? I want to stay with brother Ye." Ye laughed, fondling Lysina's short silver hair, "Of course. This will be Lysina's home from now on. You can live as long as you want." "Great. Thank you brother Ye." Little Loli was so excited, her face flushed, and she pecked Ye's face as she spoke, and offered her little sweet kiss. Snort! But at this moment, there was a cold snort coming from the side. Ye turned around and saw Myra Jane walking over, with her hands folded in front of her, and she looked up very tsundere, but she didn't see him speak. It was Lysina who put her arms around Ye's neck and said, "Brother Ye, sister Myra also wants to live in." After being told by her sister, Myra's pretty face blushed imperceptibly, but she still looked like tsundere. "It is necessary to live in." Hearing Myra's far-fetched reason, Ye couldn't help but smile, knowing that the former had a low face. She didn't say anything, and said with a smile, "No problem. Besides, even if Myra doesn't open her mouth, Ye will try to get her to move in. Otherwise, sitting alone in such a huge villa, wouldn't it be a bit lonely? Think about the open-air swimming pool and the wonderful hot spring that is like spring all the year round, and that big bed that is big enough for 10 people to sleep together. Well, did you reveal something?" With Ye's personal consent, the corners of Myra's mouth involuntarily raised slightly, and then tsundere raised her head again. It seemed that Ye's promise to live in was a matter of course. To this, Ye naturally smiled again, but at this moment, when he glanced at it, he immediately saw a very touching blush, and then walked up immediately. "Urza, is the pastry still satisfactory?" At this time, Urza was still holding a cup of small cake in her hand, but she didn't know which cake it was, and after hearing Ye's words, she reluctantly put down the small spoon, nodded heavily and said, "Very delicious, thanks for the hospitality." Ye took advantage of the situation and said, "Then it's better to live in with Urza, so that you can taste delicious pastries anytime." Urza's pupils twitched slightly, obviously moved by his heart. "Hey, why did you let this tablet girl live in? It will lower the grade of the villa." Seeing that Ye even invited her nemesis Urza, Myra immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, and cast a very fierce look. He glared at Urza. "You violent woman!" Urza frowned, then carefully put the pastry aside, looked at Myra with the same aggression, and said, "So you also lived in? So I can only live here, lest you, a violent female general Yejun." It was dismantled. After finishing speaking, Urza turned to Ye again, bowed, and said, "Mr. Ye, excuse me." "Hee, don't bother, don't bother." Ye smiled awkwardly, and at the same time thought in her heart, her villa won't be demolished by them. Seeing the little loli in her arms covering her mouth and snickering at this moment, Ye patted her little butt and scolded, "You little girl, you're still laughing. Brother Ye is so bad that he hit him there." Lysina pouted her mouth and looked at Ye with teary eyes. That pitiful and cute appearance immediately made Ye's heart melt. To be continued. Ask for collection, please collect, please collect. 29. The change of the photosphere. After getting Ye's permission, the girls directly chose the room they were satisfied with on the second floor of the villa. The rooms chosen by Myra and Urza were exactly opposite each other, and Ye's room was next to it. As for the little lowly Lysina, she was directly it's convenient to be in the room next door to Ye. Of course, 2 of the 3 Myra sisters lived in, so it was impossible for Elfman to live outside alone. However, when Elfman chose a room, he chose a room that was 1 floor away from them. A room on the first floor. This choice made Ye very satisfied. And when they learned that Urza and the others had actually lived in the villa, the other members of the guild started yelling one by one, especially Natsu Gray and the brats, yelling that they wanted to live in the villa too. But after hearing what Ye said, "Urza lives here, are you sure you want to live in?" several people shrank their necks immediately, imagining the scene of living in the villa and being abused by Urza, shaking their heads suddenly. It is actually quite good to live outside. In this way, after a small rectification, the few people officially settled down in the villa and lived an extremely luxurious life. Inside the room, on the soft and comfortable big bed, Ye sits cross-legged on it, puts his palms flat on his knees, breathes out and meditates in a special way, and around him, the rich light elements are like a protective film, exuding shining brightly. At this time, Ye's mind was immersed in his own sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the mysterious golden ball of light is still dazzling, and there is a vast and endless magical power of light escaping from somewhere, while Yi's consciousness incarnation stands aside, feeling the warm breath on the golden ball of light. This golden ball of light is the most mysterious thing on Yi, so in the past 10 years, Yi has never given up exploring it. It is precisely because of the existence of this golden ball of light that Yi has a huge magic power far beyond ordinary people at such an age, even inferior to a magister like Laxus who has implanted a dragon crystal in his body since childhood. It's just that during the time on Sirius Island, Yi's development of the golden light ball was only to control the magic power in it for his own use and to deepen his understanding of light magic. But since leaving Sirius Island, Yi has traveled all over the mainland due to taking on various missions, fighting various monsters and dark guilds. The most lacking actual combat training on Sirius Island is a rare treasure. Not only that, but after going through many actual battles in the night, he discovered that the golden ball of light in the sea of consciousness began to emit fluctuations, which had never happened before. When the fluctuation appeared for the first time, Yebian immediately immersed himself in his mind and quickly checked the changes in the golden light ball. After his close inspection, he discovered that there were some complicated symbols in the golden light ball. The rune engravings appeared, and Ye could feel the unimaginable esoteric energy in these rune engravings. Ye had felt this kind of energy once before. That was the supermagic profound energy from Fairy's Brilliance when he received the inheritance of supermagic Fairy's Brilliance on Sirius Island. That is to say, the energy aura on the rune engravings in the golden ball of light is all supermagic aura, and the aura of many of the inscriptions is even higher than the Fairy's glory he has learned. In this way, wouldn't it mean that as long as one can thoroughly comprehend the engraving of the runes in the golden ball of light, one can learn from it a super magic comparable to glory of the fairy or even worse? You must know that many of the magics that Ye is learning now are created by some anime characters related to light in the previous life. These magics are powerful, on the one hand, because light magic is the most powerful magic. One, and the other has already been mentioned, is that because of the golden light ball, Ye's magic power far exceeds that of ordinary people, and the magic used is naturally more powerful. In addition to these magics, the only super magics that Ye has come into contact with are the 3 super magics created by Mavis. Although Ye is really proficient and his biggest trump card is Fairy's Brilliance among the 3 major magics, but this does not mean that he does not know the other 2 kinds of magic. The Law, not to mention Ye, Mavis's favorite person, who taught him the other 2 major magics after learning Fairy's Glory. It's just that many magics need to pay attention to a degree of fit. As the most perfect user of light magic, among the 3 major fairy magics, the fit of Fairy's Radiance and Ye is perfect. Even the creator Mavis he thinks that he may not be as good as Ye in the use of this magic, which shows how powerful this magic is in Ye's hands. The existence of every kind of super magic is a huge deterrent, and it is a super killer move that can turn the tide of battle on the battlefield. Although there has always been a lot of talk about practice, especially Ye has Fairy Glory, which can be called a nuclear weapon in the fairy tale world, and there is no need to learn other powerful magic. However, many super magics have extraordinary effects, such as the 3 goblin magics created by Mavis, each of which has different effects. Fairy's Law contains mysterious rules and profound meanings, which is a kind of spiritual law. Deterrence, to a certain extent, has a large-scale group attack. Fairy's Brilliance is a pure single-body offensive mystery in a complete sense, using the power of the sun, moon, and stars to form the strongest ruthless light to wipe out the opponent. Fairy Ball, needless to say, the strongest defensive magic. Mavis used this magic to block the roar of the black dragon Akunarolia through the belief of everyone in fairy tale. The golden ball of light that exists in the sea of night consciousness is really too mysterious. Each of the rune engravings formed inside makes Ye feel thumping, so no matter what, he has to study it thoroughly. Maybe information about this photosphere can be found there. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 30 time flies. Since Ye bought the villa, the frequency of his taking on missions has also dropped, and he only occasionally takes on some more interesting tasks. On the contrary, the enthusiasm of the guild members who were driven by Ye to work hard has not diminished at all. As a result, Fairy Tale became more and more famous in the entire kingdom of Fiori, and the rudiment of the number one guild in the country had vaguely begun to take shape. While boosting the guild's reputation, the guild members' fame spread in the kingdom one by one. Among them, the most famous one is Laxus, who is also one of Fairy Tale's S-level magisters. The title of Thor became more and more famous under the propaganda of Laxus admirers. And the only one who can be as famous as Laxus is Mistoggen, who is also the strongest candidate in the original book. Although Mistoggen has always been known for being low-key in the process of performing tasks, but his magic is helpless. Some people fell asleep. After coming down again and again, people have to be impressed by it, and the name of Sandman is getting louder and louder. Below it, there are Fairy Queen Urza and Magic Man Myra Jane. Both of them are beginning to show their sharpness, although they are not as strong as at the beginning of the plot, but they are still showing their strengths, especially both of them are women, and they both have beautiful faces. Within the fan club, even Natsu, because of destroying something more or less every mission, and the impressive Fire Dragon Slayer magic, many people remember him, and the name of Fire Dragon gradually it spread from some places. On the contrary, yet, because the number of appearances in the kingdom is getting less and less, the name of Children of Light is a bit fading, but it is still powerful. After all, Yet is not only powerful, but also has gorgeous magic and beautiful appearance. He is much more handsome than Laxus, and he has attracted many nympho girls. Apart from Fairy Tale, many members of other guilds have begun to show their reputations in the kingdom. Among them are Iron Dragon Gajeel and the Empty Element Arya in the guild Phantom Lord, whose reputation is similar to that of Fairy Tale. In addition, there is also Rock Iron Jura of the guild Lamia Scale, which is also famous. Further down is the Knight of the Blue Pegasus Guild. Whether it is strength or that unique appearance, it is still fresh in the memory of those who have seen him. Apart from the above, the rest of the guilds are relatively less famous. As everyone in the guild grows, time is passing by little by little. The people who were originally a group of little ghosts have gradually grown up, and they have begun to become a strong person that Fairy Tale can stand on their own. What is worth mentioning is the most meaningful and most anticipated thing in these years, and that is the annual S-level upgrade exam. After Yet and Laxus were promoted to S-level, in the S-level examination in 779, the only one who was promoted to S-level Magister was Mistoggen, who surprised many members of the guild, because everyone knew too little about the latter. Some people even know nothing about it except that it possesses very powerful sleeping magic, which makes the latter become more mysterious in the hearts of everyone. 780 years. This year's S-level exam is known as the most intense in the past 2 years, because both 15-year-old Urza and Myra Jane participated in this S-level exam, and they are also the most powerful competitors for this S-level exam. You must know that the two have been fighting in all aspects since they met. In the past few years, the two have not seen a real fight for the victory, and this time the S-level exam, it can be said that the two are separated. It's the place of victory and defeat, so both of them are full of energy, and neither of them wants to lose to the other. The final result was the same as in the original book, and Urza won in the end, becoming the youngest S-class Magister in Fairy Tale besides Yet. As for this result, Myra Jane once complained to Yet, and the reason was that the opponent Urza faced in the final test was Yet. Although Yet emphasized more than once that he didn't release the water, Myra Jane didn't believe it at all. The resentful eyes made Yet feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, in 781, Myra Jane had no rivals for the S-level exam in this year, and finally became an S-level Magister as he wished. Although becoming an S-level Magister made Myra Jane feel a lot happier, she has always been worried about her promotion a year later than Urza, so after becoming an S-level Magister, the competition with Urza became even more serious. Intense. With the appearance of S-level magisters in the guild one after another in the past few years, the strength of the guild has naturally become stronger and stronger, especially when these news reached Phantom Lord President Jose. Pour la one by one, it made the latter's complexion more and more gloomy every time. Compared with Makarov's kindness and indifference, Jose is in his prime, and he is also one of the top 10 magisters. He attaches great importance to fame and fortune. In his eyes, the aged Makarov is not worth mentioning at all. It is impossible for the guilds of the former to be compared with their own guilds. It's a pity that even if he forcibly promoted all the 4 elements of his guild to the category of S-level magisters, they were still weaker than Fairy Tail. Naturally, Fairy Tail became his biggest thorn in the side. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 782 years. This year, in Fairy Tail, is also an extremely important year, and one of the plots must be changed no matter what the night. Even a long time ago, he had already started counting the time, for fear that if he missed it, something that he would regret would happen. Because this year is the year when the Beastmaster incident appeared. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 31 Beastmaster Mission. 782 years. Someday. Fairy Tail. President, I have accepted this task. Myra Jane came down from the second floor of the Union, and held a task list in front of Makarov's eyes. His eyes were still full of excitement. Hey? This mission. Glancing at the content of the mission, Makarov frowned slightly, then looked at Myra Jane, and said, as far as I know, this mission has been issued by other guilds for a while, and several S-level magisters have I took over this task, but failed to complete all of them, and they were all seriously injured, although not life-threatening, but at least they will lie in bed for several months. So this mission to defeat the Beastmaster is much more dangerous than what was recorded above. Are you sure you still want to take this mission? Makarov said seriously. Myra Jane was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect that there would be so many turmoil in the crusade mission she took, but her eyes became extremely firm, and she said dissatisfiedly, President, you should trust me, I am better than those magister is much stronger. The change in Myra's eyes was naturally captured by Makarov. He pondered for a while, then nodded and said, then be careful, remember, life is the most important thing, do what you can. Although the profession of magister has infinite glory, it is definitely one of the most dangerous professions. In the process of performing various tasks, a little carelessness may be in danger of life. But since he has chosen this path, it is naturally impossible to back down, especially since this is Fairy Tail's magister, so when seeing Myra's decision, Makarov did not persuade him anymore, but asked a few words. After a moment of silence, Myra Jane nodded and said with rare seriousness, got it, President. After leaving the guild, Myra Jane came directly to the back mountain, and greeted her siblings directly, Listen, Elfman, the mission is complete, let's go. Miss Myra is here. The 2 brothers and sisters who were sitting under the big tree to enjoy the shade heard the words, immediately responded and rushed over. For most of the missions, Myra Jane takes her younger siblings with her, because with her strong strength, she can protect the 2 of them very well and let them have a lot of tempering. But before leaving, Myra Jane suddenly stopped, and then looked at Lysina, to be precise, at a small object in Lysina's hand, and said, Lysina, what is that in your hand? The reason why she asked this question suddenly was because on that object, Myra felt a very familiar aura, warm and warm. Isn't it the smell of that guy? Is that what you mean? Lysina raised the small object in her hand. It was a golden necklace with fairy tale pattern, shining brightly under the sunlight. It was really beautiful. The corners of Lysina's mouth slightly raised, and said softly, this is a gift from brother Yet. My dear, Miss Myra, do you look pretty? Really? Hearing Lysina's answer, Myra Jane curled her lips, knowing that this guy gave it to her. Thinking of this, Myra Jane couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved in her heart. After knowing each other for so long, it seems that this guy has never given me a gift. On the contrary, Lysina is very spoiled. She glanced at the necklace that was shining in the sun, and couldn't help feeling envious, it was so beautiful. But after seeing the innocent smile on her younger sister's face, she could only nod her head and replied, "Pretty." If it was Urza who asked this sentence, then I am afraid that the final result would not be like this, but it seems that that guy has never sent anything to Urza. Thinking of this, Myra Jane felt a lot more balanced. After hearing Mirajana's answer, Lysina's face was filled with a happy smile, and then she carefully put on the necklace and went on the road with Myra Jane. Roar! A few days later, on a vast wasteland, there was heavy rain, and the dense rain fell, forming a rain curtain in the air, washing away the filth of the world. And in this majestic heavy rain, a roar resounded like a wild beast, the air was shaking, and the raindrops on the ground were constantly shaking and jumping. This sky-shattering roar came from the strongest creature in this wasteland, the Beastmaster. It is also the mission target of Myra Jane this time. "Elfman, I'm your sister." Another wailing cry sounded, it was Mirajana's voice. In the heavy rain, Myra Jane looked sadly at the huge creature in front of her. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or eyes dripping down her pretty cheeks. This huge creature was the Beastmaster, but the Beastmaster had already not exactly the Beastmaster, but also her brother Elfman, who depends on each other. Even after hearing Makarov's warning, Myra Jane has attached more importance to this mission than any previous one, but the strength of the Beastmaster still exceeds her expectations, and she is still not able to accepting Satan's demon body completely. He lost control and was defeated by the Beast King in the end. At the critical juncture, it was her younger brother Elfman who stood up and forcibly used receiving magic to receive the powerful Beastmaster. Because the Beastmaster also suffered a lot of injuries in Mirajana's hands, and his attributes were the same as Elfman's, so despite the huge difference in strength, he was successfully accepted by him, but his mind was too weak after all, and he was attacked by the Beastmaster. Backlash, being controlled by the Beastmaster. Elfman, who has lost his mind, has no distinction between enemy and friend, and fights Myra Jane. Not to mention that Myra Jane was injured in the previous battle with the Beastmaster, but now that the Beastmaster resides in her younger brother, it is impossible for her to take action against him. But at this moment, a scene that frightened her even more appeared. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 32 The miracle reappears. Fairy brilliance. On the wasteland, I saw a cute girl with short silver-white hair walking lightly and slowly. Although the bean-sized raindrops in the sky kept hitting her pretty face, the corners of her mouth always showed a smile. A warm smile. And as she walked step by step, she soon came between Myra and the Beastmaster. "Lysina, it's dangerous here, get out." Behind her, Myra Jane yelled in horror. It's just that Lysina didn't seem to hear her yelling. She raised her head and looked at the ferocious Beast King with a smile on her face. However, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Those eyes seemed to be looking at her brother in general. "Brother Elfman, I'm Lysina." Lysina spoke softly. The Beastmaster looked down at the little one below, and his huge pupils seemed puzzled, but in just a moment, they turned into tyranny again, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with endless blood, with no emotion. Obviously, Elfman at this moment he no longer has the slightest sense of reason, and has no idea that the little guy below is his sister. Myra Jane, who clearly saw the murderous intent in Beastmaster's eyes, couldn't help but panic, and quickly shouted, "Lysina, get out of here." As she spoke, she quickly dragged her bruised body and ran towards Lysina. It's a pity that at this time, the Beastmaster's punch has already slammed down on Lysina. From the fact that there was a sonic boom in the air when the punch was swung, it can be guessed that once this punch hits Lysina with a fragile body, the latter would have no chance of surviving. Even at this moment, Lysina still had that faint smile on her face. She firmly believed that her brother would not do anything to her. But this time she was wrong. It was indeed impossible for her brother to attack her, but even though Elfman took over the Beastmaster, in this situation, he could no longer be regarded as her brother. No. Seeing this scene, Myra Jane let out a heart-piercing cry. At this time, she fell into crazy self-blame, regretting why she refused to listen to the president's persuasion. At this moment, a scene from many years ago could not help but emerge in her mind. At that time, she hadn't joined Fairy Tale yet. She also doesn't know the black-haired boy who cares about her even though he has a dark belly. At that time, her strength hadn't reached the S level yet. At that time, next to the small town called Morrowtown, on the mountainside of the volcano, she met the boy she thought changed her life. And it was also at that time that she brought her younger siblings and encountered the biggest crisis in her life. The scene at that time was so similar to this time, the same powerlessness, and the same danger that put her younger siblings into danger. At that time, she will never forget the light that fell from the sky, like the dawn in a desperate situation, and the figure with golden wings, like a savior, rescued the three of them from the desperate situation. It's just that the miracle has already happened once, will it happen again? Night. Myra Jane lay helplessly on the ground, murmuring the name she wanted the most in her heart. But in the next moment, her pupils suddenly stood up, and she stared blankly at the front, and then the color suddenly appeared in her somewhat slack eyes, because she saw the same color as many years ago, that belonged exclusively to the night. Yes, gorgeous gold. In front of Lysina, the golden necklace that was hanging quietly around her snow-white neck, suddenly emitted a golden light when the Beast King's giant fist hit it, floating in the air, forming a protective shield to protect Lysina. In it also blocked the heavy fist of the Beast King at the same time. Brother yet. Feeling the warm breath from the necklace, a happy smile appeared on Lysina's pretty face, because it was the breath she was most familiar with, and it was also her favorite and most comfortable breath, the breath that belonged exclusively to the night. Roar. The punch failed, the Beastmaster was obviously enraged, let out a furious roar, continued to swing his huge fist, and smashed again. Lysina's mind had been completely diverted from the Beastmaster, her eyes were rippling with happiness, and she was staring at the golden necklace without blinking. But at this moment, the golden necklace burst open suddenly, turning into golden light, like golden powder, fluttering in the air, and finally gathering together and falling on Lysina's arm, forming a familiar radiance pattern. The moment the pattern was formed, a hazy figure appeared behind Lysina. The figure was covered with a faint golden light, appearing somewhat transparent in the air. Brother yet. Night. Although the figure was extremely blurry, no matter whether it was Lysina or Myra Jane, they recognized it at a glance. The appearance of this figure was yet. However, the eyes of this figure showed a pale golden color, without the gentleness and warmth of the night, but only a kind of indifference and indifference. I saw him lightly glanced at the Beast King, and there was a touch of love in his pupils. Contempt for the indifference of heaven. As if shocked, the Beastmaster's punch failed to land completely, as if time stood still, frozen in the air. After Lysina happily glanced at the image of Ye behind her, she turned her gaze to the glorious pattern on her arm. This pattern is not unfamiliar to her, because she has seen it on Ye's arm more than once. Over the same pattern. And at the moment when the necklace burst open, a piece of information also appeared in her mind, allowing her to understand how to use the glorious pattern in her hand. She looked up at the Beastmaster, who seemed to be still, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Brother Elfman." As she said that, she suddenly raised her right arm, and at the same time, behind her, Ye Ying's right arm was also raised, and the movements of the two seemed to overlap. The next moment, the lips of the two moved at the same time, and the intertwined voice seemed to come from the 9 heavens, resounding across the wasteland. Let's gather. The river of light that guides the fairies. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 33 Change the plot. Let's gather. the river of light that guides the fairies. The crooning sound containing the mysterious charm resounded over the wasteland. In an instant, the sky, which was already somewhat gloomy due to the torrential rain, became even darker. Layers upon layers of dark clouds gathered over the three of them, covering the entire wasteland in darkness. One slice. This is... Myra Jane stared blankly at this scene. The sudden change in the sky made her understand that the necklace Ye gave to Lysina would form a magic that subverted her previous cognition. Ho ho! The Beastmaster couldn't help roaring. In the dark air, it felt an uncomfortable oppression, as if the air was inlaid with lead, and it became extremely thick. The next moment, a clear light suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky, and the sun, moon, and stars all transformed at this moment, and the light emitted drove away the surrounding darkness, like a small nebula. Light up! To destroy the evil minions! Lysina and the night image behind her spoke at the same time. Above the nebula, the light of the sun, the moon, and the stars suddenly bloomed, turning into a chaotic ruthless light, hanging high above the Beast King, making the air around the Beast King thicker, and let out a mournful roar, vent the inner restlessness. Go, fairy glory! Lysina's slender white fingers suddenly pointed down, aiming at the Beastmaster who was in panic at the moment. Boom! The ruthless light fell down, forming a huge ruthless halo, tightly strangling the huge body of the Beast King, and the ruthless brilliance washed over his body crazily, and even the ground under it was completely shattered at this moment. Cracked and turned into a piece of powder. In just a moment, the Beastmaster who was trying to struggle couldn't move, his whole body was prostrate on the ground, and the breath on his body was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, at a certain moment, all the ruthless light above the sky dissipated, and the ruthless halo wrapped around the Beastmaster's body also shrunk sharply at this moment, and finally the Beastmaster's body dissipated and returned to Elfman's appearance, and fell unconscious on the ground. Call. Seeing this scene, Myra Jane couldn't help but let out a long breath, and the heart that had been hanging all this time finally fell down. Then, her eyes shifted to the image of the night behind Lysina, and complex lights shone in her bright eyes. It was this person who saved her again. However, the light on Yi's image at this time is extremely dim, as if it will dissipate into the air in the next moment. After all, what was cast this time was Glory of the Fairy, a super magic that requires a huge amount of magic power. According to Lysina's current level of magic power, even if Yejong gave the former the right to use Glory of the Fairy, it would be difficult to complete it completely. Cast out. So I had to use the golden necklace as a medium to use the magic power of light stored in the necklace by Ye to bring this super magic to the world. The Beastmaster is still very sufficient. And this golden necklace is a little technique that Ye studied when he was studying the rune engravings in the golden light sphere in his body. Any place can have a miraculous effect. Brother Ye. After the out-of-control Beast King was dealt with, Lysina turned around happily and looked at Yi's image happily. It's just that Yi's image still has that indifferent expression, and his body has gradually become transparent, and it disappeared completely in just a moment, leaving only the golden necklace quietly suspended in the air, but this necklace is less than before. There is a touch of charm, because at this time, it is just an ordinary necklace. Of course, for Lysina, this necklace has a unique meaning and is extremely precious. At the same time, when the image of the knight on Lysina's arm disappeared, the radiant pattern disappeared together, as if it had never appeared before. Lysina held the golden necklace in her palm, her face was full of happiness. On a high mountain not too far from the three Myra sisters, Yi's figure stood on the top of the mountain. Looking at the celestial phenomenon that disappeared in the distant sky, Ye smiled slightly, and touched the wrist of his right hand with his left hand. The bright pattern on it flashed red, and there was a slight burning sensation. It seems that Lysina successfully activated the glorious inheritance in that necklace. Just survive. Yadan laughed to himself. Now that she has traveled to this world, joined Fairy Tale as a member, and has enough strength, Ye naturally does not allow that kind of tragedy to happen. Although Lysina did not really die in the original book, she just went to another world. But Myra and Elfman didn't know about it, and neither did everyone in Fairy Tale. The death of his family members brought them grief that cannot be described in words, so he did not want this tragedy to happen. Besides, he doesn't have the idea of following the original book at all. Living in this world in real life, this feeling is completely different from watching anime. Strength: the plot has little help to him. Even if he doesn't have this kind of strength, he will try his best to save Lysina. Thinking of Lysina, Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he turned his gaze to the other side. Over there, he could feel that there was a very powerful magic power, and that was also the purpose of his coming here, a super subspace magic soul from Edelas, another world. Since one Lysina has been saved, naturally the other one cannot be favored. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 34 Edelas. The clear blue sky is like a bright mirror without any waves. And at a certain moment, a black spot appeared in the sky without warning, and the black spot quickly spread to the surroundings, expanding continuously. After a while, the sky like a mirror showed a terrifying whirlpool shape, and there were people in it from time to time. An astonishing wave of magic power came out. Damn it, it's expanded again. On a rock, Mistoggen, wearing a black robe and wearing a magic wand, looked solemnly at the vortex above the sky, and said to himself in a low tone. Ever since he came to this world, Mistoggen has been tracking this super subspace magic soul all the time and stopping it. Although he knows that what he is doing is only a drop in the bucket, he has to do it. Very hopeful. Thinking of his ambitious father, he couldn't help feeling helpless in his heart. Immediately, his eyes turned firm, he took out a magic wand behind him, and quickly rushed towards the position of the soul. After a few hours, sitting on a boulder, Mistoggen inserted the 3 magic circles behind his back. His eyes inadvertently showed a trace of fatigue, but when he looked at the vortex in the sky that was gradually fading, there was still a smile on his face. Although he didn't know how long he could last, at least this time he managed to stop it. However, what he didn't notice was that when the vortex subsided, an imperceptible golden light flashed away. Edelas. This is a world parallel to Eslenden's, but, compared to Eslenden's environment full of magic factors, in Edelas, only the Earth has rare magic factors. It will gradually become exhausted with the passage of time. Of course, there is a special case, that is, there is a floating island in this world, and the island has transcendents who can use wing magic, that is, the race of the blue kitten Happy, and this is the only one that Edelas can use. The presence of magic. Since it is a parallel world, it means that Edelas has the same people as Islanden. Here, there are also guilds and fairy tales. In the past few days, Edelas fairy tale has been in a sad atmosphere, because their important family member Lysina died at the hands of the Kingdom Army. Because of 2 sad reasons, Lysina's sister Myra Jane has not even been there these days. After eating, his face turned pale, as if he had suffered from a serious illness. But at this time, in a remote mountain forest, a simple log cabin was built alongside the mountain, and there was a small stream with a width of 1 person beside the cabin, which trickled down and was crystal clear. Depending on the situation, you should wake up today. A clear voice sounded from inside the wooden house. Ya looked at the silver-white short-haired girl lying on the wooden bed, thinking secretly, and then her palm gently moved over the girl, and the soft golden light on the palm dissipated down. Holy light healing technique. Bathed in the golden light, the girl's cheeks were even more rosy. Compared with the bloodless appearance at the moment when Yeze rescued her, she was no different from ordinary people at this moment. After performing the healing, Ye sat on a chair beside him and began to wait quietly. Well. After about tea time, the girl on the wooden bed finally moved. First, the slender fingers moved, and then the eyes suddenly opened, revealing the bright pupils, and immediately let out a murmur. Aren't I dead? After regaining consciousness, Lysina was dazed for a while, and then suddenly woke up with an incredible expression on her face. "You're awake." At this moment, a boy's refreshing voice came from the side. Lisina quickly turned her head to look, and happened to be looking at the black pupil that Yuang came over. She immediately asked, "Did you save me?" Ye smiled slightly, but did not deny it. Lisina got up from the wooden bed and bowed respectfully to Ye. "My name is Lisina, thank you for saving your life." "Kindness." In this regard, Ye just nodded, and at the same time, she thought to herself that Lisina in this world doesn't seem to know herself. Does that mean that there is no other I in Edila's world? But this is better, otherwise it will feel so awkward. "My name is Ye." After thinking about it, Ye still said, "Of course, you can also call me Brother Ye." Ye found out that Lisina in this world seemed to be more mature than Lisina in Eslanden, both in behavior and in tone of voice. With the completely opposite personality, he was relieved. "Ah!" Hearing Ye's words, Lisina tilted her neck, seeming to be a little puzzled, but for some reason, looking at this person in front of her, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Obviously it was the first time they met, but she didn't repel him at all, but wanted to get close to him very much, which she had never had before. After pondering for a moment, a smile appeared on Lisina's face, and a clear and sweet voice slowly sounded in the wooden house, "Brother Ye." Hearing this, the corners of Ye's mouth raised slightly. Not bad, saving her was not in vain. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 35 On the eve of return. Edilas. Among the mountains and forests, beside the stream, Ye quietly lay on a piece of sparse grass, the blue sky and white clouds reflected in his dark pupils. He could only hear him whispering to himself, "It's time to go back too." In the creek beside, the silver-haired girl walked barefoot in the stream. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared closely at her feet. The stream was so clear that she could clearly see everything under the stream, and she was holding a wooden crude harpoon. "Hey!" The girl uttered a clear and sweet cry, and quickly stabbed down with the harpoon in her hand. With a bang, the harpoon stabbed a small jet-black fish precisely. Pulling out the harpoon and looking at her spoils, the girl suddenly smiled happily, and then shouted to Ye on the grass, "Brother Ye, I caught another fish." Hearing the girl's shout, Ye sat up from the grass, first glanced at a wooden barrel next to it, which was decorated with various fish, smiled helplessly, and shouted to the girl, "Enough, Lisina, we'll have enough fish for days." Ye. Lisina blinked her eyes, and also saw the almost full wooden barrel, then stuck out her tongue cutely, and whispered, "Why are there so many all of a sudden?" Seeing the girl's delicate and lovely appearance, Ye couldn't help sighing. At the beginning, Lisina in this world was relatively stable and mature when getting along with her, but as time went by, it gradually seemed to liberate her nature. He is also more and more dependent on the night. If you don't observe carefully, it is almost the same as Eslanden's Lisina. Today's lunch is naturally another rich meal of fresh fish. I have to say that the Lisina of this world will definitely crush the Lisina of Eslanden in terms of culinary skills. That's it. What's more, this is still without any ingredients. Enjoying a perfect lunch, when waiting Ye was thinking about finding an opportunity to propose to leave. Unexpectedly Lisina spoke first, "Brother Ye, are you leaving?" Ye looked at Lisina in surprise. She didn't expect this girl to be so sensitive, but she still nodded and said, "Yes. After staying here for so long, I should go home too." "Where is Brother Ye's home?" Lisina asked. After thinking about it, Ye said, "In a far-away place." "Far away?" Lisina tried her best to think about the farthest place she could think of, but no matter how she thought, she would never think that Ye was from another world. "Then will we meet again in the future?" Lisina stared at Ye with wide eyes, with a trace of nervousness in her expression. She was very afraid that Ye would say that answer. "Of course." Knight laughed. Hearing Ye's answer, the tension in Lisina's heart disappeared immediately. and she smiled happily. This was exactly the answer she expected. Ye said, besides, you should go back after being away for so long. Your family and friends will be very happy to know that you are still alive. Hearing this, Myra Jane, Elfman and everyone else appeared in Listena's mind. They must have been in a very sad mood during her absence. Thinking of this, Listena suddenly wanted to go back. The sadness of wanting to be separated from Ye also faded a lot. In the afternoon, both of them began to avoid the topic of separation, and opened up their hearts and began to talk freely. They were in such a harmonious atmosphere throughout the afternoon. The next day, in the woods, Ye leaned against a big tree alone. As for Listena, the two said their final farewell early in the morning. It must not be long before Fairy Tale will get rid of the sad atmosphere because of Listena's return. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, outside the woods, there was a violent earthquake. Have you finally found this place? Sensing the movement outside the woods, Ye twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. After a while, the vibration became more and more intense. It could be seen that smoke and dust billowed outside the woods, and a huge army quickly surrounded the entire forest. The soldiers of the entire army are fully armed, each wearing standard armor, and they act in unison. It can be seen that this is a very disciplined army. And at the front of these soldiers, the leader was a woman with crimson hair. She was holding a straight spear in her hand. She was heroic and heroic. It was the captain of the Kingdom Army's 2nd Demon Squadron, Urza Networka. Holding the spear, Urza led a small group of soldiers into the woods, and soon saw Ye leaning on the tree, and then stepped up, saying in a solemn voice, "Are you the one who attacked the royal army some time ago?" Hearing this, Ye just smiled lightly and said casually, "I can't help it, they are in my way." As for what was in the way, it was naturally in the way of his saving lives. And when he heard Ye's words that were taken for granted and extremely contemptuous of the kingdom's army, Urza immediately became angry, raised his spear, and pointed it at Ye's heart. "Then I can only take it down." Ye whispered a word, and immediately pointed out. Before Urza could react, there were wailing sounds from outside the woods. Urza was startled, and even the small group of soldiers who came in with her turned around to look, and then they were horrified to see, outside the woods, golden arrows appeared from nowhere, all over the sky, covering the sky and covering the sky. The soldiers shot away, and the standard armor worn by the soldiers could not stop the golden arrows from entering. In an instant, almost all of the huge number of soldiers died under the golden arrows. Asshole! Without even thinking about it, Urza knew that it was Ye's doing. Even if she lost so many soldiers at once, even if she was so angry, she would be punished if she went back. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 36 Myra and number 039, S changes. Urza. Networka looked at Ye angrily, especially when he saw Ye's playful smile. The anger in his heart was even worse. He originally planned to capture the latter, but what Ye did now, the label of must kill has been completely marked in her heart. 10 Commandments spear, powerful at the speed of Sonic. She didn't want to talk nonsense anymore. She flicked her spear, and it was the fastest shot among her 10 Commandments guns. Her figure turned into an afterimage. There was a sound of piercing in the air, and the tip of the spear pierced Ye's heart. It's just that the moment the spear tip pierced, it passed through Ye's body directly, but Urza didn't have the feeling of a spear piercing into the flesh, instead it was like a spear piercing the air. Sure enough, the next moment, Ye's body turned into a ball of light and disappeared in place. When Urza saw him again, the latter's figure had already appeared 10 meters away. Seeing this, Urza's expression couldn't help becoming extremely dignified. Since she was in charge of the Kingdom Army's 2nd Demon Squad, she has never seen such a strange method in a strange opponent, and seeing the opponent's confident appearance, there must be something more for the terrible backhand. Although I really want to play with you a few times, but my family is still waiting for me, so I won't accompany you. Ye looked up at the sky and smiled softly at Urza. What's the meaning? Urza couldn't help feeling an ominous premonition in his heart, and immediately shot out again, 10 Commandments Gunth Vacuum Gun. Ye just smiled and watched, while the magic power poured into the earth, feeling the extremely thin magic power of light in the earth. A sense of world rejection suddenly appeared on his body. We'll see you again, Urza. Networka. A strange light emerged from Ye's body, and then his body rose into the sky. Urza shot again, and could only look at Ye, who was getting further and further away from him with hatred, until finally he couldn't see anyone anymore, and finally said angrily to himself, "Damn it, who is this person?" Eslanden. On a plateau, Ye's figure appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the surrounding environment, then locked a position, and walked away quickly. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. A few days ago, the 3 Myra sisters who successfully completed the Beastmaster mission returned to the guild. Because Makarov, who didn't know the mission process, was relieved that Myra and the others had successfully completed the Beastmaster mission, but at the same time, he did not forget to praise Myra. However, if this was the case in the past, Myra might still have a tsundere, and then find her old opponent Urza to show off, but this time after handing in the task, Myra seemed extraordinarily calm, with a preoccupied look. Everyone in the guild was extremely confused. Not only Myra, but even Elfman seemed very silent. He hadn't said a word since returning to the guild, and he didn't have the slightest excitement after completing the task. As the president, Makarov naturally couldn't turn a blind eye to this situation, but Myra and the 2 of them went straight into the villa after handing in the tasks, and then stayed inside and didn't come out, giving him a chance to ask questions. Nothing. In the end, he had no choice but to find Lysina, who was still normal among the 3, and asked her about what happened. The well-behaved Lysina naturally gave a complete account of the mission to the president's question, but in the process of describing, she was very sensible and left the main cause of the accident at the hands of the Beastmaster body, and used exaggerated tone to describe Ye's strength. Nevertheless, an old man like Makarov can naturally guess the real situation of the Beastmaster mission through Lysina's narration. Naturally, he will not blame his family, but he is a little worried about the situation of Myra and the 2 at this time. At the same time, he was also a little scared. If Lysina really had an accident during this mission, he couldn't imagine whether Myra and Elfman could bear it, but fortunately, there was Ye this time. Plan ahead, that's probably it. He has lamented more than once the young man cultivated by the first President Mavis, which amazed him time and time again, especially now that he has become less and less able to see through Ye's strength. Ordinary Ye seems to be an ordinary but ordinary man. He is a young man, but no one can imagine how terrifying power is hidden in his body, and even the full force of this power is enough to cause a sensation in the entire Ishgar magic world. Fortunately, Myra rejoined the guild without worrying everyone in the guild for too long. However, the worries were gone, but the changes that happened to Myra surprised everyone, and they couldn't fully adapt to it for 3 whole days, because this was a scene they had never dared to imagine before. However, during this period, there was one thing that everyone was interested in and looked forward to. This is a sentence that Macau said while drinking, which attracted everyone's attention. The original text of that sentence is, "I really look forward to seeing Myra's current appearance. I'm afraid my eyeballs will fall off, ha ha ha." When everyone in the guild heard the words, they all showed anticipation. Obviously, they also looked forward to that scene very much. And when these words reached Myra's ears, the latter also showed shyness, and at the same time, there was a strong expectation in his heart. However, no one knew about Ye's whereabouts, and they hadn't seen the former take over the mission recently, and hadn't mentioned it to anyone before leaving, so when Ye would return, it became an unknown. Fortunately, Ye didn't make everyone wait too long. A few days later, Ye returned to the guild after a long journey from Edelas. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 37 The Sour Smell of Love. Fairy Tale. When Ye entered the guild, all the members who were staying in the guild were shocked suddenly, and then looked towards Ye with bright eyes. The eye-catching movements of the people in the guild naturally couldn't escape Ye's eyes. He was taken aback for a moment, but before he could guess what was going on with everyone, a clear and pleasant voice came from his ear. Welcome back, Knight. This voice is very familiar, it belongs to Myra, but what is different is that there is a gentleness in this voice that Myra did not have in the past. Subconsciously, one would think that the owner of this voice must be a gentle, beautiful woman. On the contrary, the word beautiful is still suitable, but gentle and watery is not close to Myra. Could it be? Ye turned around and looked, and immediately saw Myra's innocent and pleasant appearance. Of course, this familiarity came from his previous life memory. With silvery white bangs brushed to the top of her head, and a decent pink dress, with that spring-like smile, it has to be said that compared to the young lady's attire, Myra's charm has improved by more than one level. The attractiveness of men has also increased by an unknown amount. At least at this time of night, after seeing it for the first time, there is a feeling of thumping and wanting to take good care of it. This feeling is just like the one that did not involve any impurities in the campus period of the previous life. The simple taste of first love, even worse, after all, this is the two-dimensional beauty that many otaku groups dreamed of in previous lives. Fortunately, as Ye became stronger, her mentality became more stable, and she was able to control her emotions more easily and satisfactorily. So only after the initial fluctuations, Ye immediately recovered, and then smiled, Mila, you are so beautiful today. However, Ye's performance disappointed everyone in the guild who had been waiting for a long time, and they wailed incomprehensibly. How could this be? This reaction? It shouldn't be. Shouldn't your jaw drop in shock? It can only be said that it is worthy of the night. Listening to the words that kept ringing around, especially with a strong sense of disbelief in them, Ye just glanced at Myra, whose image had changed drastically, and easily guessed what everyone was thinking before. Not far away, at the same time, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, want to see my jokes? You're still a little tender. As for Ye's reaction, Myra herself was also a little surprised. Immediately, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled, I'm pretty today? Could it be that I wasn't pretty before? Ye was stunned. Isn't this kind of question? Only those black-bellied girls who like to make things difficult for their boyfriends in the previous life would ask it. Why is it all in the two-dimensional world, and this kind of problem still occurs? In this regard, Ye could only smile helplessly, and said, naturally, she was beautiful before, but today she is even more beautiful, so beautiful. It's so beautiful that I almost have the urge to take you home. Really? Hearing Ye's words, instead of being annoyed, Myra showed a lot of joy on her pretty face. It can be heard that there is a lot of excitement in her tone at the moment, which shows how happy she is now. Why did I lie to you? Ye smiled and then stretched out his hand to Myra in a very gentlemanly manner. I just wonder if the beautiful Miss Myra would like to accompany you to visit this magnolia. Certainly. Faced with Ye's initiative, how could Myra refuse? Even though she has transformed into a lady now, she is more active than anyone else in this regard. Putting her slender hand on Ye's outstretched palm, and feeling the warm touch from it, Myra, with a happy smile on her face, followed Ye's footsteps and left Fairy Tale, leaving only a group of people who were completely dumbfounded. The members of the guild looked dumbfounded at each other. After a long time, someone said foolishly, it's over, I smell a sour smell of love. Then, there were bursts of sighs in the guild. In fact, Ye originally thought that in this Beastmaster mission, after his own intervention, Myra might not change as in the original work, but he didn't expect that through this blow, there might be the lava giant. The blows encountered were superimposed on each other, and Myra finally chose this change. However, the difference is that in the original book, Myra was hit too hard after Lycina's death incident, which affected the Magister's mood, and her S-level magic power shrank directly to only B-level. It was not recovered until the fairy tale Civil War later, and the excessive time in the middle can be said to have been wasted a lot. But it's different now. Although Myra's appearance has still undergone earth-shaking changes, her strength is still a solid S-level. This will not change, and her current pure and pleasant appearance is even more confusing. Hold the opponent. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman with a pure and warm smile on her face, who seemed powerless, possessed an S-level strength in her body that many older magisters had never achieved? Of course, what changed at the same time was Elfman, who was also hit in this mission. After this mission, Elfman changed his previous timid and submissive personality, and made up his mind to be a man who can protect his sisters. The first thing to change is the appearance. I cut the originally pretty pot head into a flat head, and started to exercise my muscles crazily. I also changed my dressing in the direction of a muscular man. As a result, the future fairy tale lost a cowardly coward and added a muscular man who yelled manly all day long. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 38 Lucy, the beginning of the plot. Time is like sand, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye, and the time came to 784 years. And 784 is the time when the fairy tale plot begins. In the past 2 years, the fairy tale guild's popularity in the kingdom of Fiori has been unprecedentedly high. Whether it is in the eyes of the major guilds in the kingdom or in the hearts of ordinary citizens, it has almost confirmed its reputation as the #1 guild in the kingdom. Especially Fire Dragon Natsu, Ice Grey, and others began to show their prominence in the kingdom one by one after the rise of Urza and others. Of course, the reason why fairy tale became so famous, apart from the strength of the members, was also with the huge destructive power brought about by their powerful strength. There is no task performed by members of the fairy tale guild that is not accompanied by destruction. However, it is worth mentioning that with Urza, Natsu, Grey and others becoming more and more famous, the fastest rising and most popular in the guild, yet, who has the name of Child of Light, seems to have disappeared. It has been 2 full years that I have not received news of the opponent's move. And as fairy tale reached its peak, it gradually became a thorn in the side of many forces, including Jose, the president of the guild Phantom Lord mentioned earlier, and the council that nominally monitors all guilds in the kingdom. EPA Fiori Division. Port City, Harjan. On the street, the blonde girl with ponytail had an angry expression on her face, and the magnificent scenery on her chest was constantly undulating, which was particularly eye-catching. I'm so pissed off, the beauty of this beautiful girl is only worth 1000J. It's really tasteless. The blonde girl pursed her mouth and hummed angrily. This blonde girl is Lucy Heartfilia, one of the heroines in the fairy tale anime. The magic she uses is celestial spirit magic of the possession department. While angry, Lucy thought of something, a smile appeared on his face, and then he took out his harvest, this time from his bosom, a key that seemed to be made of iron. It is the key to the celestial spirit Canis Minor. As a celestial spirit magic master, besides his own magic power, what he relies on most is whether the key he holds is strong. In the entire magic world, there are a total of 88 unique celestial spirit keys, corresponding to the 88 stars of the week, 12 of which are golden keys, corresponding to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and are also recognized as the 12 most strong celestial spirit. The remaining 76 are all silver keys, with different abilities and different effects. In addition, there are many keys that do not belong to the 88 stars. Those keys are relatively more popular, and the number is not unique, and the natural ability is also weaker. Canis Minor is one of these popular celestial spirits, and it is also recognized as the weakest celestial spirit. It has no combat ability or other auxiliary abilities. Most of the time it is seen as a pet. To put it bluntly, it is cute. As for this celestial spirit, it is naturally the favorite of a celestial spirit magister like Lucy, who is full of girlish hearts, so even if you know that the former is useless and you are still a little cash-strapped, you still have to buy it. After caressing the little dog key in her hand, Lucy put it away contentedly, and then sat down on a roadside bench. She came out this time behind her father's back, that is, she ran away from home. As for the reason, one was because she hated the current situation at home and heard that her father planned to use it as a tool for the benefit of family marriage by chance. Away from home. In addition, there is another reason, that is, she wants to join a guild, join one of her favorite guilds, and become a guild magister. Fairy tale. At some point, she took out a magazine, and Lucy stared at the introductions of the major guilds in the Guild Kingdom. The first to bear the brunt was Fairy Tale, which was also Lucy's favorite and most wanted to join the guild. As early as many years ago, the young Lucy paid attention to Fairy Tale, and at that time, it was the period when Child of Light was shining brightly in the kingdom and attracted much attention. Especially when Lucy inadvertently saw a photo of Child of Light, which was taken by some daring person, but it was actually a photo of Ye fighting an S-class monster. In the night in the photo, the two wings of light behind her are dazzling, holding the Tian Kanjiun sword in her hand, and her body is full of gorgeous golden light. With that handsome face, she has fascinated many nympho girls, and Lucy is one of them. It was also at that time that Fairy Tale became Lucy's most yearning place, so she began to collect information about Fairy Tale everywhere, especially the information about the Son of Light, which was the most important thing she collected. It's just that in the past few years, she was able to collect a lot of news about the Son of Light one after another. After all, as a rising star of an old guild, after showing great strength and talent, she naturally became a member of the guild. It became the object of the major media in the magic world to report. Especially on a list that is very popular with women, the list of the most popular male magisters, Ye directly tops the list with his outstanding appearance and strong strength. In addition, there are various rankings where Ye's figures appear frequently, and the rankings are not low, and these are the contents collected by Lucy. However, in the past 2 years, for some reason, no matter how hard Lucy searched, he couldn't find any information about the Son of Light, but about the Fire Dragon's Magister who is also Fairy Tale, appearing very frequently. Hey, it would be great if I could join Fairy Tale. Putting away the magazine, Lucy sat on the bench, propping her chin with one hand, with a longing expression on her face. And at this moment, a shout of excitement suddenly came from the street. Wow! It's Lord Fire Dragon! Fire Dragon! Lucy was slightly taken aback. Fire Dragon, isn't it a member of the Fairy Tale Guild? A look of excitement immediately appeared on Lucy's face. Although he wasn't her favorite Son of Light, he was also Fairy Tale's Magister anyway, which made her very interested. So, she immediately ran over to the conspicuous group of people not far away. Fire Dragon? She had never seen it. To be continued. Ask for collection. The homework is heavy in the past 2 days, and I don't have much time to touch the computer, so the code words are more troublesome. I missed a chapter yesterday, so I can only owe it first. 39 Night and number 039, S Little Fangirl. Magnolia. Fairy Tale, in front of the gate. Is this Fairy Tale? It's amazing. Looking at the majestic building in front of her, Lucy's eyes lit up with excitement. Isn't this the guild she has always dreamed of joining, and she never thought that this dream would come true. And looking at the boy with sakura-colored hair in front of her and the blue kitten with a pair of small wings on her back, Lucy couldn't help but lament how lucky she was. When I was in Harjan, although I was deceived by a fake fire dragon, I didn't expect to meet a real fire dragon by chance, and I also sent an invitation to myself, so that she successfully became a member of Fairy Tale. The Son of Light should be inside, right? Lucy thought expectantly. At this time, Natsu had already walked up with the blue kitten Happy, and kicked the door open unceremoniously, which surprised Lucy behind him. As for Happy, he had a familiar expression, obviously seen too much. When I heard the door open, I knew it was Natsu coming back. The way Natsu walked in was as violent as ever. But Natsu, you have big news this time. Destroying half of the port is really great. The people in the guild also had a normal expression, and each of them drank and laughed. Natsu turned a deaf ear to these words, and directly locked his eyes on the guild member with buck teeth, and then punched him mercilessly. You bastard! Fire Dragon's information is simply fake. The buck-toothed man was directly stunned by Natsu's sudden punch, and his buck-toothed mouth hurt from the beating, and then he said indignantly, I'm just hearing it from hearsay, how can you blame me? To this, Natsu didn't listen at all, and threw another punch, even overturning the table behind. I heard that Natsu is back. As a good friend of Natsu, Gray came out on time. As for the clothes on his body, he took off his clothes out of habit, leaving only a pair of underpants. Gray, clothes. Kana reminded helplessly, then raised the barrel in front of him, and poured it down hard. With Natsu taking the lead, the guild naturally became a riot very quickly. Lucy, who saw such a scene for the first time, was completely dumbfounded. The rumored fairy tale seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. However, Lucy's eyes scanned the group of people one after another, as if looking for something, but after looking for a long time, she didn't see the figure she wanted to see, and a faint disappointment appeared on her face. And at this moment, a soft voice came from her ear, is it a newcomer? Hey, it's Myra. Lucy was startled when she saw the person speaking, because the beautiful girl with silver white hair in front of her was also her favorite magister, and she also frequently appeared in the most popular The Magister on the female magister ranking list has even topped the list for several times. I don't know how many men's dream lovers. I'm here with Natsu, my name is Lucy, please take care of me. Lucy said very respectfully. So it was brought by Natsu? Myra asked, tilting her head. Although I feel that as a newcomer, it seems that it is not easy to meddle in the affairs of other members of the guild, but Lucy still couldn't help pointing at the members of the guild who were fighting together at the moment, and said in a low voice, Miss Myra, really don't care about it. It's okay, they will stop when they get tired. Myra smiled indifferently, and then said, by the way, let's stamp you with the badge of the guild first. Although Lucy was still a little worried, compared to this, she still felt that the badge was more important. Besides, Miss Myra said it was fine, so it must be fine. After successfully affixing the badge of the Fairy Tale Guild on the back of her right hand, a happy smile appeared on Lucy's face again. After all, with the badge, she is truly a member of Fairy Tale. And just like what Myra said just now, after everyone had been making a fuss for a while, they chose to stop fighting with a tacit understanding, and together they fixed the tables, chairs, and benches in the guild, and restored the previous scene of drinking and chatting. Myra, help me have a glass of juice. Natsu came to the bar and sat down, and said in a low spirit. Apparently, he was still a little bit upset that he hadn't been able to find the dragon Igneel on this trip to Harjan, although it wasn't the first time in all these years. Seeing Natsu, the most familiar person in the guild so far, Lucy naturally stepped forward and waved the fairy tale badge on her hand, happily sharing her joy. Natsu, happy, I am also a member of Fairy Tale. In response, Natsu didn't even raise his eyelids, and said, congratulations, Louis. It's Lucy. Lucy's head suddenly turned black. Well, this is not the first time she has been called wrong. Here. At this moment, Myra handed a glass of juice to Natsu, and also kindly made a small glass for Happy. Myra turned her head to look at Lucy, seeming to think of something, and asked curiously, I saw Lucy before, you seem to be looking for something, are you looking for someone? This. Lucy suddenly became awkward when she heard the words, but after thinking about it, she replied honestly, actually, I just wanted to find the Son of Light, but he doesn't seem to be in the guild. Child of Light, you mean yet? Myra said clearly, and when she saw Lucy's expression, there was a flash of light in her eyes, and she seemed to be another little girl of yet. She has seen this expression too many times. This Lucy is quite reserved. Hearing Yi's name, even Natsu, who was drinking juice, immediately raised his head. Yet. Is Yi back? Obviously, this kid didn't listen to the conversation between the two of Myra just now. The blue kitten Happy also said in a nostalgic tone, "Love, I haven't seen Yi for a long time." The reason why the blue kitten Happy misses him so much is because Yi often provides him with many delicious small fish. As time goes by, the blue kitten Happy naturally likes Yi very much. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 40 10-year mission. Love, it's been a long time since I saw Yi. After hearing what the blue kitten Happy said, Lucy couldn't help but wondered, what? Has Yi not been back for a long time? Although it's not very obvious, but if you look carefully, you can still hear Lucy's non-committal tone with a little disappointment when he said this sentence. Originally thought that joining Fairy Tale would be able to meet the Son of Light, but now it seems that it is not that simple. After thinking for a while, Natsu said, "The last time I saw Yi in the guild was probably half a year ago." Love. Happy nodded in agreement. Half a year ago. Lucy was startled and couldn't help muttering, "It's been too long." To be precise, it was a month ago. Myra said, "At that time, Laxus invited Yi to do a mission together, and a total of 1 month and 4 days have passed by now." Nanny, did Yi accept the mission in the guild a month ago? Why didn't I know? Natsu stared at him, and said with difficulty, while Happy beside him also had a frightened expression. Myra narrowed her eyes slightly, just smiled at this person and cat, and didn't explain much. Few people in the entire guild knew of Yi's whereabouts, and she was one of them. Since buying the villa, Yi has lived a secluded life, staying in the villa most of the time. Even Myra, who also lived in the villa, didn't know what she was doing in the villa for a long time. She only knew that it was a practice unique to Yi. "Miss Myra, I don't know what mission the Son of Light is performing?" Lucy asked suspiciously. Not only Lucy, but Natsu and Happy are also a little curious, because since 2 years ago, the frequency of receiving missions at night has become increasingly rare, and according to the efficiency of doing missions at night, it takes more than a month. So what is the level of this mission? It must be very high. Since they are all members of the guild, it's fine to call me Myra. In addition, there is no need to call me Son of Light all the time. Just call Yi, who has a very easygoing personality. Myra said with a smile. Lucy was slightly taken aback when she heard that, then nodded happily. Myra thought about it for a while, and said, "As for the mission carried out by Yi, well, it is a 10-year mission, but although it is a 10-year mission, with Yi's strength and the support of Alaxis, it won't take much effort, maybe it's already on the way back." It turned out to be a 10-year mission. Natsu took a deep breath. The 10-year task is a level higher than the S-level task. It is generally called the SS level task. This is for Natsu, who is not even qualified to go to the second floor of the guild. For him, it is undoubtedly very far away, at least for a long time. He cannot be relieved. And above the 10-year mission, there is a more advanced 100-year mission, which is SSS level. This kind of mission has only appeared once in the history of Fairy Tale. S picked it up. 10-year mission. Lucy, who didn't belong to the guild magister before, was full of question marks after hearing this unfamiliar vocabulary. Guilds accept various tasks to earn bounties, but they don't know that tasks can be divided into so many categories. As soon as Myra saw Lucy's expression, she knew the latter's situation, and then briefly introduced him about the various tasks in the guild. After listening to Myra's story, although Lucy was still a little confused, she knew one thing, that is, the 10-year mission is a super difficult and super powerful mission. At least Myra mentioned that Natsu is not eligible to accept 10-year missions, not even S-level missions that are one level lower than 10-year missions. As for Natsu's strength, Lucy had seen it when he was in Harjan. He had mastered the dragon-slaying magic known as ancient magic, and destroyed most of the port with one move. This kind of strength, in Lucy's eyes, is already extremely strong. However, when Myra mentioned that Ye was carrying out the 10-year mission, it seemed that the 10-year mission was nothing more than a very easy task for the latter. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With Natsu's comparison, Lucy finally understands how powerful the Son of Light is, which is beyond her imagination. As for the laxus that Myra mentioned together, it was completely ignored by Lucy. On the other hand, it may be because Myra used himself as an example to say that he could not accept the S-level mission. Natsu was very depressed even drinking fruit juice, but what Myra said was the truth. Natsu refuted even if he wanted to know. For this, his two dark eyeballs flicked left and right, but he had some careful thoughts in his heart. In short, although he failed to meet his favorite Son of Light as he wished, he was able to successfully join Fairy Tail. This day can be said to be the happiest day for Lucy in the past few years. According to Fairy Tail's practice, when newcomers join, it will naturally be a cheerful party. Through this party, Lucy also becomes more familiar with the members of the guild. Although most people have more or less eccentricities, Lucy feels full of warmth and happiness, and has a great sense of belonging to Fairy Tail, as if this is really her home. At least, it is 10 times and 100 times better than her cold home. In addition, Lucy also met the chairman Makarov. To be honest, Lucy's first impression of this lecherous old man was not too good. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 41 Fairy Queen. Fairy Tail. It has been more than half a month since Lucy joined the guild. During this period of time, as a newcomer, Lucy gradually adapted to life in the guild, and even rented a nice house not far from the guild, although the degree of luxury is definitely not as good as at home. But every day is full and warm, and most importantly, happy. However, because of running away from home, Lucy's funds are very limited. Therefore, in order not to be kicked out by the fierce renter, she had to find tasks as soon as possible to earn money to support herself. For the first task in her life, Lucy attaches great importance to it. While choosing by herself, she also seeks the help of Myra, who gets along well with her in the guild. With the guidance of Myra, an old senior, in the selection task it is definitely more delicate than her rookie Ziobi. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, Myra also learned about her strength from Lucy, knowing that the latter is a celestial spirit magister with not outstanding combat ability, and a rookie, so before choosing the task, Myra very kindly recommended that Lucy choose to form a team with other members of the guild for this first mission in his life. Lucy readily agreed to the suggestion. As for the ones she is most familiar with in the guild, they are naturally Natsu and Happy. For Natsu, as long as the people who form the team are not Gray and Urza, other people will have no objections as long as they find him to form a team. In this way, a temporary team consisting of Lucy, Natsu, and Happy was established. Under Myra's recommendation, Lucy took another mission she was very satisfied with, and confidently went on the road with Natsu Happy, starting the first mission in her life, Sunrise. The task of Sunrise is to go to the mansion of the Duke of Ruba, find a book called Sunrise, and burn it, then you can get a bounty of 200,000J. Just by burning a book, you can get a 20J bounty. It can be said that among the tasks with the same bounty, this task is definitely the easiest and most relaxing, so Lucy is naturally very satisfied. Although there were a lot of turmoil during the task, but fortunately, it was completed without any risk. If it wasn't for failing to get the bounty in the end, then for this first task in her life, Lucy would probably be marked 10 points, and now, 0 points. Because she failed to get the bounty, Lucy looked listless on the way back, especially when she thought of the fierce charter woman, she became even more depressed. However, in the chat between Happy and Natsu, a person mentioned caught her attention. Fairy Queen Urza. This is not the first time Lucy has heard of this name. Before she joined Fairy Tale, she collected a lot of fairy tale information, just because most of them belonged to Son of Light, so even though she knew that Fairy Tale had the figure of the Fairy Queen is still not well understood. What makes Lucy curious is that whether it is Natsu or Happy, when they mention Urza, there is a sense of fear in their tone, and when they are in the guild, remember that Gray, who had a conflict with Natsu, once mentioned Urza, also the same expression. From what they said, it was almost as if Urza was a demonic monster. Not a guild mate? Why are you so scared? Lucy couldn't help thinking curiously. And she also specifically asked Natsu this question. From Natsu's exaggerated answer, Lucy couldn't help but emerge a hypothetical picture about the Fairy Queen Urza in Lucy's mind. 3 heads, 6 hands, a body as huge as a hill, and flames from its mouth. It's not like a monster. This is the monster. So far, for this member partner she has never met, because of Natsu, Lucy has already started to feel a little guilty. Inside the guild, Lucy stood in front of the task panel, caught in all kinds of troubles. No matter how you look at it, the above tasks are not something that a weak chicken like her can complete. As expected, there are too few tasks like burning a book. Every time I think of this, Lucy will be annoyed for a long time because of the problem of not getting the bounty for that task. Yoxi, Lucy, have you selected the mission yet? Natsu came to Lucy with the blue kitten Happy, and asked with a big grin. What's wrong? Lucy asked. Of course it's work. Natsu said as a matter of course, didn't we form a team? Of course we have to do the task together. Love. The blue kitten Happy responded cheerfully. That's just a temporary team formed at the suggestion of Miss Myra. Lucy curled her lips and said mercilessly, now, it's disbanded. So ruthless. Natsu suddenly turned into a bitter face. Love. Happy. But at this moment, Gray appeared out of nowhere, so, is Miss Lucy planning to form a team with me? As long as it can hit Natsu, Gray is willing to do it. You drooping eyes. Sure enough, Natsu stared angrily when he saw this. Gray naturally refused to show weakness, and looked at the past, hanging his eyes. Not interested. Lucy gave Gray the back of the head directly, pointed silently, and complained, also, before you find someone to form a team, you should get dressed first. When? Gray was surprised for the nth time when he saw that he was wearing a pair of underpants again. Beautiful Miss Lucy, do you want to form a love team with me? Rocky, wearing a pair of golden glasses and wearing an extremely flirty bag, walked up at this moment, posed a love gesture to Lucy, and sent a gentleman's invitation. Don't want. It was still an unceremonious refusal, but Lucy didn't feel the slightest bit about Loki, a magister who was also famous on the most popular list, especially when Lucy entered the guild. He left the latter with a very poor heart impression, so the impression score will be greatly reduced. In any case, compared with the Son of Light, it is still too bad. But at this time, Loki saw a bunch of celestial spirit keys pinned to Lucy's waist, but unlike the original book, Loki was not scared to the point of running away because of this. To be continued. Ask for collection. Ask for collection. 42 Queen returns. Lucy's celestial spirit key was not deliberately hidden, it was naturally pinned around her waist, telling the world that she is a celestial spirit magister. When he saw this bunch of celestial spirit keys, Loki had a thoughtful look in his eyes, then touched his chin, and said, so Miss Lucy is also a celestial spirit magister. Lucy clearly noticed the change in Loki's eyes, but the latter quickly covered it up. She glanced at the key on her waist, nodded and said, what's the matter? Have you seen other celestial spirit demons, tutor? Among the many magisters, the celestial spirit magisters are a relatively small group. Because there are only so many celestial spirit keys in the entire magic world, especially the 88 strongest keys, which are unique and cannot be copied, and it is extremely difficult to collect, which leads to people who choose to become celestial spirit magisters even rarer. After all, a lucky person like Lucy who inherited 3 golden keys from his mother is the only one in the entire wizarding world. To date, Lucy has never met another celestial spirit magister other than herself. I have indeed seen 1 or 2 celestial spirit magisters, and one of them is extremely famous in the kingdom of Fiori. Lucy, you have to work hard. After knowing that Lucy is a celestial spirit magister, Loki looked at her. His eyes became a lot more kind, and his eyes shook slightly, as if reminiscing, and then he encouraged Lucy. Lucy didn't expect Loki to say that. She was taken aback, and her impression of the latter changed a little, then she nodded, "I will." But there was a little doubt in her heart. The celestial spirit magister who is famous in the whole kingdom? Who is the one? Seeing this, Loki smiled, and left without mentioning the formation of the Love Squad. The celestial spirit magister that Loki mentioned is very famous in the kingdom. Do you know who it is? As soon as Loki left, Lucy asked Natsu Gray curiously. Gray shook his head and said, "I don't know." Natsu blinked his eyes even more, and looked confused. For him, the celestial spirit magister is not quite clear about what it means. He only knows that it is a creature that can open doors and call out cows, clocks, and crabs. The magister. Seeing Natsu's appearance, Lucy held his forehead slightly, and gave up hope. At the same time, at the bar, the sisters with the same beautiful silver hair were chatting without saying a word. "Sister Myra, do you know how long it will take for Brother Ye to come back?" After 2 years of precipitation, Lysina is now slim and graceful, and the childishness on her pretty face has completely faded away, and she has become more clean and charming. The only thing that hasn't changed is probably the dependence on Ye. I saw her propping her hands on the bar at this time, dragging her chin, with a little infatuation in her eyes. She hadn't seen Ye for more than a month, and she was going crazy thinking about Ye. Myra couldn't answer her sister's question. She said helplessly, "When Ye left, he said that the mission would take about a month or 2, but I don't know the exact time, but according to his personality, maybe the task has been completed long ago, but because of playfulness, I haven't come back for a long time." "Well, it's so boring." Lysina suddenly showed a disappointed expression, shaking her head and looking around. But at this moment, Loki, who had just left, suddenly returned, with an extremely panicked expression on his face, and shouted, "It's not good, Urza is back." Loki's words were like dropping a depth charge into the pond. After a brief silence, it erupted. Except for a few people, the rest of the guild rioted. Especially Natsu and Gray, they looked like the end of the world was coming, jumping up and down with their heads in their arms, scaring Lucy by the side. "Is Urza really that scary?" Soon, there were heavy footsteps outside the guild, and they were still approaching. Bang! The moment the door was pushed open, Lucy held her breath and stared at the door without blinking, feeling very nervous. The sun shines in from outside the gate, stretching Urza's shadow into a long strip. From this shadow alone, Lucy can tell that Urza, the fairy queen, seems to be much larger than normal people. It can't really be a monster. Lucy swallowed, muttering inwardly. The next moment, Urza walked in from the door, and Lucy finally saw her true appearance. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she was extremely surprised. This surprise was not because Urza was too scary. Rather, "It's so beautiful," Lucy whispered to herself. "That delicate and flawless face, matched with that crimson hair, is so beautiful no matter how you look at it, it can't match the demon monster in Natsu's mouth." And the reason why Urza's shadow gave Lucy the illusion that Lucy's body is bigger than ordinary people is entirely because Urza is carrying a horn that is 1 point bigger than himself in Urza's hand. This horn seems to be extremely thick, but in Urza's hands, it seems that it can't feel the weight at all. If it is purely about this strength, Urza can be regarded as comparable to the word monster. Miss Urza, can I ask what is this thing you are holding in your hand? Someone in the guild suddenly asked. Not only this person, but also many other people want to know this question. Is that what you mean? Urza casually threw the horn on the ground, and could clearly feel the entire guild shaking slightly, which showed the weight of the horn. This is the horn I left behind after killing the monsters. The locals gave it to me as a gift. I think it's a good decoration. What's the matter? Do you think there's any problem? It was obviously a very natural answer, but Urza's tone revealed an unquestionable sense of majesty, which made the person who just asked the question dare not take a breath and shook his head repeatedly. How dare he have any questions? To be continued. 43 The strongest team? 2 years later, except for the increase in strength, Urza's queen attributes have been fully revealed. As a newcomer, Lucy only saw her for the first time, and she deeply felt the domineering aura of the former. She is called the Fairy Queen. And then, Urza made Lucy feel what dominance over the queen is. On the way to work, I heard a lot of bad rumors about fairy tale. Even if the president doesn't pursue it, I won't forgive you. I saw Urza's eyes were like lightning, and he swept towards the crowd suddenly, and there was a heroic spirit between his brows, like a high-ranking queen, pointing towards the crowd. Kana, what's your drinking posture? Bishita, please go outside if you are dancing. Wakaba, watch out for your soot. Nab, are you still swaying in front of the mission panel as usual? Go to work. And Macau. Hey. At this point, Urza couldn't help touching his forehead, and sighed worriedly, you guys, when will you save me some time? All those who were named by Urza stopped their current actions and sat upright one by one. And Lucy, who saw this scene for the first time, was almost dumbfounded. She couldn't help shrinking her neck, and whispered, is she a discipline committee member? Love, this is Urza. Happy responded from the side, one of the 2 strongest female mages in fairy tale. One of the 2 female mages. Lucy was immediately attracted by this sentence, but before she could inquire further, Urza came up. Seeing this, Lucy immediately forcibly retracted what she wanted to say, with a disturbed look on her face, thinking, if you join the guild, you shouldn't reprimand me. Fortunately, Urza walked past her, came straight to Myra, and asked, is the president here? The president has gone to a regular meeting. Myra said with a smile. Urza frowned slightly when she heard this, and after pondering for a moment, she continued to ask, then, is ya back? I haven't come back yet. Before Myra could answer, Lisana on the side rushed to answer. Haven't you come back yet? Hearing Lisana's answer, Urza's eyes faintly flashed with disappointment, and then his eyes were fixed, if that's the case. Natsu, Gray. Love. The 2 people who were suddenly shouted were startled, and then they hooked their shoulders together almost subconsciously, and at the same time turned into happy, obviously very reluctant in their hearts, but they still said in unison, today we get along very friendly too. Seeing this situation, Lucy was speechless and choked up. It was because of how scared she was to become like this. Well, although there are times when friends fight, it's best to be able to get along with each other. At this time, another major attribute of Urza is revealed, and only she who is naturally cute can't see that the 2 of them are acting. After nodding in satisfaction, Urza got down to business. I found some troublesome things at the mission site this time. I originally planned to ask the president for advice, but there is nothing I can do if the president is not here. I think this trouble needs to be resolved as soon as possible. So, Natsu, Gray, I need the strength of both of you. Urza looked at the 2 and said solemnly. Nanny. As soon as Urza's words came out, everyone in the guild was shocked, and there was a huge wave rolling in their hearts. You must know that except for many years ago and yet, I have never seen Urza team up with other people in these years, especially this kind of situation where he obviously feels that he is not enough to solve it alone and needs to ask for help from others, which is even more unheard of. Natsu and Gray, who were involved, were even more surprised. They fell silent at the same time, and then looked at each other. Do you want to form a team with this guy? Whether it is Natsu or Gray, they never imagined that they would have a joint team, especially when they will form a team with Urza. It is even more unimaginable. But since the initiator is Urza, then, they don't seem to have the right to refuse at all. To be more precise, they dare not refuse at all. Is it a big trouble? Do you need my help? Surprisingly, Myra suddenly whispered to Urza at this time. Myra's words made everyone's expressions tremble, and they suddenly remembered that although Myra, who usually looks gentle and pleasant, hadn't made a move for 2 years, she was a genuine S-rank mage, a person who could truly be with her. A powerful female mage comparable to the Fairy Queen. Could it be that after 2 years, this former demon is going to make a move? Moreover, joining forces with the Fairy Queen, this is really... Only Lucy, who doesn't know much about fairy tales past, doesn't quite know what Myra's words mean. Clinker Urza shook his head and said, it's a bit troublesome, but with the addition of Natsu and Gray, it should be enough. In fact, Urza had thought of asking Mila for help before, but she also knew that the latter was not as enthusiastic about fighting as before, so she made a compromise and chose to invite Natsu and Gray. However, if Urza, Natsu and Gray form a team, excluding Brother Yet and Lax's team, it should be regarded as the strongest team. Lisana on the side recalled the various teams in fairy tale history, and finally concluded. That's true. Myra nodded in agreement. The team of Urza, Natsu, and Gray is indeed strong, but after all, it is Yet and Laxus, the team formed by the 2 strongest candidates. Since the 2 of them worked together, the name of the strongest has been assigned to them on the head. But just when everyone thought that the formation of Urza's trio had been confirmed, a slightly provocative voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Urza, the Fairy Queen, has to ask for help from others. It seems that things are really troublesome. To be continued. Ask for collection. I have something to say. The editor notified me today that this book might be on the shelves tomorrow, and I heard that there will be more explosions when it goes on the shelves. At my speed, there are probably a few more chapters than usual, but I still want to ask, will anyone subscribe? Very nervous. 44 True. The strongest team. Urza, the Fairy Queen, has to ask for help from others. It seems that things are really troublesome. When this slightly provocative voice sounded in the guild, everyone in the guild was slightly taken aback for an instant, and then they were overjoyed. This sound is night. Following the direction of the sound, everyone turned their eyes away. Sure enough, on the 2nd floor, there was a black-haired man in a moon-white robe, leaning on the railing, overlooking the people below, with a cynical smile on his lips, which combined with that handsome face, looked quite turbulent. Sun's taste. Brother Yet, you're finally back. The first to cheer was Lisana, who was looking forward to the night and finally to the return of the night. It seems that the task has been successfully completed. Myra is also smiling, and if you observe carefully, you can find that when she saw Yet, there was also a deep nostalgia in the depths of her pupils. Yet, welcome back. A large group of people in the guild also cheered in unison. Seeing this, Yet first glanced at the 2 sisters Myra, then looked at everyone, and said with a smile, everyone, long time no see. So Yet you have come back. Urza said, looking up at Yet on the 2nd floor. I just came back last night too. I've been sleeping on the 2nd floor and I was woken up by you just now. Jian Yet couldn't help yawning, looking like he just woke up. Hearing Yi's words, everyone was speechless. So, you have to blame us for disturbing you. Although I'm sorry to disturb you. But since you're back, the matter this time is not a trouble. Urza said very straightforwardly. After finishing speaking, she turned her eyes to Natsu Gray, and said in a flat tone, the team between us, disband now. Boom! Natsu and Gray were suddenly struck by lightning. This is too straightforward, can't we be a little more tactful? And it can be clearly seen that Urza's original plan was to invite Ye to act together, and Natsu and Gray obviously had to choose as substitutes because of Ye's absence. When the rest of the people saw this, they all said unanimously in their hearts, so ruthless. No! Natsu suddenly yelled, and he forcibly held back his fear of Urza, and said bravely, as the fairy queen, how can you easily go back on what you said? That's right, you can't go back on your word so easily. Gray unexpectedly sided with Natsu this time, which was a great surprise. As early as many years ago, the two wanted to team up with Ye to carry out those more challenging tasks, but they were ruthlessly rejected by Ye every time. Now that such an opportunity finally appeared, they naturally refused to give up. And they firmly believe that their current strength is no longer comparable to that of the past, and even if they are not as good as the two of them, they will not be hindered. No. Unfortunately, after hearing what the two said, Urza still ruthlessly refused. Hearing this, the two of them felt aggrieved, and wanted to say something, but when they met Urza's sharp gaze, they couldn't help shrinking their necks, and then sat down depressed. But at this time, Jianyi smiled and said, forget it, Urza, I think it's better to let them come together, it's time to meet the big world. I believe Natsu and Gray have grown up too. As soon as Yi's voice fell, Natsu and Gray immediately swept away the depression on their faces, and turned into excitement, and later Su looked at Urza, but they knew that since Ye had already spoken, there was a high chance of this happening. 89 is done. Sure enough, Urza nodded after pondering for a moment, in that case, let them come together. Yoxi. Natsu immediately jumped up from the stool, and dragon flames appeared on his excited hands, it's burning. Although Gray is not as exaggerated as Natsu, but his expression is also extraordinarily excited, and he also has his own way of expression. For example, the clothes on his body were taken off by him again unconsciously. Gray, clothes. Kana reminded for the n+1 time. Yeah, Urza, Natsu, Gray, if this is the lineup, then Fairy Tale's strongest team must be him. Myra sighed abruptly. Others also reacted one by one. That's right, if it's these four people, they should be able to break the strongest combination of the previous night and Laxus. After all, although they know that Laxus is very strong and is one of the strongest candidates for Fairy Tale, but how strong are they? But they don't have a general idea, but in their view, it is impossible to be the opponent of Urza, Natsu and Gray. In this way, the name of the strongest team was successfully crowned on the heads of the four. The strongest team? Maybe. Ye just smiled slightly and didn't comment much. Then let's meet at the station tomorrow morning, I'll go back and get some sleep first. Yeshu stretched his body, walked down from the second floor of the guild, greeted everyone and left the guild. Seeing this, Lisana, the loyal little follower, immediately followed with light steps like a cheerful little butterfly. After leaving the guild, Lisana immediately jumped onto Yi's back. Ye seemed to have noticed Lisana following behind her, and subconsciously held her with both hands, and said with a smile, you little girl, don't stay with the guild to accompany you. Your sister, what are you doing out here? Brother Ye, staying in the guild is really boring. Lisana's snow-white arms wrapped around Yi's neck naturally, and her little head rubbed against Yi's back, with an expression of enjoyment and infatuation on her face. She said coquettishly, Brother Ye, you haven't come back for so long, I want to accompany you. For Lisana, a little girl who loves to act like a baby, Ye has always been doting on her, and the latter often tries to make him happy. Hearing this, Ye naturally smiled and said, then Lisana will stay with brother. Ye. Lisana tightened her arms around Yi's neck. To be continued. Ask for collection. By the way, the launch time has been confirmed, and it is said to be the early morning of tonight, so tomorrow will be considered as the official launch. 45 Myra and number 039, choice. Inside the guild. After seeing Lysina follow her out, Myra smiled helplessly. As an older sister, Myra knew exactly how much her sister depended on Ye. I am afraid that even her own elder sister, in her heart, could not compare to her. Let's go tonight. What my sister did is really a failure. Myra thought with a wry smile. Then, I'll go back and get ready too. Urza said, and then turned and left with big strides. Of course, she didn't forget to take the horn that was used as an ornament before she left. Yoxi, it's really great. Natsu is still immersed in the excitement of forming a team with Ye tomorrow. Infected by Natsu, the blue kitten flapped its wings happily, obviously in a good mood, but when it flew to Lucy, it stopped, its cat eyes kept looking at Lucy, and a big question mark appeared on its head. Lucy, what's wrong with you? No wonder Happy is so confused, it's just that Lucy looks so strange now. I saw Lucy staring obsessively at the open guild door, with an unnatural blush on her face, looking distraught. The blue kitten indicated that the cat's wisdom was completely incomprehensible. In fact, anyone who has been influenced by society in the 21st century can see Lucy's appearance at this time, and this difference is an info. At this time, she didn't know her own predicament at all. Lucy was completely in her own world now, and in the short few minutes just now, her heartbeat almost reached the peak of her life. It was too abrupt. The person I admired the most all the time suddenly appeared without warning, and Lucy had no time to react. During this period, she mustered up the courage to step forward several times, but her feet seemed to be embedded with 2 pieces of lead, and she couldn't step out. That step. Even so, thinking that she is already a member of Fairy Tale, and since Ye appeared, they will get in touch sooner or later, but what Lucy didn't expect is that the time between them is far faster than she thought many. With intense excitement, Lucy almost forgot when she left the guild and returned to the rental house. That night. Guanghui Villa, this is the name Ye gave to the villa he bought. Inside the room. Finally put that little girl to sleep. Ye walked in with a tired expression, thinking of the scene where Lysina asked him to tell her a story before going to bed. He couldn't help but wryly smiled. Ever since Lysina told him a fairy tale from her previous life because of insomnia one night, the former became intensified, begging Ye to tell her a story before going to bed from time to time, otherwise she would not go to sleep. However, Ye has no resistance to this kind of younger sister's coquettish practice, and every time she is coaxed by Lysina, she wants to pick off the stars and give them to her. Fortunately, Ye was well read in her previous life and had a sufficient reserve of knowledge. Only then did they deal with it one by one. Take a bath first, and sleep well tonight. The 10-year mission this time can be said to be the most difficult one among the missions that Ye took over. Although with his strength, he did not encounter any danger to his life along the way, he encountered a lot of troubles. The guild met no fewer than 10. In other words, he hasn't had a good rest for more than a month. This is undoubtedly a huge ordeal for a person like him who depends on enjoying life. Fortunately, the final mission rewards are not bad, which is not a small gain. Myra. When Dang Ye wiped his hair and came out of the bathroom, he was suddenly taken aback. He blinked his eyes, and looked at the extra beautiful woman in the room who didn't know when, and was immediately confused. I saw him leaning against the back of the big soft bed, half of his body was covered by the snow-white quilt, and his beautiful long silver-white hair was scattered aside. Who else could it be if it wasn't Myra? Moreover, Myra's silver-white hair still had slight drops of water, and she was wearing a loose nightgown, obviously just after taking a shower. Have you finished washing? Looking at Ye next to the bathroom, Myra smiled softly and said. Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Myra, stepped on a pair of slippers and walked up, as if thinking of something. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a wicked smile, I said, you came to my room in the middle of the night, didn't you think dedicate yourself to it? Hearing Ye's teasing tone, Myra's beautiful cheeks were immediately stained with a light pink, and then she gave Ye a beautiful roll of her eyes, and said, "What do you want?" "What do I want to do? You came into my room in the middle of the night, it should be what you want to do." Ye asked. "As your girlfriend, can't I come to your room?" Myra said coquettishly. Only in front of Ye can Myra show such a side. In front of other people, she almost always has a gentle and calm appearance. It seems that anyone can go up and say a few words, but there are very few who can really talk to each other. And as early as a year ago, Ye and Myra had formally established their relationship, but although the two had had various intimate behaviors in the past year, they never took the last step. "Since you know that you are my girlfriend, shouldn't you perform the duties of a girlfriend at this time?" Yediao said with a smile, and rushed forward involuntarily. "Ah!" Myra screamed, and was held in Ye's arms. Ye's chin rested on Myra's shoulder, and the tip of her nose twitched slightly, greedily sniffing the virgin fragrance of Myra's body. Myra didn't resist either, just snuggled into Ye's arms like this. After she came back this night, she thought for a long time before she made up her mind to come here tonight. She couldn't hold it anymore. "Night." Myra called softly, her voice was weak. "Listen, go to sleep." "Listen." Ye was silent for a moment, then nodded, and whispered, "I've been coaxing you for a long time, and I'm already asleep." Mila's voice continued, "Yet, I know Lysina has liked you since childhood, and she is still my sister." Hearing this, Ye couldn't understand. Did Myra come here tonight just to say this? Are you sure you're not teasing him? Just when Ye was puzzled, Myra's voice suddenly became louder, "But, it is precisely because she is my sister, so, as a sister, I just one step ahead." To be continued. Ask for collection, it will be put on the shelves tomorrow, please support. 46 Warm. This night, whether it was for Ye or Myra, was destined to be extraordinary. The next day, the red sun was just rising, and there was a white belly in the distant sky. The sky was just getting bright, an array of soft sunlight slowly shone on the top of Guanghui Villa. Well. Opening his sleepy eyes, Ye subconsciously shook his head. He moved his arm slightly, but found that his arm was pressed by some heavy object, and he couldn't lift it for a while. The next moment, his mind suddenly woke up, and he turned his head to look. The first thing that caught his eyes was the soft silver hair, and Myra's lovely appearance in a sound sleep. In sleep, there was still a small arc at the corner of Myra's mouth. The memory of last night clearly came to mind. Ye looked at Myra's eyes more softly. This is his first woman in this world, and she is so excellent in every aspect, it can be said that she is the closest the perfect woman. Ye is undoubtedly lucky to be able to completely occupy such a woman. Of course, this is also related to Ye's excellence. Heroes love beauties, and beauties also love heroes. However, as if thinking of something, Ye suddenly laughed. This little girl actually wants to push me against the young master, how naive really. Especially thinking of Myra's appearance of begging for mercy in the end under her great power, Yejing couldn't help laughing out loud. Perhaps hearing Ye's laughter, the sleeping Myra moved her eyelashes, then opened her eyes, and saw Ye who was laughing. Not as shy as those girls who broke melons for the first time, Myra pressed against Ye's chest, hugged him with both hands, a happy smile appeared on her face, and then she softly laughed. "It's so early in the morning, why are you smiling so happily?" "Naturally, I'm laughing at someone who overestimated himself last night and even wanted to challenge my majesty. How about it?" In the end, he was put on the ground. Ye put his arms around Myra and joked in his ear. Also remembering the embarrassment of being the last begging for mercy, Myra blushed, but still snorted coquettishly, puffed out her mouth and said in disbelief, "The one who begs for mercy next time must be you. It's impossible." Ye chuckled, "I just hope you can relax a bit next time." When Myra heard the words, she snorted again, knowing that she couldn't speak, so she stopped talking. After contemplating for a while, Ye patted Myra's beautiful back and said softly, "Okay, it's time to get up, we still have business to do today." It's impossible not to get up. You must know that Myra is in a state of being naked now. Holding Myra like this in the night, the suffering in it can be imagined. He is already on the verge of breaking out at this time. He is really afraid that he will die again for a moment. I couldn't help but set off another big battle. Once this battle started, it would really be unstoppable, and it wouldn't end in a short time. At that time, I'm afraid that Urza will come to knock on the door. That would be a big embarrassment. Oh! Just handing herself over to Yat, Myra is at the time when she is most attached to Yat, so she naturally hopes that Yat can accompany her more, but she is a sensible and virtuous girl who knows what Yat is talking about, so she is very obedient nodded. However, the moment she got up, the quilt that originally covered her body slipped down, and that charming and delicate body that could make any man in the world jealous was revealed in front of Yat. Although it was not the first time that the almost perfect arc after reading it, Ye couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his blood boiled. "You goblin!" Ye roared, lifted the quilt completely, and then printed it on Myra's face, which made Myra giggle, and for a while, the room was full of spring light. Although the car was forcibly stopped at the last moment, the two of them still spent nearly half an hour in the room before getting dressed and going out. If I knew it earlier, I would have asked Natsu and Gray to accompany Urza. After leaving the room, Ye said depressingly. Myra, who was at the side, immediately chuckled, took his hand and comforted him. "Okay, you can just go with peace of mind. At the worst, when you come back, I will do whatever you want." "That's what you said." Ye's expression was shocked, and he looked at Myra with burning eyes. "0. Asking for flowers." N. Although she was a little shy in her heart, Myra nodded, and she was still very happy that her lover was so obsessed with herself. "Brother Yat, Sister Myra, why are you all up so late?" At this moment, Listena's voice suddenly sounded. Yat and Myra were both stunned. It's really hard to answer Listena's question. "I was a little tired from doing the task before, so I slept a little longer." Ye laughed and said. "I went to bed late yesterday, so I woke up a little late today." Myra also found a reason at random, and said perfunctorily. "Is that so?" Listena looked at the two with suspicious eyes. She always felt that both of them seemed to be hiding something from her, but the two in front of her were her most trusted people. So in the end she chose to believe them. 0. Seeing this, Ye breathed a sigh of relief, but this behavior of deceiving the little girl made him feel a little guilty. However, in order to maintain his majesty in Listena's heart, and to let the little girl maintain the purest purity in her heart, Ye still thinks it's better not to let her know about this kind of thing so early. She will feel it for herself later. "Then let's go eat quickly, I'm almost starving." No longer suspicious, a cheerful smile appeared on Listena's face again. "By the way, Brother Yat, Sister Urza has already set off. She said to wait for you to get up and go to the station. Just find them." "Okay." Ye nodded. Next, Ye accompanied the two sisters to have a hearty breakfast together. As for Elfman, he went to the guild early. To be continued. The first update on the shelves. I hope everyone will support. As for how much can be updated today, to be honest, I'm not sure. Let's count as much as I can write. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. 6. 47 Confluence. Guanghui Villa, at the gate. Don't go to the guild today, rest at home. Ye looked at Myra beside him and said with concern. N. Myra nodded, then helped Ye straighten her collar like a gentle wife, and said with a smile, "You have to pay attention to safety. Aren't you worried about my strength?" After thinking for a while, Ye whispered, "I'll be back soon." N. Myra replied, her voice was like a mosquito, her pretty face was slightly red. "I'm leaving." After speaking, Ye smiled at Lisena, who was at the side. "Lisena, I'm leaving. Goodbye, brother, yet, you have to come back early. Lysina waved her hand and shouted with a smile. No. The two sisters stood at the door like this, watching Yi's figure disappear at the end. Suddenly, Li 563 Shauna rushed to Myra's side, and said with a smile, Myra Jane, what did brother Ye tell you alone just now? You didn't even let me hear. You must have something to hide me. And I found that Sister Myra, you seem to have become a lot more beautiful today. Miss Myra. After Lysina asked questions one by one, Myra suddenly became embarrassed. She didn't know how to answer the questions of her innocent younger sister, so she could only choose to avoid them and sneaked into the villa. Lysina immediately chased after her. There is a great momentum to break the casserole and ask the end. Of course, the night that has gone away will not be able to see this scene. Magnolia Station. Ah! Why hasn't the night come yet? Sitting on a bench, Natsu said weakly. This was the first time he said the same words. Natsu can be said to be the most active one in this operation, so he packed up his things and came to the station early at dawn. Who would have thought that Ye and Myra took the last step last night, so that Yeshishi didn't show up, and Natsu came so early, the waiting time can be imagined. Beside him, although Gray didn't come as early as Natsu, he rushed over after breakfast, but compared to Natsu's fiery personality, Gray's temperament is calmer and calmer, which may also have something to do with the magic they practiced. Relationship. As for Urza, she is quietly sorting out the large load of luggage she brought. Such a load of luggage, as long as outsiders see it, they will subconsciously think that Urza is going on a trip. Natsu and Gray are used to this. The only thing that surprises me may be the newcomer Lucy, who joined the strongest team as in the original book. I saw Lucy sitting on another bench at the moment, looking at the other side of the street from time to time, with a bit of anxiety in her expression, and in her arms, she was holding a small pet like a puppet. This is the celestial spirit of Canis Minor. After a while, the night finally came as promised. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ye stepped forward and said. Yet, you came too late. The moment Ye appeared, Natsu was about to burst into tears. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. Urza directly pushed Natsu away, came to Ye, and said with concern, I didn't wait too long. Yet, you must have been exhausted during the 10-year mission, so the rest time will be longer. I can understand. Can you understand? Ye couldn't help touching her nose, but she didn't expect that Urza had already thought up an excuse for herself. This is really... I just don't know if she can continue to understand if she knows the truth. Regarding this, Ye smiled and said, it's quite tiring. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to go. Urza announced loudly. Yoxi. Let's go. Natsu's body sprang up, perfectly inheriting the super physique of the hot-blooded anime hero, and resurrected with full blood. Gray also clenched his fists, his expression full of fighting spirit. But at this time, Ye turned his gaze to Lucy, who had been silent all this time. When the latter saw Ye looking at her, his body immediately tensed up, his heartbeat soared again, and he was very anxious. Seeing this, Ye's expression couldn't help becoming weird, and then he remembered something Myra told her this morning, about the newcomer Lucy. I didn't expect that the #1 heroine in the original book would become my fan. Ye secretly thought, what Myra told him, of course it's because Lucy is his fanatical little fangirl. Oh. In fact, when I saw Lucy in the guild last night, I realized that the plot and fairy tale had already begun, but he has grown up in this world for 18 years, and many memories of those anime have become blurred. Only when some people and things corresponded, he could barely recall the plot. After all, he is now Ye. Vermilion, everything about Linya in his previous life has become the past, and he no longer regards this world as the world in anime, but a real world, where there are real people, real the emotions, all in all, are real. Of course, if necessary, he will naturally use the memory of his previous life in his mind. Hello, I'm a newcomer to the guild, my name is Lucy, please give me your advice. Surprisingly, Lucy mustered up her courage at this moment and spoke first, but from her slightly stammering words, it can be seen that she is still a little nervous at this time. After all, this is her favorite idol, and it is inevitable for fans to be nervous when they meet an idol for the first time. I know, I heard Myram mention that you are the rookie who defeated the mercenary orangutan with one finger, very good. Looking at Lucy in front of him, Ye said slightly jokingly. Hearing Ye's words, Lucy was embarrassed. It wasn't her who defeated the mercenary orangutan at all, but Natsu. I just didn't know that she would defeat the mercenary orangutan in the final 1.7, and she defeated it with only one finger. However, she was very happy to be praised by her idol, at least, Son of Light was not as difficult to get along with as she imagined. At this moment, a slender and fair hand stretched out in front of her. Lucy was taken aback for a moment, then saw Ye smiled at her, and said, My name is Ye, nice to meet you, we will be partners from now on. When Ye's voice fell, Lucy was still in a daze. After a few seconds, she smiled happily, then reached out her hand excitedly to hold Ye, and nodded heavily. To be continued. The second update. Please order it all. Please order it yourself. 48 Lullaby. Inside the compartment. Vomit. Inheriting the characteristics of all dragon slayers who are afraid of vehicles, Natsu fell into a state of delirious dizziness as soon as he got in the car. As for this situation, the 4 people and 1 cat present, even Lucy, who joined the guild for the shortest time, are already used to it. I can't help it. I really can't bear to see you in such pain. Let me help you. Ye shook his head and said softly. Hearing what Ye said, Lucy suddenly asked in amazement, could it be that Ye can get Natsu out of this state? Although the two of them spent less than an hour together, Lucy found that Ye's personality was very easygoing and easy to communicate with, which made Lucy extremely excited. Slowly disappearing, at least now there is no problem with normal communication. Of course, despite this, Lucy's admiration for Ye has not diminished at all, but has become more profound. Compared to Lucy's inquiry, Gray seemed to have known what would happen next, and turned his head to one side directly, with 03's expression, as if he couldn't bear to watch the following scene. Bump! Sure enough, the next moment, I saw Ye punched down without hesitation, and Natsu rolled his eyes and fell down. He really got rid of the dizziness and vomiting just now, but the current situation doesn't seem to be optimistic. Lucy's expectant gaze froze for a moment. She never thought that Ye's way of helping Natsu would be so cruel. Looking at Natsu slumped on the seat, the corners of Lucy's mouth couldn't help twitching. It's too miserable, but although the method is a bit violent, the effect is still excellent, at least. It's much quieter in the car now. Urza, can you tell us what the mission is this time? Gray asked without caring about Natsu's situation. Speaking of this, Urza's expression also became a little dignified, and said, Our opponent this time is the Dark Guild Eisenwald. I learned on the way back that they seem to have obtained a magic called Lullaby. What are you planning in the dark? Eisenwald. Ye pondered for a moment, and said, It's those little mice who were kicked out of the regular guild by the council 6 years ago because they accepted the assassination mission without authorization, and finally attached themselves to Oration Cease. Urza nodded and said, Although Eisenwald's strength in the Dark Guild is not too outstanding, I think they will use the magic called Lullaby to make a big move this time. Lucy on the side listened to the conversation between the two, and murmured in his heart, from the tone of both of them, it seems that neither of them took Eisenwald's Dark Guild seriously. Could it be that this is a very weak Dark Guild? However, what Ye said next made Lucy immediately feel how ridiculous his idea was. I remember Eisenwald's president, who seems to be the self-proclaimed Reaper Erriger, who uses wind magic that is relatively rare in the magic world. As for strength, he should barely have an S rank. Members with A-level strength, this should be Eisenwald's overall strength. Ye lightly described Eisenwald's situation. Urza nodded, agreeing with Ye's statement, while Gray's face became much more serious. He thought that he had made great progress in the past 2 years. Although he did not participate in the S-level assessment, his strength should have reached the S-level threshold, but at most that is, the strength of entering the S rank for the first time. So different from veteran experts such as Urza, and yet, he still can't ignore Erriger, who also has S-level strength, especially when the opponent uses wind magic with the ability to fly. Gray has no certainty of winning against him. As for Lucy, she is completely in disarray, with only one letter floating in her mind, S. Why did I join such a BT team? Lucy burst into tears, complaining in her heart, why is there a dark guild with S-level magisters among these two people, who can be as casual as they want? The needing is so, as expected, they and I are not in the same world at all. What Lucy doesn't know is that Urza is relatively better, but for yet, it's just a dark guild with a level 5 magister sitting in it. The number of dark guilds has reached an extremely terrifying number, and secretly, I don't know how many magisters of the dark guilds hate him. But what is that so-called lullaby? Gray asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Urza shook her head. She just didn't know this, that's why she was not sure about this action, and finally chose to go back to the guild first to seek help. Ye smiled and said, lullaby is a magic flute that contains curse-killing magic, also known as a lullaby. As long as it is played, anyone who hears the sound of the flute will be affected by curse-killing magic. Those with strong strength can resist 1 or 2 with their strength, and those with weak strength will be directly cursed to death. Hearing Ye's explanation, the 3 of them and the cat were shocked, especially Lucy, because she was sure that she belonged to the weak person that Ye Kao said, so she was about to die when she heard the sound of Lullaby's flute. At this time Ye continued to say, you don't have to worry too much about the sound of the flute. As a forbidden magic, it is not that simple to play lullaby, and in the time before they play the sound of the flute, we can completely take them down, so the sound of the flute is not the scariest thing. What you need to pay attention to is lullaby itself. Lullaby itself? While Urza and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they were also confused, not understanding the meaning of Ye's words. Ye explained, according to records, lullaby is not only a magic flute, but also used dark magic by the legendary black mage Ziref, and is one of the demons recorded in Ziref's book. If Urza and Gray were just a little surprised when Ye told about lullaby's powerful curse-killing magic before, then they were shocked now, for no other reason, just because the name Ziref in Ye's mouth, no matter what it was, there is nothing simple about anything related to this name. Only Lucy is still a little ignorant, because she is not familiar enough with the history of the magic world and does not know what the name Ziref represents to the whole magic world. That represents the most recognized magister in the entire history of magic. To be continued. The third change. Please make a full order. Please customize. 49 Confidence derived from the strong. Inside the compartment. Because of Ye's words, the entire box fell into a brief silence. Even the blue kitten Happy lay on Natsu's head, affected by this atmosphere, fell silent. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for a while, and then both Urza and Gray relaxed again by coincidence, as if the scene just now had never happened. This sudden change made Lucy a little unable to react, but soon she remembered that both Urza and Gray glanced at Ye 1 second before they relaxed. In this case, it seems that the two have found the core soul and regained their confidence. Moreover, Lucy also remembered a very ingenious thing, that is, in the process of telling Lullaby's origin at night, although what he said from the beginning to the end was the strength of Lullaby, but he didn't think about it at all. However, emotions such as worry and fear appear, and they are always dealt with indifferently. If Lucy is really asked to describe this situation, the only thing she can think of is that it comes from the strong self-confidence of a true powerhouse in his own strength. This kind of self-confidence allows him to achieve a kind of fearless the point. This is by no means egotistical, but because he is really powerful. I'm afraid Urza and Gray clearly understood this point, so they were able to recover so quickly. Thinking of this, Lucy secretly glanced at Yet, with complicated thoughts. At this moment, Ye seemed to notice it, turned her head, her clear eyes met Lucy's, and immediately smiled at Lucy. For some reason, seeing Ye's smile, Lucy's original fear of Lullaby faded away like spring and white snow. Now she has only one thought in her mind, and that is, as long as there is Yet, as her partner, there will be no danger. The change of mentality among the few people took only half a minute before and after, and all of this originated from the night when they were sitting in the center of the few people. Little did they know that even the blue kitten Happy was looking happily from behind. He took out a small dried fish from the small bundle and gnawed on it. In the following time, the conversation between the few people seemed much more relaxed, and Lucy happily shifted the topic to everyone's magic. It can be said that they had a very happy conversation. Ghost Lotus Station. According to the information that Urza had found about Eisenwald before, the latter's foothold was the Ghost Lotus City. A group of people got off the train. Of course, Ye did not forget to drag Natsu down together before getting off the train. As soon as it touched the ground, Natsu instantly revived with full blood. Laughed out of nowhere. Will people from Eisenwald really be here? Gray asked after looking around. If the source of the news is correct, it should be here without a doubt. Urza said in a deep voice. Let's go in and take a look first. Yes said. After speaking, the combination of 5 people and 1 cat walked towards Gylean City, and they soon discovered the movement. Did you ask? What's the situation ahead? Ye immediately asked after Gray, who was sent to inquire about the news, came back. Gray nodded, and said in a solemn voice, I have found out, someone has seized the government building in the city center, and now there is panic among many citizens, and the army has already dispatched. The entire government building was surrounded. Definitely Eisenwald. Urza's eyes shot out a bright light, his thoughts were spinning quickly, and he said firmly, they must use the broadcast in the government building to play Lullaby to curse and kill all the residents of Ghost Lotus City. A bunch of scum. It has to be said that Urza's statement is very convincing. Natsu, Gray and Lucy agree with Urza's analysis very much. The faces of the 3 of them are all angry. If this is the case, then this Eisenwald is really a group of people scum. As for Yet, he thought more deeply, but he didn't say much, just squinted his eyes slightly, and said, whether it is or not, go to the Conquest building and take a look. Everyone with faces full of anger nodded heavily, and their steps were fast, rushing aggressively towards the city center. City center, government building. The entire perimeter of the building is now covered in darkness and filled with the kingdom's army, enclosing the entire building. It's a pity that although these armies have a large number of people, most of them are just ordinary people. Facing the Dark Guild composed entirely of magisters, they are no opponents at all. Fortunately, they are clearly aware of this, so they just chose to encircle, and did not storm in to die. The night group soon came to the city center. When the leader of the army learned that Yet and the others were the magisters of the Fairy Tale Guild, he was overjoyed and immediately let the army separate a road, let them in, and informed them to the head of Ghost Lotus City at this moment. He was also suppressed in the building by the members of the Dark Guild. Yet and the others rushed into the building quickly, but when they saw that there were only a few government officials in the hall who were tied up and their mouths were sealed, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't help feeling a surge of pain in their hearts. Foreboding. Hula la. But at this time, outside the building, there was a violent sound of howling wind and pulling the air. At the same time, an extremely arrogant laugh came in from outside. You flies of the regular guild, just stay in this magic wind wall for me honestly, and execute you when I come back after dealing with those old men of your regular guild. Outside the government building, a high-speed rotating tornado enveloped the entire building. As long as you get closer, the sound of the howling wind will crazily shake your eardrums. And at a high altitude, a man with a sickle weapon in his hand and only a black cloak on his upper body was suspended. His eyes were filled with a smug light, and he kept grinning, obviously because he could tease these regular guilds. The flies looked extremely happy. On the ground, there was a group of people who were also laughing. They were all members of the Dark Guild Eisenwald. As for the troops that surrounded the building, they fell to the ground in pieces. The one who let Yet and others let go the leader even died on the spot. To be continued. The fourth change. Please order it all. Please order it yourself. 50. The prestige of the Son of Light. Inside the government building. Everyone in Fairy Tale heard the rampant laughter outside, eyes flickered slightly, and said lightly, "It seems that the people in Eisenwald have already learned about our coming news in advance, and used the layout of the government building in Ghost Lotus City, to bind us here so that no one can stop their real plan. Damn, how could this happen?" Urza gritted her teeth, annoyed and annoyed. This was obviously her failure. When she checked the news before, it was probably discovered by someone secretly. "Yeah, I'm sorry, if I can be more cautious." Urza looked at Ye apologetically, but Ye forcibly interrupted her before she finished speaking, and only heard him say softly, "It's okay, this doesn't affect the overall situation." Ye showed an inexplicable and strange smile, and said, "I think they know very little news, they just know that there are people from the regular guild intervening, but they don't know who is here. Otherwise, they will never with such a stupid strategy." Urza was taken aback for a moment, and then she quickly realized that not only him, but even Grey also understood the meaning of the night talk, and even Natsu, who was a bit stubborn, nodded half understood. Only Lucy is still ignorant. There is no way, the time she joined Fairy Tale with 390 is too short, many Zenmai have never understood. As Ye said, the people of Eisenwald definitely don't know who the members of the regular guild who are coming this time are, otherwise they would never use tricks to deal with them here. There is no other reason, just because there is a man called Son of Light among them. Just this one name is an invisible deterrent to most dark guilds, and Eisenwald is naturally one of them. If they knew that there was a knight among the people they designed, they would definitely not have the guts to stay in this city. You must know that in these years, I don't know how many people secretly want to get rid of the knight and make it fast, and these people have also acted, and they have secretly cooperated more than once, using various conspiracies and tricks, and doing everything in order to can eradicate the knight. It's a pity that every action that seems to be perfect, the final result is extremely miserable. In the process of facing many conspiracies, Ye can be said to be in the face of real strength. All conspiracies and tricks, they are all paper tigers. This sentence vividly shows that those who attacked him secretly, under his powerful strength, all returned home without a feather, and countless people were killed. After this happened several times in a row, those people in the dark didn't dare to think about Ye anymore, except cursing Ye in their hearts. And most of these people are from the major dark guilds, so it's good that Ye doesn't make trouble for them. How dare they take the initiative to touch Ye's suggestion? That's why the Son of Light's name is the most prestigious in the Dark Guild. Of course, in their eyes, it can also be said to be the most notorious. Outside the government building. As Ye said, Erriger, the president of Eisenwald, really didn't know which members of the regular guilds were trapped in the building with the magic wind wall. At this time, he was still immersed in the big event he was about to carry out. If his next plan is successful, it will definitely cause an earthquake in the entire magic world, and his reputation in the Dark Guild will also increase, and it will even cause one of the top 3 Dark Guilds above him. Oration seized attention, and finally included it in it, maybe becoming the 7th Magic General. Imagining his bright future, Erriger couldn't help laughing out loud. "Leave some people here to watch, and the rest follow me," Erriger shouted impatiently. Utilizing the magic power of the wind, the body moved away at high speed, in the air. When everyone saw Eisenwald below, they followed after, leaving behind a main force and more than 10 thugs. In the government building, Ye and others first rescued the government personnel who were tied up by Eisenwald's people, and one of them was the chief H of Ghost Lotus City. Then they ignored the thanks of the chief and those government officials, and went directly to the magic wind wall. Looking at the tornado-like magic wind wall, their ears were filled with the noise of howling wind. Yet, in what they said just now, they said they were going to deal with the old man of the regular guild, didn't they? Urza suddenly asked at this moment. Ye nodded and said, that's right, their real target is the presidents of the major guilds who are attending regular meetings at the other end of the canyon. Nanny? Old man. Among the few, Natsu could be said to be Makarov, who brought him to Fairy Tale from the outside, and he has the deepest affection for Makarov, so after hearing Yi's words, he couldn't control his emotions immediately, and was furious. Angry flames flickered in the pupils of the eyes, dragon flames rose from Natsu's fist, and the whole person jumped up, carrying the scorching dragon flame fists fiercely towards the magic wind wall. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. There is a violent friction between the wind and the fire, but this magic wind wall is specially used by Aragorn to trap people. If it is attacked from the outside, it can be easily broken, but relatively speaking, the internal defense is stronger. Under such circumstances, unless it is an extremely enchanting magister, it is extremely difficult to break it from the inside. At least the current Natsu can't do it yet. The high-speed rotation of the strong wind quickly extinguished the dragon flames on Natsu's fist, and the strong wind formed by the high-speed rotation directly knocked Natsu back. Bump! Natsu's body hit the ground hard. Bastard! Natsu's eyes were bloodshot, and the anger in his heart was even higher. He stood up, and the flames ignited again on his body, wanting to continue to attack the magic wind wall. However, at this moment, a slender palm was lightly pressed on his shoulder, and a soft voice followed. Let me come. To be continued. The 5th update. Please order it yourself. Please order it all.